we're the House of Representatives. We go home every weekend, put our hand on a very hot stove of people saying, when is it my turn? Why is it that I see the rich getting all of this? When is it my turn? And we have to be, and I know you all are working on job creation. I heard Glenn and Mr. Guzman talk about, and the senator talk about jobs and technology and the rest of that. But we have to, all we do is fight for working families in our country. All we do is walk that walk. We didn't talk the talk, and we paid the price. So we have to remove all doubt in anyone's minds as to these people that they voted for are people who are there to undermine their interest, whether it's their health security, their economic security, or their pension security and the rest of that. So it is for the good of the country, because the middle class is the backbone of our democracy. And so for the good of the country, forgetting politics and the Democratic Party, for the good of the country, it is essential that we understand that hot stove as we are making our policy and how we go forward. I'm looking at the clock so that I know you have a very tight schedule and so many ideas to hear. But so we will have a discharge petition. Cummings and Eric Swalwell will be introducing it tomorrow. Though over 70% of the American people think there should be an outside investigation. We, of course, support all these, independent counsel, if we can get that, special prosecutor. But I don't think that, certainly not Sessions, but Rosenstein, I don't think he should be making the appointment either. I think it has to be somebody not appointed by Donald Trump. But in any event, to get something going, and our intelligence committees trying to do their best. But the power of subpoena, it makes all the difference in the world. And the majority owns the power of subpoena. And that, when you have an incumbent in the White House of a particular party and the Congress owns the power of subpoena, it deters. So we come back to Lincoln, the public sentiment of it all. The groups are out there helping to protect the Affordable Care Act, to talk about jobs, raise the minimum wage, build infrastructure, and the rest. And we have to, while we address these other issues, make sure that people know we're thinking about them. We're not just having a Washington conversation that doesn't relate to their lives. All of this does, but we have to show them the connection. And I'm very proud of my caucus. They're very unified. People say, oh, you keep them all together. I don't. Our values are what unifies our caucus. And they have been brave and courageous and out there fighting for the Affordable Care Act in terms of that current battle. But this is really almost an all-out war. I don't like using those kind of belligerent terms, but an all-out war on the values. We do not share the same values, and I've been there 30 years almost, and this isn't the way it used to be. This is a different breed of cat. So a great deal is at stake. And what I hope for the country is that in the course of the debate, the American people come out the winners. That whoever wins the election, of course I have my priorities there, not only House, but the governors, the state houses, the Senate, however that turns out, that we have a debate as to whose side people are really on. He's going to open up the coal mines and bring jobs back from China. Oh, really? Oh, really? So what is it that we are doing to think about? Hey, by the way, I have a coal miner card from coal that my father gave me. He had it in his office when he was in Congress in the 30s and 40s in the New Deal. And I have the coal miners in my office all the time. I think clean coal is the oxymoron of all time. But I love the coal miners. They love coal and don't want to deal with pensions and health care and all the rest for the coal miners. So this whole thing about people voting for them because they're going to open the coal mines just is emblematic of the challenge that we have from a message standpoint. But we have no problem from a value standpoint that unify us. And again, the humility to accept new ideas, fresh ideas, entrepreneurial thinking about subjects. And even Solomon, when he was going to be king, he was so humble. He was following David. Lord, pray to God, how can I have the wisdom to succeed David? And that humility is what God came to him and said, Solomon, because you did not ask for great wealth or longevity or vengeance against your enemies. I will give you such wisdom that you will be renowned for that wisdom. But that humility led to that wisdom. So we all have to be humble enough to accept all the new ideas, whether they're left, right, middle, or wherever they're from, for the good of the American people. And hopefully that debate will either change who's in office or change the minds who are in office on the other side, because nothing less is at stake than the great middle class, which again is the backbone of our great democracy, the greatest country that ever existed in the history of the world. So thank you for the support. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Thank you, Ray.
We will now take a very brief pause to refresh the tables. Please stay in your seats. Our program will begin very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please do stay in your seats so that the servers can get between the tables. Thank you.
They should be in. Yeah, in our year, probably this year.
Yeah.
It's so much better. Oh, it is, no, please don't. No, please don't.
All right, everyone. So it looks like we have cut away now from the Ideas Conference there. We have a live look at the White House. The White House is where, in just a few minutes, National Security Advisor McMaster will be holding a press briefing in the room that you typically see Sean Spicer speak. He'll be in that press briefing room talking to the press. Obviously, many people have questions regarding the allegations made in the Washington Post article against President Trump. It should be an interesting press briefing indeed. We'll carry it live for you here on News Now. Stay tuned. We will get that feed for you from inside the briefing room momentarily. All right, everyone, you're looking at tweets sent from President Trump this morning. President Trump confirming the report that he spoke with the Russians about information. As president, I wanted to share with Russia at an openly scheduled White House meeting, which I have the absolute right to do, facts pertaining to terrorism and airline flight safety, humanitarian reasons. Plus, I want Russia to greatly step up their fight against ISIS and terrorism. Donald Trump added, I have been asking Director Comey and others from the beginning of my administration to find the leakers in the intelligence community, ... However, President Trump did not follow up from that tweet. Many left wondering if there was more to that statement. Now, President Trump's tweets suggest that the statement made by McMaster yesterday was false. McMaster stated that the Washington Post story that suggested that President Trump gave the Russians classified info was false. Now we are waiting for McMaster to speak. Here is a live look at the White House press briefing room. Again, the National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, speaking momentarily. Stay tuned.
A little bit everything, truthfully. What do you stop down to? That's you're shooting pretty much wide open. So and are you using like a 2A or 2A works in here? Yeah, it just depends on your ISO settings. In here it's about ISO 800. Oh, you go 800? 250 to 280. It's not too noisy at 800? It's great. You can go 1600. It still looks good. Yeah. That always works. It just worries me.
Rodney wants you on the box. You know that. I know. I just
Exactly.
At
1600 is hard to That is me.
That was the art film. So my tendency is to want to go, I never, it's above, like it's like 4. It just worries me because that traditionally is what I'm used to. And then, but I never shoot. I never shot real stuff.
And obviously, the wider angle you go in, the more you get away with.
Yeah, sure. But it's a cinema lens, so nothing's automatic, nothing's automatic. And it's great for when you're trying to do whole books from the beginning.
They're tough to focus. Still pictures, but just make sure.
And I don't have any currently on my glasses. That's the widest thing I have.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we have a live look at the White House press briefing room. We are awaiting the National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, who will be speaking to the press momentarily after a big news day yesterday. Now, the Washington Post first came out and alleged that President Trump gave classified info to the Russians during his meeting last week. Other news outlets then confirmed that information. However, McMaster came out yesterday denying the information reported by the press. Then President Trump tweets this morning, many people believing that these tweets confirm what those news reports suggested. Now President Trump saying, as president, I wanted to share with Russia at an openly scheduled White House meeting, which I have the absolute right to do, facts pertaining to terrorism and airline flight safety, humanitarian reasons. Plus, I want Russia to greatly step up their fight against ISIS and terrorism. I have been asking Director Comey and others from the beginning of my administration to find the leakers in the intelligence community. Now, many people taking to Twitter to comment about President Trump's tweets, saying, hey, President Trump, aren't you the leaker? And tweets of that nature. Many people finding it interesting that President Trump would talk about leaking information given the allegations from the Washington Post and other media outlets. It will be interesting to hear from H.R. McMaster today during the press briefing, as yesterday he told the press that the allegations were false. This morning, President Trump's tweets perhaps confirming that he did indeed tell the Russians classified information. Now, I just want to note that the president has the right to declassify info, so if this were another person giving this information, it would be considered illegal, but because it's the president, he did not actually break any laws by providing the Russians with what is deemed classified information. However, many people still upset about this, very concerned, worried about the state of the country, our national security, Republicans and Democrats, both concerned about what this could mean.
Get to know Hillary. Secret Service, yeah. I heard they don't do it long. They do? Maybe they were talking about. Alright, so that's the hammer.
What you get for shooting I was working on it. It wasn't plugged in. It wasn't attached to the
We started the conversation last week when we pushed the Senate to try to get a bill on this. Now that is really overtaken by this crisis, controversy over the firing of former FBI Director James Comey. Republicans clearly feel frustrated that their agenda has largely been stalled because of these various crises that are coming out of the White House. So H.R. McMaster, the National Security Advisor, will be answering questions about all of that when he comes to the podium. Just a few minutes from now, Chris. Hey, Jeff. Thanks, guys. I'm still here.
No, this is well, hey. You better did it. That's not bad. Very cool.
All right, for those of you just joining here, I'm your host, Samia Khan, and I want to give you guys some updates from the Associated Press regarding this story. Now, the latest update from the Associated Press says that President Trump's national security advisor plans to brief reporters at the White House. That's what you're looking at right now. The White House says H.R. McMaster will hold an on-camera briefing before noon, so we're just waiting for that to start now. Again, McMaster was originally scheduled to appear with Press Secretary Sean Spicer, but Spicer plans to hold a separate off-camera session with reporters later in the day following McMaster's appearance. Now, reporters had been promised a briefing from McMaster about Trump's first overseas trip, which opens this Friday. But McMaster is likely to face questions about reports that Trump shared classified intelligence information with Russian officials when they met in the Oval Office last week. Now, McMaster has denied the reports, telling reporters yesterday after the story broke, I was in the room, it didn't happen. Now, the Senate's top Democrat says Congress needs to have immediate access to a transcript of President Trump's meeting at the White House last week with senior Russian officials. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said that if Trump has nothing to hide, he'll turn over unedited transcripts to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. If Trump refuses, Schumer says Americans will doubt that their president is capable of safeguarding critical secrets. Now, the request came in response to published reports that the president revealed classified information about the ISIS group in a meeting with Russian officials. Now, Congress is investigating Russia's alleged meddling into the 2016 presidential election, including hacking Democratic emails. Now, the Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman John McCain says that reports of President Trump revealing highly classified information to senior Russian officials during that Oval Office meeting last week are, quote, deeply disturbing. The Arizona Republic said this morning that it sends a troubling signal to U.S. allies and partners around the world. McCain also said in a statement that reports that the information was provided by a U.S. ally and shared without the country's knowledge could mean that other countries won't share intelligence with Americans in the future. He said that the time Trump spent sharing sensitive information was time he did not spend focused on Russia's aggressive behavior, including interference in elections and its illegal invasion of Ukraine.
how he spoke to. I can talk about how he was reaching out
Are they in break, Craig? For sure. I heard from the back. Are they in a break? Oh, I got it. Yes, sir.
All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at Fox News reporter John Roberts, who's inside that press briefing room. It looks like he's about to do a live hit with Fox News Channel. We're going to go ahead and listen in case he does do that talk back with Fox News Channel. Looks like he's going to be speaking momentarily, and we just got word that we are about 2 minutes away from this press briefing starting. So stay tuned for that. Everything will be live here on Fox News Now.
tough questions with some of these meetings that he's going to have with foreign leaders. And typically, Chris, as you know, because you've traveled with former President Obama, presidents typically hold press availabilities when they are abroad. So we anticipate that we will get to ask him some questions during that foreign trip. And likely a lot of them, particularly in the early part, will revolve around this latest controversy. Again, we're waiting for National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster to come to the podium to brief us on the latest developments here. I've been talking to senior administration officials throughout the night and the early morning, and they tell me they're not only concerned about the fallout with allies, but with lawmakers on Capitol Hill as well. Obviously, there has been a sharp backlash.
Here we go.
From Democrats and some Republicans. Here's H.R. McMaster from the podium right now.
Good morning. As you know, the president of Turkey is shortly going to be arriving at the White House. But prior to his arrival, as I promised, General McMaster is going to give an update on the president's trip that starts this Friday. And I know there are some additional questions regarding some news of the day. So without further ado, General McMaster.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, last week we discussed the president's upcoming trip. I promised I'd come back and go through the schedule in more detail. I'm happy to do that today. And Sean tells me there's another topic you might want to talk about as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that after we go through the schedule here. But first of all, Secretary Tillerson will accompany the president for most of the trip, breaking off just before the G7 meeting. And as you know, the trip will begin in Saudi Arabia. It's a historic trip. After an arrival ceremony in Riyadh, the president will have coffee with King Salman, attend a royal banquet, and hold bilateral meetings with the king, the crown prince, and the deputy crown prince. He will also participate in a signing ceremony of several agreements that will further solidify U.S.-Saudi security and economic cooperation. That evening, the president and the first lady will join members of the Saudi royal family for an official dinner. The next day, the president will hold bilateral meetings with Gulf Cooperation Council leaders, as well as broader meetings with all of the Gulf state leaders. In the afternoon, he will meet and have lunch with leaders of more than 50 Muslim countries, where he will deliver an inspiring yet direct speech on the need to confront radical ideology and his hopes, the president's hopes, for a peaceful vision of Islam to dominate across the world. The speech is intended to unite the broader Muslim world against common enemies of all civilization and to demonstrate America's commitment to our Muslim partners. The president will then participate in the inauguration of a new center intended to fight radicalism and promote moderation. By establishing and operating this center, our Muslim friends, including Saudi Arabia, are taking a firm stand against extremism and those who use a perverted interpretation of religion to advance their criminal and political agendas. The President also looks forward to participating in a Twitter forum with young people who will be able to live tweet his remarks to people all over the world. The President will then continue on to Jerusalem, where he will meet with President Rivlin and lay a wreath at Yad Vashem. The President will then deliver remarks at the Israel Museum and celebrate the unique history of Israel and of the Jewish people, while reaffirming America's unshakable bond with our closest ally in the Middle East. Later that day, he will meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. That night, the President and the First Lady will join the Prime Minister and Mrs. Netanyahu for a private dinner. The following morning, the President will meet President Abbas in Bethlehem, where he will convey his administration's eagerness to facilitate an agreement that ends the conflict. And he will urge Palestinian leaders to take steps that will help lead to peace. And he will visit the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and say a prayer at the Western Wall. In Rome the next day, the President will have an audience with the Pope at the Vatican. He looks forward to celebrating the rich contributions of Catholics to America and to the world, and to discussing a range of issues of mutual concern, some of which I summarized last time. Before leaving the Vatican, the President will meet the Cardinal Secretary of State and will tour St. Peter's. Later that afternoon, the President will meet with the King and the Prime Minister of Belgium and the heads of state and government of the host country to the NATO alliance. He'll also meet President Mattarella before departing Rome for Brussels. The next morning, the President will travel to the EU headquarters to meet with the presidents of the European Union and of the European Council. He'll then hold a working lunch with the newly elected President of France, whom he will meet in person for the first time. That afternoon, the President will deliver remarks at the unveiling of NATO's memorial to our shared struggle in front of a piece of the Berlin Wall and a segment of the World Trade Center. He will reaffirm America's commitment to the alliance and repeat his insistence that for the good of the alliance, all members must share responsibility and share burden. Joined by Secretary Mattis, he will participate in the NATO leaders meeting and dinner before then traveling to Sicily for the G7. Throughout the summit, he will meet bilaterally with leaders, including the Italian Prime Minister. In the formal meetings, he will press America's economic agenda and call for greater security cooperation. On the first night of the summit, he will also attend a concert performed by the La Scala Philharmonic Orchestra, followed by a leaders' dinner hosted by the President of Italy. Before departing Italy for home, the President will speak to American and Allied servicemen and women and their families. He will thank them for their sacrifices they all make to keep us safe, and he'll also recap the highlights and accomplishments of the trip. And so I'll ask Sean to call on any of you who have questions. Thanks.
General McMaster. Thanks a lot, General McMaster. You came out to the stakeout area yesterday, and coming out to the stakeout area, you said that the Washington Post story, which came out late yesterday afternoon, was false. Do you stick by that assertion? Do you think that every element of that story is false? And do you have anything to correct in terms of what you said at the podium yesterday afternoon?
No, I stand by my statement that I made yesterday. And what I'm saying is really the premise of that article is false, that in any way the President had a conversation that was inappropriate or that resulted in any kind of lapse in national security. And so I think the real issue, and I think what I'd like to see really debated more, is that our national security has been put at risk by those violating confidentiality and those releasing information to the press that could be used connected with other information available to make American citizens and others more vulnerable.
The General was classifying information released. General was classifying information released.
Sir, can you tell us if Prime Minister Netanyahu will join President Trump at the Western Wall. And does the president believe that the Western Wall is part of Israel?
Part of his what? I'm sorry. No, no Israeli leaders will join President Trump to the Western Wall. He's going to the Western Wall mainly in connection with the theme to connect with three of the world's great religions and to advance, to pay homage at each of these religious sites that he's visiting, but also to highlight the theme that we all have to be united against what are really the enemies of all civilized people, and that we have to be joined together with an agenda of tolerance and moderation.
General Master, I just want to try to dig into some details of this reporting on the president's conversations with the Russians. Are you denying that he revealed information that was given to the U.S. by an intelligence partner?
So what we don't do is discuss what is and what wasn't classified. What I will tell you is in the context of that discussion, what the president discussed with the foreign minister was wholly appropriate to that conversation and is consistent with the routine sharing of information between the president and any leaders with whom he's engaged. And
the U.S. received from an intelligence partner?
I'm not going to be the one to confirm that sort of information that could jeopardize our security.
U.S. allies that do have these type of intelligence sharing relationships with the U.S. will stop providing that information?
No, I'm not concerned at all. That conversation was wholly appropriate to the conversation, and I think wholly appropriate what the expectations are of our intelligence partners.
If I can follow on that, General, have you reached out to foreign partners who might have contributed such information to the U.S. and talked to them about it, tried to reassure them? If so, what was their reaction?
I have not, and I'm not sure what conversations have been held about that.
Carol.
Going back to what you were saying earlier, if there was nothing that the president shared that he shouldn't have shared, why did his counterterrorism advisor contact the NSA and the CIA about what he had said?
Yeah, I would say maybe from an overabundance of caution, but I'm not sure. I mean, I've not talked to Mr. Bossert about that, about why he reached out.
But you were there, so what presumably you would understand why there was a reason to reach out.
Sure, I was in the room. The Secretary of State was in the room, as you know. The Deputy Assistant, the Deputy Advisor for National Security, Dina Powell for Strategy, was in the room, and none of us felt in any way that conversation was inappropriate.
General,
Thanks, Sean. General, if you can tell us, when was the decision made to share that information with the Russians? Did the president spontaneously on the spot decide to give that information over, or was there an interagency process or some kind of formal decision-making process in advance of that meeting with the Russians last week?
Well, as you know, the president, it's wholly appropriate for the president to share whatever information he thinks is necessary to advance the security of the American people. That's what he did. As to your question on had that information been shared previously, I'm not sure about that.
When did he make that decision, though, sir?
When did he make the decision?
When did he make the decision to share the information?
He made the decision in the context of the conversation, which was wholly appropriate. So let's just, I think it's worth recapping one thing here. The president was meeting with the foreign minister about the terrorist threat. He had also raised some difficult issues. What we expected in terms of different behavior from Russia in key areas like Ukraine and as in Syria. But then the president was emphasizing, hey, we have some common interests here. We have to work together in some critical areas. And we have an area of cooperation with transnational terrorist organizations, ISIS in particular, an organization that had already taken down a Russian airliner and murdered over 200 people in October of 2015. And so this was the context of the conversation in which it was wholly appropriate to share what the threat was as a basis for common action and coordination and cooperation.
Did you make the decision in the moment then, during the context of that conversation?
Excuse me. I want to follow up first with Jennifer's question, which you didn't answer about the Western Wall being part of Israel.
Oh, that sounds like a policy decision for and that's the president's intention. And I did answer the question in terms of what his intention is and what did he go with Israeli officials. The president's intention is to visit these religious sites to highlight the need for unity among three of the world's great religions. Unity in confronting a very grave threat to all civilization, and unity in embracing an agenda of tolerance.
Can I finish? Can I get to the question that I had, please? Did the president reveal a city?
And that, I mean, the spin is that the president revealed the name of the city, and that gave away information that undermined an ally.
Okay, I will answer that. Okay, so all of you are very familiar with the threat from ISIS. All of you are very familiar with the territory it controls. If you were to say, hey, from where do you think a threat might come from territory that ISIS controls, you would probably be able to name a few cities, I would think. And so it was nothing that you would not know from open source reporting in terms of a source of concern. And it had all to do with operations that are already ongoing, have been made public for months.
Sorry, to get back to my question, sir. Was this information that was shared with the Russians also the same content that was shared with our allies? And specific to this threat, which the president says was in relation to airlines, is this an imminent threat? Was there a justification for, in that moment, needing to share it with the Russians?
Yeah, I don't want to get into specifics of what exact information is shared with what exact allies, but information on this topic of the threat to aviation was shared with multiple allies. And as you know, there are already policies being put in place to protect against that threat. And you and many others have reported widely on this.
Something that our allies did not. Is that what you were saying?
In terms of the specifics, I have no basis for comparison on what was shared with what country. But I will tell you that it was our impression of all of us that were in the meetings, I've mentioned already, that what was shared was wholly appropriate given the purpose of that conversation and the purpose of what the president was trying to achieve through that meeting.
But there's no imminent threat.
General, when you came out after the story broke, you said that the president did not disclose any sources or methods. He did not reveal anything about military operations. Why were you denying things that were not even reported? What the report said is that the president revealed classified information that had been shared by one of our allies in the Middle East. So the question is simply a yes or no question here. Did the president share classified information with the Russians in that meeting?
And as I mentioned already, we don't say what's classified, what's not classified. What I will tell you again is that what the president shared was wholly appropriate. The story combined what was leaked with other information and then insinuated about sources and methods. So I wanted to make clear to everybody that the president in no way compromised any sources or methods in the course of this conversation.
General, you do say, though, that national security has been put at risk by the leak of this. Do you have any idea how this got out, and what steps are you taking by virtue of discovering this, as you did, to try to limit the potential for any more leaks of national security information?
I think national security is put at risk by this leak and by leaks like this. And there are a number of instances where this has occurred. And I think it's important to investigate these sort of things and to make sure that we have trusted organizations across our government that allows for the free sharing of information and collaboration. I mean, in terms of national security, what is critical is that you can assemble the experts you need. You want a bigger group, right, for any of these complex problems because you need their expertise. You need the tools that they bring to bear from different agencies and departments. And so what we really have to do is make sure we have a very high degree of confidence in all of our organizations and all of our systems and processes so we can do what we need to do for the president, which is give him our best advice and give him options to deal with these very complex problems.
Clearly, you can't have that confidence by virtue of what happened yesterday. So do you have an idea of how this got out, and how can you tighten up the ship, as it were, to ensure, from your perspective at least, that this stuff doesn't get out?
Well, I think it's incumbent on all of us to bring in the people with the right authorities and the right mandate to take a look at how this leak occurred and how other breaches may have occurred as well.
General McMaster. Thank you. General McMaster, to put a finer point on it, is there now an active investigation into how this information was leaked? And can you tell us about who's running that investigation? And I also would like to ask you, given that President Trump is now going to be meeting face-to-face with literally dozens of foreign leaders, if there are sensitivities to his discretion in what sort of information to decide to declassify, how is that something that you were advising him ahead of this foreign trip?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are no sensitivities in terms of me or anybody who's been with the president in many of these engagements. He shares information in a way that is wholly appropriate. And I should just make maybe the statement here that the president wasn't even aware, of where this information came from. He wasn't briefed on the source or method of the information either. So I'm sorry, this is going to be the last question because we do have the president of Turkey coming, I think momentarily. Thank you very much.
Contradict you. We can contradict you, General. We have more questions, General.
Will you release the transcripts, Sean?
General? Who's investigating the leaks?
All right, as you can see, there were many questions that the press had regarding the situation, but McMaster wrapped up somewhat quickly following that press briefing. Again, we will not have a press briefing from Sean Spicer on camera today. That was the press briefing of the day that would be on camera. Sean Spicer will speak with some of the press off camera, but as far as on-camera press briefings are concerned, H.R. McMaster handle that one this morning. Again, a very busy day there at the White House. Here is a live look at the White House now. One of the key takeaways from McMaster's press briefing, he believes that the conversation and the topics discussed with the Russians was wholly appropriate. Wholly appropriate. Now we're going to take you live to a press conference happening now. Nancy Pelosi speaking and other Democrats.
We spent 2 days with the Dalai Lama for great periods of time. We were able to visit the vast network of schools, all these beautiful children that was set up in how the Dalai Lama and his people are educating these children. And let me say that
Actually, we are going to cut out of this because we're going to take you to the Center for American Progress event instead, the Ideas Conference, where Senator Kamala Harris is speaking now. Let's go ahead and listen into this feed.
The failed war on drugs. And so let's take a look at what Jeff Sessions' outdated and out-of-touch views are doing that are going to be harmful to our country. Now, many of you know my background on the subject, and it was part of the introduction. I will tell you, as a young prosecutor right out of law school at the Alameda County DA's office that Earl Warren once led, I started my work. And I saw the war on drugs up close. And let me tell you, the war on drugs was an abject failure. It offered taxpayers a bad return on investment. It was bad for public safety. It was bad for budgets and our economy. And it was bad for people of color and those struggling to make ends meet. Police officers and prosecutors dedicated extraordinary resources to nonviolent drug offenses, which could otherwise have been devoted to unsolved homicides and violent crime. There were so many of these nonviolent drug cases that we would do handoffs in a courthouse. We called them handoffs. So that meant that these young baby prosecutors, as we were called, would be handed a file of a possession case, simple possession, and we'd have about 5 minutes to review it before we went to court. And then we would go in and argue for some sentence and that this person would be jailed. During that time, and still, instead of focusing on prevention, we spent $80 billion a year in reaction, locking people up. That's money that obviously could have gone to schools, to roads, or health care. Instead of treating everyone the same, we created a system where Latinos are 2 times more likely than white men to be incarcerated for drug offenses, where African Americans are 12% of the population, but about 60% of the drug offenders who are in our state prisons, where when inmates get out, their criminal record makes it almost impossible for them to get a job, which of course traps them and their families in never-ending cycles of poverty. The fact is, the war on drugs did not work. All these years after President Reagan created mandatory minimums, and Nancy Reagan told us to just say no, and President Clinton signed the 3 Strikes Law, illegal drug use is higher than it was at the height of the war on drugs. As San Francisco DA and then Attorney General of California, I was proud to be a part of a different approach. It's what we called the smart on crime approach. And the Obama administration similarly adopted and championed reforms at the federal level, which included directing prosecutors to avoid harsh sentences for low-level nonviolent offenders, which included reducing the disparity in penalties for possession of crack versus powder cocaine, which included creating a task force that they call the Task Force on 21st Century Policing, the emphasis being on 21st century. But now, this administration and Jeff Sessions want to take us back to the dark ages. Sessions has threatened that the United States Department of Justice may renew its focus on marijuana use, even in states like California where it is legal. Well, let me tell you, what California needs, Jeff Sessions, we need support in dealing with transnational criminal organizations, dealing with issues like human trafficking, not going after grandma's medicinal marijuana. Leave her alone. And Sessions has overturned an Obama administration directive to phase out the use of private prisons. So now let's be clear about private prisons. The business model is that you reap profit from incarcerating people. Let's be clear about this. And let's be clear, we should not be creating incentives to house people in prison. We should be creating incentives instead to shut the revolving door into prison. And with last week's memo, Sessions advocated that prosecutors seek the harshest sentence available, including an increased use of mandatory minimums. So instead of going after violent crime, drug cartels, and major traffickers, we're worried about the neighborhood street-level dealer. Let's be clear about that. Instead of going after drug cartels and violent crime and major traffickers, he is calling for a renewed focus on essentially what is the neighborhood street-level drug dealer. Instead of addressing the core issues of addiction and getting folks into treatment, we're going to overcrowd and build more prisons. That is not justice, that is not smart on crime, and I believe we have to stop this. And when I say we, guys, I don't just mean CAP. I don't mean just progressives. I mean everyone. Everyone has to be a part of stopping this. Because drug addiction, by the way, is colorblind. It doesn't see red or blue. So here's what I'm talking about. I started my career as a prosecutor in the 1990s at the height of the crack epidemic. And I'm now starting my career as a United States Senator at the height of an opioid crisis. And folks, let me tell you, these crises have so much more in common than what separates them. To illustrate this point, I pulled a bunch of headlines from over the years, which I'll read. And I'm going to wonder, and I do wonder, if you'll be able to distinguish which of these headlines is from the 1990s and which is from today. Which is about crack cocaine and which is about prescription drugs. Which is about an urban city and which is from Appalachia. Here they go. Surge of addicts strains criminal justice system. Addict jailed for endangering her daughter. Addicted parents get their fix even with their children watching. How a mother and daughter who traded sex for drugs are beating addiction together. I'll give you guys the answers later, but you can't tell the difference. And as you can see, this is not a black and brown issue. This is not an urban and blue state issue. It has always been an American issue. And here's the deal. Our nation has had a long-standing and insatiable appetite for drugs. And we need to deal with that. In 2015, opioids like heroin, fentanyl, and OxyContin killed 33,000 Americans in that 1 year, from New Hampshire to Utah to Kentucky. There was a heartbreaking headline that many of you may have seen earlier this year, and it read, "Amid opioid overdoses, Ohio's coroner's office runs out of room for bodies." Opioids have taken the lives of coal miners struggling with back pain in West Virginia, and the son of a former Republican congressman in Pennsylvania, and a mom who got addicted to painkillers after a C-section in San Francisco. Drug addiction touches every community and every family in our country, and it is unfortunately a universal experience. And to fight Jeff Sessions and his old-fashioned, discredited, and dangerous approach to drugs, I believe we must embrace what all regions have in common and build coalitions. And I believe we have opportunities in front of us. Conservatives like Senator Rand Paul has advocated for a better approach to drug addiction. And 8 in 10 Americans who voted for Trump, according to polling, 8 in 10 Americans who voted for Trump say criminal justice reform is important or very important to them. So I believe there's a real opportunity. And the opportunity here is to break people out of the demographic boxes we have put them in. The real opportunity is to make progress on a critical policy issue. And there's a real opportunity to reach parts of America that feel overlooked and don't realize how much they have in common with people who might look very different. So here's what I think we need to fight for specifically. We need a national drug policy that finally treats substance abuse not as a crime to be punished, but as a disease to be treated. We need, thank you, we need to build on reforms. Instead of reviving mandatory minimums or boosting bottom lines for private prisons, we need to build on the reforms. And we need to fund, not defund, the Office of National Drug Control Policy. And we need this administration to understand that if they care about the opioid crisis in rural America as they say they do, they have also got to care about the drug-addicted young man in Chicago or East LA. And while I don't believe in legalizing all drugs, as a career prosecutor, I just don't, but I will tell you this. We need to do the smart thing and the right thing and finally decriminalize marijuana. And finally, I believe we need to look locally and elect progressive prosecutors, because the vast majority of prosecutions occur at the state and local level. There are leaders among us, like Kim Fox from Cook County, who grew up in public housing and knows we need a more balanced approach to criminal justice. There are leaders like John Chisholm in the Milwaukee DA's office, who's working to reduce prison population while maintaining public safety. There are leaders like Kim Ogg, the DA in Harris County, Texas, who is saving taxpayers $10 million a year by sending people caught with a small amount of marijuana to a decision-making class instead of jail. Right. So even as we fight Jeff Sessions every step of the way here in D.C., we should see these reformers and support them as innovators who are showing us what is possible. And I believe this is the time that we look in the mirror and ask who we are as a country on this issue of drug addiction. And the time is now to fight for the values we believe in, and the time is to fight not a war on drugs, but a war on drug addiction, and to make more effective and humane approaches to our fellow Americans who are suffering. And I look forward to working with all of you on this. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this Ideas Conference. That was Senator Kamala Harris speaking. We are going to take you now to the White House. We are awaiting the arrival of the President of Turkey. President Trump will be greeting him at the White House. Let's watch this live.
This is the place. I have an interest. Oh. That's the free shot.
何枚必要
6月1日だけレイクパウエルにホテルに泊まるけど、あとは全部キャンプで。ブライスキャニオンは朝めっちゃ寒いらしいですよね。
あの辺寒いですよ。
そう。今日とか朝の気温2度とか言って大丈夫かなと思って。
砂漠っすから。
うちのシュラフ。
昼間は暑いけど。
耐えられるかな。
Ceremonial touch. Eat. Might be a bit of time. Huh? You can do it. Hey, how you doing? He walks out the double doors and walks as the car pulls up. And then he turns. Huh? Well, I pray he doesn't come in an SUV. Might be a little bit.
彼がうちらが好きなおっちゃんで。You're not in a good place there. Okay, good. It is? Yeah, it's good there.
hear their conversation. First question is, so how do you deal with the press? I jail them, I beat them. They shut the fuck up. Easy. I know that feeling.
I'm thinking the same way. So what you better all do.
This bed. Part of
Fire! Halt! Hut! And hut! Fire! Ceremonial at ease! Out and eat!
No. Put friends here.
Yeah, I will let that know.
Different spaces. Yeah.
All right, everyone. For those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed from the White House. We are awaiting the arrival of the president of Turkey, who is set to meet with President Trump today. Again, we are waiting for the official arrival of the Turkish president. As you know, President Trump typically greets foreign visitors right here at the front of the White House, so we'll watch it live. We'll stream it here for you on Fox News Now.
Fire! Halt! Hut! And hut!
これは撮ってないです。
怪我して撮ったら、俺をすぐ行かなかったら、
すぐなります。すべてに時間かかるし。
ねえ。
Fire! Ceremonial at ease! Halt! And at peace! Oh, hey,
別料金、自分の車で行けるところ、ツアーに参加しないとダメなんです。僕は2回行ったことある。1回目はツアーに参加して、2回目は自分で行って100万円。1日生えるんですよ。
All right, while we wait for the arrival of the Turkish president, I want to go ahead and read you a headline from the Associated Press, an update regarding this U.S.-Turkey meeting. Now, President Trump will hold his first face-to-face meeting with the Turkish president today amid accusations that Trump gave Russian officials classified intelligence from a foreign ally. Trump and Turkish presidents are expected to address the Syrian civil war, the refugee crisis, and the fight against ISIS, including the U.S. decision to arm Syrian Kurdish fighters despite Turkey's vehement objections. Now, this meeting will take place with a White House still responding to what a senior U.S. official said was a disclosure of classified information about an ISIS terror threat involving laptop computers on an aircraft. President Trump shared the threat in a meeting with Russia's foreign minister and U.S. ambassador in the Oval Office last week, according to the official, who wasn't authorized to speak publicly on the matter. Now, this matter could emerge in Trump's meeting with the Turkish president. The U.S. is relying on regional allies, including Turkey, for intelligence sharing and military assistance as it crafts a Syria policy, particularly as Iran and Russia work to bolster Syrian President Assad's government. Now, tension was already expected for these talks with the Turkish president after the U.S. announced last week that it would arm Kurdish Syrian militants to help them fight ISIS. Turkey has been pressuring the U.S. to drop support for the militants and doesn't want them spearheading an operation to retake ISIS's self-declared capital of Raqqa. Turkey believes the Kurds in Syria are linked to a Turkish Kurdish group known as the PKK, which the U.S., the European Union, and Turkey all consider a terrorist organization. The U.S. sees the Syrian Kurds as their best battlefield partner on the ground in northern Syria.
ってどうやって当てるんですか？ウェブサイトかなんか
そう、ウェブサイト3ヶ月前にウェブ抽選があって、あとは、1日20人なんですよ。で、10人はウェブ抽選、3ヶ月前抽選。で、10人は前日抽選。で、朝、
どこで申し込むんですか？
カナブっていう町に、なんかその
抽選
する会場があって、でそこにね、9時半かなに行って、
抽選
そう、
当たればいける。
当たれば翌日の抽選、ウェブの入場券。だからみんなザ・ウェブ行きたい人はカナブにテントを張って、
何日もやって
そう、
やると
こういろんなところに行きながら、でもうちはもったいないからブライスキャニオンに泊まって、ザイオンに泊まってカナブの朝戻って抽選してまた違うところに行ってて。せっかくだから自然のところでキャンプ入ってやりたいし。
ザイオンのエンゲルポイントですよ。
はいはいはい。
いいっすよ。
結構最後なんかグイって通りますよね、あれね。見ててなんか怖そうな。
結構いいハイキング。
うん。まだ2時間半ぐらい。
ぐらいですよ。
Alright, that sounds like a heads up.
Yeah, no, I saw. Yeah, I saw. Where is it? They're going down. They're coming on now.
Up! Halt! Up and halt! March! Harry! March!
Here we go. Is it just the press van?
I think he's in front of it.
President, keep coming on, Russia. Did you reveal classified information to the Russians, sir?
Well, that was a beautiful find.
I don't even know if it's worth beating. He didn't step out. If they want.
Thank you so much.
Oh, anytime.
Hey!
All right, so you just watched as Turkish President Erdogan arrived at the White House. President Trump greeting him there. President Erdogan and President Trump will be delivering joint statements at the White House. We'll carry it live for you here on News Now in just a few minutes. That is scheduled to start in about 20 to 30 minutes, so we will carry that live for you here on News Now. In the meantime, I do want to take you back now to the Center for American Progress, the Ideas Conference happening there. I believe Senator Warren scheduled to speak in just a moment.
Her colleagues, outside advocates, everyone she talks to, that the decisions we make in Washington are really about either expanding opportunity or contracting it. And she's been fighting for expanding opportunity every day. She's the first woman elected to the Senate from Massachusetts, a former Harvard law professor, the author of This Fight is Our Fight. Please welcome Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Thank you, Nira. And thank all of you who are here today. I am so glad to be at CAP's Ideas Conference. You know, I've been here many times before to talk with a lot of people in this room about ideas. Progressive ideas, big ideas, small ideas, and my aim is always in the same direction. How to make this country, how to make this government work for people. I believe that this is the central question facing America today. Set aside the debates about big government versus small government, about more government versus less government. The important thing we need is accountable government. Government not just for the rich and powerful, but a government that works for and answers to all of us. Accountable government is the basis of American democracy. But for years, let's just face it, it has been slipping away. For years, government has worked better and better for those at the top and pushed the concerns of everyone else further and further behind. There are a lot of reasons for this, but two of them are actually pretty obvious to most Americans: concentrated money and concentrated power. And it's time to speak plainly about these problems and start thinking about how to fix them. Because concentrated money and concentrated power are corrupting our democracy and becoming dangerously worse with Donald Trump in the White House. First, consider the impact of concentrated money. Over the past few decades, money has fundamentally reoriented our democracy. Money slithers through Washington like a snake. And I'm not simply talking about giant bags of money and cash exchanging hands in dark alleys. I'm talking about the dozens of perfectly legal ways that the super rich and giant corporations use their cash and their influence to rig the system and to get government to favor their interests over the interests of everyone else. You know, take a clear-eyed look at how Washington works and who it works for. Politicians swim in oceans of corporate campaign contributions. Billionaires build super PACs to secretly finance candidates and tilt elections. The revolving door spins freely between jobs in government and jobs with powerful corporations, blurring the line between serving the public and serving corporate masters. Bought and paid for experts testify before Congress and appear constantly on the news. Agency after agency, industry runs the show, and the fox guards the chicken coop. Armies of lobbyists swarm Washington, like a plague of locusts, demanding favors for their employers. Now, President Trump did not invent these problems, but boy, has he made them worse. We all remember Donald Trump's campaign promise that he would drain the swamp in Washington, right? 117 days in, and the swamp is bigger, deeper, uglier, and filled with more corrupt creatures than ever before in history. Days after the election, then President-elect Trump put together a transition team of lobbyists, Wall Street bankers, and big-time industry players. Team Trump has ousted scientists from the EPA and is looking to replace them with hacks from industry that pollute the environment. The Department of Education is bringing in people with ties to for-profit colleges that rip off students and leave them with tens of thousands of dollars of debt. Consider the case of just one advisor who whispers directly in Trump's ear, billionaire hedge fund manager Carl Icahn. In late 2016, Icahn made a massive bet that the price of renewable fuel credits would drop. Then, as Trump's advisor, he pushed policies and recommended political appointments that did, in fact, cause the price of those credits to drop, generating a $50 million profit for himself and the company he owns. You know, wow. I have called for an investigation into Icahn because it doesn't matter if you're a nobody or you're friends with the president. Insider trading is illegal, and White House advisors should not profit off their White House work, period. But let's be clear, Icahn is just the tip of a massive iceberg. The cabinet and the White House are filled with wealthy individuals who are neck deep in personal financial conflicts. President Trump himself set the example by refusing to divest from his family business. People who work for him have followed his lead, showing a brazen disregard for long-standing ethics procedures. So what can we do about all of this? The answer is actually there is a lot that we could do about this. We could pass legislation to require the presidents to disclose their tax returns so that the American people can see any secret dealing. We can pass my Presidential Conflicts of Interest Act, which would require presidents and vice presidents to put their assets in a blind trust during their years of public service. We could beef up independent inspectors general who look over the shoulders of political leaders at the agencies. We could upgrade the Office of Government Ethics, which polices financial conflicts in the executive branch. And we could demand that Republicans who control Congress start using their oversight authority to hold this administration accountable for self-dealing. There is a lot we could do. We have to remember, when people shrug at the president's conflicts, it's not because they don't care. It's not because they think it's okay. It's because they know that money is already causing a deep rot in Washington. And that is why it is time for systemic change. We can start that change with the way that political campaigns are financed, and we can build on the foundation of many American cities and states that have established publicly funded elections. Get the money out. Yeah, but we need to do more. That's not enough by itself. Regulatory process must be reformed so that giant companies cannot bury public servants in an avalanche of nonsense and stand in the way of progress every time the government tries to act in the public interest. It is time to slow down the revolving door between corporations and the companies that pay employees barely described bribes to take public jobs. And we need to fight for a Supreme Court that will reverse its terrible Citizens United mistake. And let me add to that one. And while we're working on the Supreme Court, we must also build the movement across this country to pass a constitutional amendment that will allow us to shut off the spigot of cash that is drowning our government. We need that kind of change. Look, I get it. There's more we could do, but I'll tell you what, that's a good start in taking down the government for sale sign that hangs over Washington, D.C. Reducing the influence of concentrated money will not be enough to fix our political system. If we want accountable government, we also need to reduce the influence of concentrated power. Now, before I was a senator, I was a law professor. I taught contracts, I taught business transactions, I taught bankruptcy. So it shouldn't surprise anyone here that I believe that strong, healthy markets are the key to a strong, healthy America. But today, markets are struggling. In every corner of our economy, competition is increasingly choked off. Airlines, banking, healthcare, pharma, agriculture, telecom, tech, in industry after industry, a handful of giant corporations control more and more and compete less and less. Massive consolidation means less competition, which means prices go up, quality goes down, and many people's jobs are eliminated. Massive consolidation means that the big guys can lock out smaller, newer competitors. It means the big guys can crush innovation.
All right, we're going to cut out of this. We're going to tape playback Trump and Erdogan at the White House.
It is a great honor to have President Erdogan from Turkey here. We're going to have long and hard discussions. I know that they will be very successful. We've had a great relationship, and we will make it even better. So we look forward to having very, very strong and solid discussions. We'll be having lunch in a little while, and we'll actually be making a statement right after this in the Roosevelt Room. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Thank you.
You guys can put out.
Here we go, guys. Thank you. Done.
As you can see, the press was allowed inside very briefly to get a quick shot of the President of the United States and the President of Turkey meeting in that Oval Office. That was tape playback coming in from the White House. Speaking of the White House, there is a live look at the feed coming in. We are waiting for the President of Turkey and the President of Trump to speak live at the White House and issue statements. That's coming up in just a second. Stay tuned.
Foreign power, and especially not Russia, gets to launch an
Hey, Jim, it's Kevin. So you guys have the old stuff, okay? Okay, all right. All right, here's what we're decision might be right here. I'm not sure what the outside. Just be aware of it. Great. Okay, next
Yeah, that honestly, if I I know, those are the worst nights, like, you're just
2-minute warning.
It's a lot of press. Very lot of press. I'm shocked. It is a great pleasure to welcome President Erdogan for his first visit to the White House in years. The American and Turkish peoples have been friends and allies for many, many decades. Turkey was a pillar in the Cold War against communism. It was a bastion against Soviet expansion, and Turkish courage in war is legendary. That is so true. Turkish soldiers fought bravely alongside of American soldiers in the Korean War, and we haven't forgotten what they did. In some ways, when we looked at their great bravery in the fight of Korea and in Korea, it was just something that our soldiers and our great generals still remember. Supreme Commander General Douglas MacArthur singled out and praised the exemplary valor of the Turkish soldier, said some of the great soldiers of the world. Today we face a new enemy in the fight against terrorism, and again we seek to face this threat together. The Turkish people have faced horrible terrorist attacks in recent years and even recently. We offer our compassion to the victims, and we offer our support to the Turkish nation. We support Turkey in the first fight against terror and terror groups like ISIS and the PKK and ensure they have no safe quarter, the terror groups. We also appreciate Turkey's leadership in seeking an end to the horrific killing in Syria. The Syrian civil war shocks the conscience of the whole world, and all you have to do is look on the front page of the papers today and you'll see exactly what we're talking about. We also support any effort that can be used to reduce the violence in Syria and create the conditions for a peaceful resolution. President Erdogan and I are also discussing the need to reinvigorate our trade and commercial ties. These are areas where we can build a relationship that will benefit both of our countries. Military equipment was ordered by Turkey and the president, and we've made sure that it gets there quickly. I look forward to working together with President Erdogan on achieving peace and security in the Middle East, on confronting the shared threats, and on working toward a future of dignity and safety for all of our people. Mr. President, thank you for visiting our country and joining us today at the White House. It is a great honor to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sayın Başkan, değerli dostum, değerli basın mensupları, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Mr. President, my dear friend, distinguished members of the press, at the onset I'd like to wholeheartedly salute you all.
Öncelikle Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı Sayın Trump'a ve ekibine şahsım ve heyetime gösterdikleri ilgiden dolayı şahsım, milletim adına şükranlarımı ifade ediyorum.
And I would like to take this August opportunity to thank President Trump and his team for the generous hospitality they have shown us upon arrival, not only to my personal self, but to the entire members of my delegation on behalf of the entire Turkish nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bir kez daha huzurlarınızda Sayın Trump'ı seçimlerde elde ettiği tarihi zafer için kutluyorum.
And once again, in your presence, I would like to congratulate President Trump for the legendary triumph that he has garnered in the aftermath of the elections.
Sayın Başkan'la az önce ikili bir görüşme gerçekleştirdik.
Quite recently, we've had bilateral discussions with President Trump.
Köklü geçmişe dayanan ve stratejik ortaklık düzeyine erişmiş olan Türkiye-Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ilişkilerinin mevcut durumunu ele aldık.
And we've had the opportunity to focus on the outstanding relations between Turkey and the United States that date back a long time in history, which are very well rooted and which are quite happily reached a level of strategic partnership.
Türkiye ile Amerika arasındaki bağlar demokratik değerler ve müşterek menfaatler temelinde gelişmiştir.
The relations between Turkey and the United States have been erected upon common democratic values and common interests.
Aramızdaki ilişkileri güçlü tutmamız, karşılıklı çıkarlarımız yanında küresel barış ve istikrar için de önemlidir.
Keeping our outstanding relations stronger than ever will be very important, not only for our common interests, but also stability of the globe and peace around the world.
Bölgemizin içinden geçtiği bu çalkantılı dönemde özellikle de iki ülkenin göstereceği yakın işbirliği her zamankinden çok daha büyük önem kazanmıştır.
The close cooperation that the both of the countries shall demonstrate, especially in the region which is currently in turmoil, will be very important for the rest of the world.
Esasen Amerika ile Birleşmiş Milletler, NATO ve G20 gibi kilit kuruluşlar içinde zaten yakın işbirliği içindeyiz.
And primarily we are alongside by each other as Turkey and the United States under the roof of the United Nations, NATO and the G20.
Önümüzdeki süreçte bu platformlar başta olmak üzere her alanda diyalog ve dayanışmamızı daha da artırmanın kararındayız.
We have been enjoying a close cooperation in all of these platforms, in all of these fora around the world, and in the future to come, we are going to focus on making sure that we're going to expand our close cooperation and build on the outstanding dialogue that we enjoy.
Doğrusu ben bu ziyaretimizi bu bakımdan tarihi bir dönüm noktası teşkil edeceğine inanıyorum.
We are determined to expand our relations, and I believe my current official visit to the United States will mark a historical turn of tide.
Gerek ikili görüşmemiz, gerek biraz sonra yapacağımız heyetler arası görüşmenin geleceğimize yönelik çok daha büyük kazanımlar elde edeceğimize fırsat tanıyacağına inanıyorum.
Whether it be throughout our bilateral discussions, whether it be the discussions that we shall have between the delegations, I think we are going to enjoy some further gains in terms of the future of our relations.
Ekonomi, ticaret, yatırım, enerji ve savunma sanayi alanlarında işbirliğimizi artırma konusunda hemfikiriz.
We seem to agree on expanding our relations in the field of economy, trade, reciprocal investments, energy, and defense industry.
DAEŞ başta olmak üzere bölgemizdeki tüm terör örgütlerine karşı müşterek bir dayanışma ortaya koymamız büyük önem ifade etmektedir.
It is going to be very important for us to forge a close solidarity and cooperation in the field of fighting terrorism, primarily with Daesh and all the other terrorist organizations in the region.
Ortak geleceğimizi tehdit eden terör örgütlerine karşı ayrım yapmadan mücadele etmekte kararlıyız.
And we are committed to fighting all forms of terrorism without any discrimination whatsoever that impose a clear and a present threat upon our future.
Bölgemizin geleceğinde terör örgütlerine yer yoktur.
There is no place for the terrorist organizations in the future of our region.
Özellikle YPG, PYD terör örgütünün hangi ülke tarafından olursa olsun muhatap olarak alınması bu konuda küresel düzeyde varılan mutabakata kesinlikle uygun değildir.
Taking YPG and PYD in the region, taking them into consideration in the region will never be accepted, and it is going to be against a global agreement that we have reached.
Aynı şekilde terör örgütlerinin faaliyetlerini bahane ederek bölgenin inanç ve etnik yapısını değiştirmek isteyenlere de izin vermemeliyiz.
And we should never allow those groups to manipulate the religious structure and the ethnic structure of the region, making terrorism as a pretext or an excuse.
Suriye, Irak, Yemen ve Libya'daki kaosu fırsata çevirmek isteyenler eninde sonunda kaybedeceklerdir.
Those who are willing to turn the chaos in Syria, Iraq, Yemen and Libya are bound to lose eventually.
İki müttefikin dayanışma ve yakın işbirliği eli kanlı cinayet şebekelerini bertaraf etmek için kafidir.
They will never be able to turn that chaos in that part of the world into an opportunity, and the terrorist organizations with blood in their hands are bound to fail.
Daha önce de ifade ettiğim gibi Sayın Başkan'a 15 Temmuz darbe girişiminin faili FETÖ terör örgütü konusundaki beklentilerimizi de açıkça ifade edeceğim.
And as I have previously done so, I have been very frankly communicating our expectations with regard to the Fethullahist terrorist organization, which we have notified our friends of their involvement in the failed coup of July the 15th in Turkey.
Suriye ve Irak'ta atabileceğimiz ortak adımları değerlendirdik.
And we have taken into consideration the joint steps that we can take forward in Syria and Iraq.
Tabii Sayın Trump'ın seçim zaferi Türkiye'nin de içinde bulunduğu bölgede yeni beklentilerin doğmasına, umutların filizlenmesine yol açmıştır.
Of course, President Trump's recent election victory has led to the awakening of a new set of aspirations and expectations and hopes in our region.
Biz yeni ABD yönetiminin bu umutları boşa çıkarmayacağına inanıyoruz.
And we know that by the help of the new U.S. administration, these hopes will not be lost in vain.
Bilhassa Suriye rejiminin son kimyasal saldırısı sonrası takınılan kararlı tutumu oldukça yerinde buluyoruz.
And we find that it was the most necessary answer to be given to the Syrian regime, especially in the aftermath of the recent chemical attacks that took place.
Terör örgütleriyle ilkeli ve kararlı mücadele konusunda geçmişte yaşanan hataları telafi edecek adımların devamının geleceğini ümit ediyoruz.
And we know that in terms of keeping up with the principle and committed fight against the terrorist organizations all around the world, we will not repeat the mistakes of the past and we will continue down this path together.
Bölgesel istikrar ve güvenliğin temininde Türkiye, Amerika Birleşik Devletleri işbirliği çok önemlidir.
In the restoration and the establishment of stability and security of the region in question, the alliance and the partnership and cooperation between the United States and Turkey is of vital importance.
Sayın Trump ile istişarelerimizi yoğunlaştırma, işbirliğimizi bundan sonra da kararlı bir şekilde devam ettirmenin inanıyorum ki kararlılığı içindeyiz.
I hope and pray that both of us will be committed to expanding further our cooperation in the future, along with consulting each other more frequently.
Bugün temelleri atılan yeni dönemin ülkelerimiz açısından hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum.
We are laying the foundation of a new era between the two countries in terms of our relations. I hope and pray that this new administration will bring forth auspicious results for the relations.
Sayın Başkan'a nazik daveti ve konukseverliği için teşekkür ediyorum. Kendilerini de en yakın zamanda ailesiyle birlikte ülkemde ağırlamaktan memnuniyet duyacağımı ifade etmek istiyorum.
And I would like to thank President Trump for his very kind and cordial invitation, and I'm looking forward to hosting him in Turkey along with his entire family.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. We're going to go to meetings now. Well, we had a very, very successful meeting with the Foreign Minister of Russia. Our fight is against ISIS. As General McMaster said, I thought he said, and I know he feels, that we had actually a great meeting with the foreign ministers. So we're going to have a lot of great success over the next coming years, and we want to get as many to help fight terrorism as possible. And that's one of the beautiful things that's happening with Turkey. The relationship that we have together will be unbeatable. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. We're going to meetings right now. Thank you.
You can see many members of the press shouting questions, hoping to get a question in with President Trump. President Trump, however, not acknowledging those questions, simply stating that he and the President of Turkey need to go to lunch now following their Oval Office meeting. Again, the President of the United States and the President of Turkey holding that joint statement, issuing joint statements at the White House. That's wrapped up. We're going to take you back now to the Center for American Progress. That conference was underway. Elizabeth Warren speaking earlier. Let's go ahead and listen.
Financial titans. The CEO of ExxonMobil is now the Secretary of State. Goldman Sachs now has enough people in the White House to open a branch office. The Senate is scheduled just this week to vote on a nominee for Associate Attorney General who worked for years at the Chamber of Commerce doing what? Shielding companies from any government accountability. You know, do you get the feeling that if Bernie Madoff weren't in prison, that he'd be in charge of the SEC right now? You know, look at all that and then add to it a Congress that devotes its time and its energy to figuring out how to cut taxes yet again for giant corporations, because apparently paying zero is not enough for some of these giant corporations. You know, even health care bills get perverted into corporate welfare systems, taking health care away from 24 million people in this country to fund tax breaks for a handful of millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. But here's the good news on this one, and there is good news. America has tackled this problem before. More than a century ago, Congress passed antitrust laws to break up the concentration of corporate wealth and power. Teddy Roosevelt earned the title of Trust Buster as he fought back against powerful monopolies that wielded huge influence over our government. And here's the good news: the reformers won. Donald Trump used to talk about the dangers of monopoly, but that talk has pretty much disappeared now that he is President of the United States. It is time for us to do what Teddy Roosevelt did: pick up the antitrust stick again. And sure, the stick has collected some dust, but the laws are still on the books. We can crack down on anti-competitive mergers and existing monopolies. We can push back against giant banks that are crowding out smaller competition. We can pick up tools at the Federal Trade Commission, the Department of Justice, and other agencies to promote healthy and innovative markets throughout this country. We can break up the big banks, and if the president and his team refuse to act, then state attorneys general can step up and use these tools. We can do that. We can do all of that. We just need real leadership and officials with the courage to act. We can make change. So, concentrated money and concentrated power. They influence nearly every decision made in this town. But capture is not complete, at least not yet. And it's not yet complete because for more than 2 centuries, we have slowly and painstakingly built strong institutions in America, institutions intended to ensure that our government will work for everyone. 2 houses of Congress, 3 branches of government, multiple regulatory agencies that are designed to work in the public interest, an independent judiciary, a free press, institutions that help preserve accountable government. Now, don't get me wrong. Like everything else, these institutions have been creaking under the pressures created by a political system drowning in money and strangled by concentrated economic power. Creaking, crumbling, but still standing. Today, President Trump is waging a direct assault on those institutions. First, he turned over the levers of government to the rich and powerful. And then, last week, he made it perfectly clear that he believes that he should be above the law. After he fired FBI Director James Comey, Trump went on national television and told the world that he fired Comey in part because Comey was leading an investigation into ties between the Trump campaign, the Trump administration, and Russia. Trump said top of mind when he fired Comey was, quote, "This Russia thing with Trump." It doesn't get much more brazen than that. It is a basic presumption of our democracy that politicians cannot interfere with law enforcement investigations into their own potential wrongdoing. But President Trump openly admitted to trying to interfere with an ongoing investigation, and he clearly believes there should be no consequences for himself. Trump has tried to set himself above the law before. As a candidate, he attacked a judge overseeing a lawsuit against his fraudulent for-profit college. As president, he attacked the judges who stopped his unconstitutional Muslim ban. When acting Attorney General Sally Yates gathered information about former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn's ties to Russia, Trump fired her. When Preet Bharara, the top federal prosecutor in Manhattan, was reportedly looking into shady stock trades made by one of Trump's cabinet officials, Trump fired Bharara. Each move hacks away at the very foundations of accountability. Now is the time to remind Donald Trump that our government is not a plaything to make him richer or a servant to do his bidding. Now is the time to remind him our intelligence secrets are not gossip and that his personal desire to impress his Russian buddies does not outweigh the safety, security, and lives of Americans and our allies. Now is the time to remind him that in this country, no one is above the law, including the President of the United States. It is time to resist. It is time to fight back, and it is time to be clear about what we believe in. We believe that no foreign power, and especially not Russia, gets to launch an assault on our democracy without any investigation or any consequences, and we're ready to fight for it. We believe in equal justice under law, and we're ready to fight for it. We believe in an economy that doesn't just work for the super rich, but an economy that works for everyone, consumers, small businesses, and workers, and we are ready to fight for it. We believe in accountable government, a government that works not just for those at the top, but for every single one of us, and we are willing to fight for it. I have news for Donald Trump. No matter how much he might admire Vladimir Putin's Russia, here in America, we will never accept autocracy. Here in America, we will embrace and defend democracy. And we do that by demanding that everyone in our government is accountable, even the President of the United States. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You bet. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so I know that you have to get to an important caucus lunch where I'm sure nothing will be discussed of importance. So we want to but we do want to take a few questions. So I'm having a hard time seeing whether people have. Oh, there's one question right there. There's a mic right behind you.
My name is.
It's
my
on.
name is Seema Chaturvedi.
Let's see more.
Thank you so much for your leadership. And it's a question that I've been grappling with, and your passion is so palpable. When do we call a spade and call explicitly obstruction of justice?
So I think that we start by putting in place the tools for an investigation. I have called for a special prosecutor. Many of my colleagues have called for a special prosecutor. There are people around the country. And why? Because we want someone who's going to investigate the ties between Russia, the Trump campaign, and Donald Trump himself, who cannot be fired by Donald Trump. That seems like a good start. Someone who is independent, who will run a transparent investigation, who has the right authority to run it, and who also has the resources to run it. I think this is a first start for where we need to be, and we need to push our colleagues hard on this, and begin with an investigation. It doesn't mean it is the end point. It means we start by making sure that we have documented the facts, and I want to be clear on this point, in a nonpartisan way. This is not a point of Democrats versus Republicans. Every American should care about the integrity of our democratic process. Democrat, Republican, independent, libertarian, vegetarian. Everyone should care. And that's how I think we have to do this. We have to get someone independent to do the investigation, and then we see where it takes us. If there's nothing there, so be it. If there is criminal activity there, then we're ready for the next step. But I think that's the best way for us to do it and keep this country all moving in the same direction, because that's what it's going to take. I don't want this to be a partisan issue.
Questions? Any more questions? Right over there. Mike is coming.
I'm Smita Siddhanti. Thanks for your leadership and awesome thoughts. But I wanted to know, this campaign finance reform has been a major issue for a while, and we've tried very hard to fight it. And you did give different alternatives today. Is it anything different that we've been thinking and making efforts on that we actually can make happen?
So I want to make 2 points on campaign finance reform. The first one is that we just got to get a lot of people around this country energized behind this one. Americans get it. Americans are appalled by what we're doing in Washington. If we can get the democratic process up and running, if we get the grassroots really engaged, this is an issue on which People all across the political spectrum say there is a terrible problem in Washington and it needs to be fixed. So this is one of those that I think is much less about my trying to knock on doors around the United States Senate and much more about being out talking to people all across this country and building the kinds of connections that I know CAP supports and others are supporting to try to put wind in our sails as we go forward. That's number one. But I want to make a second point, and that is campaign finance reform is not enough. The power of money in Washington is something we've just got to face head on. And it's not just in the campaigns. Look what happens on the lobbying side. Look what happens in every regulatory agency in this town. There's always someone there to make in every decision that has to be made, in every informational session, in every single time they open the doors to these agencies. There's someone there who is paid to be there to take the point of view of the giant industry and say, oh, you got to watch out for them. You got to make sure when you're writing this, couldn't we get another little word in here or just a little piece or a thing over there? And that's what happens. You end up with a special this and an extra that and a piece of this. And you do that 1 year, and then you do it the next year, and then the next year, and then the next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. And it tilts the system enormously. We have a problem of bought and paid for experts in this town. People who show up in front of Congress, and more to the point, who show up in their equivalent of their lab coats every night on the news, every morning on the news. And what are they doing? They're spouting the position they've been paid to take. Washington, the whole place, is influenced by money. And one of the things that we have to talk about and have a serious conversation about is not just campaign finance reform. It's how we build a democracy so we're getting ground up. People from the grassroots, how their voices are being heard in Washington. And I think that's going to be a hard task, but I'll say one more time. I think there are a lot of people in the grassroots who want to make that happen. And if we seize this moment, we could fundamentally return democracy to the people. That's why I'm a happy warrior. You bet. You bet. We have one more? Nope, that's it. All right. It's good to see you, dear.
It's an important meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Take care.
All right, that was Elizabeth Warren speaking at the Center for American Progress, that event going on right now. Looks like we have a live feed from that event now, an updated feed. This is a live feed from the Center for American Progress.
Please welcome to the stage Tom Steyer and John Podesta.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is my mic working? Yeah, it's now working. So we're here to talk about a lot of things, but we're going to spend some time talking about climate change. And I would just note at the beginning that as evidence of catastrophic climate change continues to pile up, with 2016 the hottest on record, with costs of extreme weather events continuing to soar, with sea level rise continuing to grow, with humanitarian crises and climate exacerbated security events from the Middle East to the Horn of Africa to Nigeria, front and center in America's newspapers even, finally looking at what's going on. Donald Trump has reacted by appointing a climate denier to run the EPA, by trying to dismantle and tear down the Clean Power Plan. He's proposed a budget that decimates science. He's on a rampage, really, against the environment. But I think you would agree with me, Tom. I'm going to ask you this at the outset, that not all is lost, that there's still tremendous leadership coming from citizens, from business community, from mayors and governors across the country. So we're honored to have you here today, because after a super successful business career, Tom decided that he wanted to spend his time not just fighting to tackle climate change, but fighting for social justice. And I used to talk to Tom on the phone, he in California, me back on the East Coast, and he'd begin every conversation by saying, John, it's worse than you think. It's really worse than you think. And then he'd give me the latest scientific evidence or something that's happened or some gigantic piece of ice that fell off the coast of Greenland or the Antarctic. Now I start every conversation when he's on the West Coast and I'm on the East Coast talking about Donald Trump. And he says, John, it's worse than you think. It's really worse than you think. And I think, well, maybe not so much, Tom. So let me start, though, on the climate question. And with really a broad question, how do you assess where we are today? Can the planet survive 4 years of this kind of policy coming from Donald Trump and his administration?
So before I start, I think we should have a round of applause for what John Podesta has done and what he continues to do. Seriously. When we think about the task ahead, I like to break it down into 3 parts. We have to clean up our electricity system, we have to electrify everything, and we have to dramatically increase our energy efficiency. So when we ask about where we are as a country, and I'll get to the larger question about the globe, but when we are as a country, if you think about clean up our electricity system, that's predominantly done in the states. So we can have a lot of progress over the next 4 years, state by state, including in red states, and we've had progress since November 8 in 4 red states. We can do a major push in terms of cleaner electricity. Secondly, electrify everything. When you think about what's the largest source of greenhouse gases in the United States, now it's transportation. So when you think about what we have to do, we clearly have to electrify our transportation system. Now, if we don't do the first system, if you plug in your electric vehicle into a plug that is powered by a coal power plant, it's better to keep your internal combustion car. So you do have to do the first step. But the second step is we need to electrify everything. And that is something where the federal government actually has a big say, because if you think they're already saying they're going to review the CAFE standards, if they roll back what the Obama administration put in place for 2025, then what California and 13 other states have already agreed to do would then be a question of how do they undo that. We have a waiver coming from the Clean Power Plan, from the Clean Air Act. And so what the federal government does to attack the electrification and the increasing energy efficiency of the transportation sector is critical. And then lastly, energy efficiency is something which argues for itself in terms of costs, but where the federal government can put in place policies to make things happen sooner. So where are we? I would say the American people are behind us. If you look at all of the polling data, American business establishment is behind us, with the exception of the fossil fuel companies. And the engineering data, our ability to actually save money by moving to cleaner sources of energy, is also behind us. The question is not, are we moving to this? The question is the pace at which we're moving to it, the pace at which the rest of the world is moving to it. So from my standpoint, I view this as much more urgent than is generally thought, partially because of what John started by teasing me about. That if you actually listen to the scientists, they keep saying, we said it would be 2040, and now we're saying it's going to be 2025. That we are, compressing the time we have to act. So from my standpoint, the political question here about winning becomes infinitely more important because we have to win now.
I want to come back to the kind of broader role of climate change, energy transformation, job creation from clean energy as part of the progressive message. But let me stick with one thing you said. You said business voices are still on the side of change in support of this energy transformation. Not all businesses are on that side, no longer just the coal companies in the oil industry. The auto companies are aggressively, who had supported the CAFE standards after Trump's election, are in trying to roll them back. What do you think is the prospect of having the rest of industry that has been more positive about trying to take aggressive action becoming something of a counterweight to the special interests that want to see the rollbacks on the regulatory side?
Well, I do want to address the automakers, but let's first answer your question, which is, I think that we cannot count on American business to lead a political revolution. I think it is in their interest. I think they're supportive of it, but I think they're also dependent on having an amicable relationship with the federal government. And I think that they are very nervous about picking a fight with a vengeful president. And so I think it is unrealistic to think that they're going to be at the front arguing and pushing and making trouble.
They fear his Twitter account more.
They absolutely do. So I think the fact of the matter is they're on our side, but we can't count on them to be leaders, and I think it's unrealistic to do so. I think when you look at the American automakers, they're clearly making the same mistake that they made before they went bankrupt last time, which is if you look at the margins they make on an SUV, they are gigantic. They'd love to sell those cars. And if you look at what they're doing in terms of electric vehicles, that's a business that's growing, but where they're not making any bottom line money. So the fact of the matter is, you read Tesla is more valuable in the market than either GM or Ford. The market is telling us where the future is going to be, but within the companies, the people who have the power, the people who make the cash money, the people who get to make the decisions are still looking backwards and saying we make our money on internal combustion engines. As long as we keep miles per gallon lower, we get to sell bigger cars with bigger margins. Let's push for that. It's a terribly short-sighted decision, but it looks like that's where they're going.
Okay. Let's come to the broader progressive argument. You said we got to win now. We don't have time to waste. You have tried to really build a broader coalition. Talk about how you see the effort of blending essentially environmental politics into broader movement politics.
Well, probably 10 years ago, we were under the impression that progressive energy policies would be supported on a bipartisan basis on behalf of the broader interests of the United States of America and its citizens. And I think we spent a number of years and built a number of efforts around that idea. And at this point, if you look, in fact, the administration, the congressional Republicans have gone backwards from where they were when we started. So when we think about how change is actually going to come, we think about it in terms of, we think about it in terms of energy, but we also think about it in terms of creating jobs that pay a decent wage that families can live on. We think about cleaner air and a healthier America. And we think about an inclusive America that recognizes every single citizen. And so when we think about that, we think we're going to win every one of those ones. Every policy area that's been brought up today, we think a progressive coalition will do that, and otherwise it's not happening. And that includes energy and climate. So when we think about what we're doing, we are absolutely committed to immigrant rights. We are absolutely committed on every one of those. We are strong believers in organized labor, and it's absolutely essential part of the American system. We think we win everything together or lose everything together. So when we talk about where we're going from here, we think we stick together and win, period, or we lose. And we lose everything across the board. And the difference, John, which I hate saying this, I completely agree that American voters, American citizens are much more alike than they get credit for. But in terms of us having what I would think of as an honest counterparty in terms of elected officials in the Republican Party, I don't believe we have one. I don't believe that there's a common ground. I think that the only thing we can do is put our heads down and win, period.
Great. Thank you. Look, you've had success in building that broad coalition in California. You've had some fights with at least some of the building trade unions in the rest of America. How do you assess now the relationship between what you're trying to do in terms of building out clean energy infrastructure with particularly where the building trade unions are?
So let me start with the coalition in California, and then let me address the trades. The coalition we have, which we started 10 years ago, is different from the ones that people think about environment. First of all, I think it's incumbent on me to say, which I have said a lot and probably to people in this room, that people who are commonly thought to be environmentally focused are not necessarily the people you think they are. So the number one ethnicity in the United States that cares about energy, climate, the environment is Latinos. Number 2 group is African Americans. Number 3 group is Asian Americans. So every coalition we have is built around the idea that it goes to every single part of society. Secondly, we have always had organized labor as an absolutely essential and strong partner. That part of what we're talking about that is inseparable from everything we do is that we will create good paying jobs and distribute them through the communities. And the third thing is we believe we can get the Chamber of Commerce. In California, we've always had more than half the chambers with us. We've always had business with us, and we've always made it clear that what we will do will build business and will build good paying jobs. When we think, if you think about the 3 things I said that we had to do, which was clean up the electricity system, electrify everything, and double energy efficiency, that is millions of jobs. That is going into every commercial building in the United States of America with equipment and making it happen. That is redoing the grid. We are going to rebuild the United States of America, period. That is going to happen. We have got to start understanding that we have to do that, and that is a gigantic work project. The people from the trades, that's their bailiwick, that's their livelihood, and that's what they are absolutely committed to for their members. The difference that we had with the trades is they know we're going to rebuild the United States of America, but they think that a lot of it is going to be in fossil fuel infrastructure. And the reason they think that is we've been doing that for the last 50 years. There are a ton of pipelines that have to be built or rebuilt if we go that way. There are a ton of energy-related tasks that go to their unions, and they are absolutely committed to the jobs for unions. What we're saying is, look, it's not that we're going to build the Dakota Access Pipeline or nothing. We're going to build something smarter and better. Those jobs are going to be created. And by the way, we're going to make sure that those are organized jobs. So when I talk about it, when I say to them, I'm like, look, our organization supported local measures and props in California last year that will create 500,000 union jobs. We are 100% committed to rebuilding the US because we have to do it. And by the way, that is the way we're going to get people decent wages and benefits. So I love what they're fighting for, but what they want to build, I think, is a mistake. And within 5 years from now, when we look back and see how many tens of billions of dollars we spent on fossil fuel infrastructure, that is an absolute waste of money. You know, as a 35-year investor, I can tell you, making an investment is not smart. Making a smart investment is smart. Making a dumb investment is a big, fat mistake.
And dumb.
And dumb.
Join me in thanking Tom Steyer and for all of his leadership.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Whether we're fighting to protect our planet or fighting for equity and immigration, criminal justice, healthcare, LGBT equality, the economy, or political representation, today's fight is a constant one. With each panel, each keynote, each conversation, we are reminded that the resistance is fueled by persistence. Our next panel will highlight the many faces and voices of the resistance, some new and others who have been working tirelessly for years to improve lives. Before we get to this dynamic conversation with Leah Greenberg, DeRay McKesson, Marcos Malitsas, and Astrid Silva, please take a look at what democracy looks like. Please take a look at America Uprising, a new series about today's protest movements from Divided Films.
This is what democracy they can only win by dividing America.
No to the ban on refugees and asylum seekers. No! And we say no to fear and hate.
People were just invigorated by the idea that we not just resist, but to actually revive our culture through resistance.
We're going to stay the course. We're going to continue to make our voices heard.
When you say that you're pro-healthcare, that doesn't sound right when you vote on bills such as these.
From this chaos and this darkness, we can create something that is going to be wonderful for all of us.
Please welcome to the stage Leah Greenberg, DeRay McKesson, Marcos Mulitsas, Astrid Silva, and Igor Volsky.
Good afternoon, everyone. Who's ready to resist? They're ready. My name is Igor Volsky. I'm the Deputy Director of the Center for American Progress Action Fund. After the election, our work really changed. We began developing tools for people to use to defeat Trump Care, to oppose almost every Trump initiative, and thought a lot about how to channel all of the great energy that we saw in the aftermath of the election into tangible action, into tangible change. And so I'm just so proud to have this amazing panel here with me. I'm going to introduce them. We're going to get into a conversation about what has worked in this new resistance movement, how we sustain the energy and the resistance over the long haul, how we translate that into real political power, and then we'll have some time for questions. So immediately to my right is Marcos Mulitsas. He's the founder and publisher of Daily Cost, the largest liberal online community in the United States, reaching up to 20 million unique visitors per month. His new book, The Resistance Handbook, 45 Ways to Fight Trump, will be out next month. Next to him is Leah Greenberg. She's the co-founder of Indivisible, an organization that is at the front lines of fueling a progressive grassroots network to defeat the Trump agenda. Over 5,900, and I looked on the website yesterday to make sure, local groups, because it's growing every day, with at least 2 in every congressional district, are using the Indivisible Guide to hold their members of Congress accountable. In 2007, Leah caught a lucky break by interning at the Center for American Progress with Igor Volsky.
That's nepotism.
So nice of you to put this on your official bio. Astrid Silva is an immigration activist and dreamer who delivered the Spanish response to Donald Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. She's the co-founder of Dream Big Vegas, a community-based organization in Nevada that focuses on educating the community on the importance of supporting undocumented youth and their family. And then last but certainly not least is DeRay McKesson. He's a civil rights activist, organizer, educator, and the co-founder of Campaign Zero, the Resistance Manual, and the podcast Pod Save the People, which you should all subscribe to on iTunes. Leave a review as well. Spurred by the death of Mike Brown and the subsequent protests in Ferguson, Missouri, DeRay has worked to connect individuals with knowledge and tools and provide citizens and policymakers with common sense policies to ensure equity and justice. Please welcome this wonderful panel. So, Leah, I want to start with you, as a former colleague of mine, to talk about Indivisible really being on the front lines of this new resistance, of this new energy. Can you give us a sense of what tools, what tactics have really worked in, I think, ensuring that this president, doesn't have too many good days in office?
Absolutely. Is my mic on? Can you hear me? All right.
thank you all for the chance to be here. I think what we found, no.
She's number 4.
All right, is that better?
There, yeah.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. So I think what we found in the days since the election, what's worked is decentralization. What's worked is asking people to take on more than they were necessarily comfortable with. And what's worked is talking to people about sort of the strategy and about building power and how you do it, and having faith in them to sort of start to figure out how they put those pieces together on a local level themselves. So when we wrote the Indivisible Guide back in November, we had sort of a really simple theory, which was that a lot of people were already organizing. We had pulled together friends right after the election in our living room, and we had said, you know, we don't know what we're going to do, but we got to do something. And it had become clear to us that that was like not an isolated thing. Can I just ask, actually, how many people got together with colleagues or friends or neighbors immediately after the election and you had one of those meetings? Right. And I've asked that question in a lot of different rooms and with a lot of different people and get really similar replies. People were already starting to organize themselves and they were looking for ways to do it. And I think what we found was people were, they were looking to do more than make a call. They were looking to take ownership of something that they could really feel invested in reacting to what they perceived as a really extraordinary result of the election.
Marcos refers to himself as the granddaddy of the resistance. So
geriatric.
So let me ask you, you've been at this with Daily Kos for a long, long time.
Daily Kos.
Daily Kos, I'm so sorry, Daily Kos. What do you make of this new energy? And is your sense that it's moving in the right direction in terms of ensuring that it's a sustainable movement for years to come?
Yeah, there's a couple of factors I think that make this super exciting in a way that past movements. I came out of the Dean campaign, and the Dean campaign looked a lot like the Bernie Sanders one, like very white, very male, and realized very early on that a movement cannot sustain itself in progressive politics if that's who was represented. And for years and years afterwards, Daily Kos sort of kind of reflected that. And I'm Latino. My name doesn't give it away, but soy Latino. And I sort of tamped that down. There was sort of like, I was like, I'm going to be mainstream Kos. And from the beginning, we were focused on elections, and we were focused on trying to generate grassroots excitement over things like state legislative races, and nobody gave a shit. Because they wanted to argue about whether Obama was good enough or not, and whether the healthcare law was good or not, and whether Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton. And it was all these stupid arguments while the grassroots was burning. That's exactly what happened. So systematically, Republicans, being Republicans and very, very organized and smart, did what they did, and they took over elected office from the bottom up, to the point where we got to last year, where a idiot buffoon with no campaign beat our candidate. Probably would have been the smartest president in American history. And so this new movement that sort of emerged is exciting to me for a couple of reasons. One, unlike most past movements, it is almost entirely electorally focused, which is critical. I mean, their sister district has hundreds of chapters, and they're focused on state legislative races. I mean, I could never get anybody excited about state legislative races, but there they are, organizing, swing left on House races. So Indivisible doing just all of the above and more. And furthermore, beyond that, though, is the fact that this is the future of America right here. The Center for American Progress did not have to go out of its way to find diversity for this panel. And you know, one little fact, before the election, Daily Kos readership was about 65 male, 35% female. And almost my entire editorial team is women. So it wasn't that there was a lack of female voices. It was, for whatever reason, I don't know why, those voices, people did not come. The day after the Women's March, it was 50-50, literally overnight. So you have a movement that's really built on communities of color and women, and now you have a movement that is being led by communities of color and women. And so this is the future of the country, and this movement, that's why I think it has lasting power, because it looks like the Democratic Party, it looks like America, and it is focused on the important things, which is you do not get to wield power unless you win elections.
DeRay, you ran for office. Talk about a bit about that experience, but also your move into advocacy, into part of this larger resistance movement, and where you see it going.
Yeah, I think that so much has changed since we were in the street in Ferguson 3 years ago. People forget that it was illegal to stand still in St. Louis in August, September, and October 2014. That if you stood still for more than 5 seconds, we were arrested immediately. It was nuts. And when I say that because it's interesting that protest is now something that is like the most American thing that you can do, right? People are like, everybody should protest. And we're like, when we were protesting, it was not this thing that everybody should do. But what is really powerful is that when we think about protest, we think about it as this idea of telling the truth in public, that we use our bodies to tell the truth that Mike should be alive and Rakia and so many people, that we disrupted board meetings and commissions to tell the truth that they weren't using their institutional power in ways that benefit the lives of people of color. And we also know that protest is not the answer, but it creates space for the answer. And that's what we've seen happen all across the country. It's been incredible to see groups like the Indivisible sort of come in this moment and like create space for so many people to organize in ways that they didn't think they could do. And I think that is incredible. We've also seen the power of social media, right? So before, as people of color and minorities, we've often faced these issues of erasure. And erasure mainly comes up in two ways. One, either the story is never told or it's told by everybody but us. And in this moment, we became the unerased. Like everybody became able to be their own storytellers, and they were no longer gatekeepers. Again, I remember talking to the Indivisible right when they started, and it was like they could just put something online and millions of people could look at it, and like that didn't exist before. I think about when we were in the street in Ferguson in those early days, it's like most of you knew us because of Twitter or because of Facebook. It wasn't because of the news. If you saw us on the news, we were like the worst people in America, but if you saw us online, you saw the truth about what was happening. When I think about running for office, the people that did Bernie's fundraising did mine, and we raised, a lot of money very quickly. And one of the key lessons there was there's a lot more left to disrupt in this space, that the people who are like bread and butter, that they know all the answers, don't actually know all the answers. And if people knew the answers, we wouldn't be in this spot right now where like this guy's the president who knew nothing, right? The last thing that I'll say is that I am worried about the left in some ways, that we've been seduced to believe that the best idea always wins. And what we know to be true is that the idea that is beat into people's head, that's the idea that wins. The idea that people can repeat at the dinner table is the idea that wins. And sometimes we forget that we are normally right about so many of the issues, but being right is actually not enough. And when I think about being in communities and talking about the police or safety, it's like we're not against the police, right? What we've always said in the movement is that we're pro-safety, right? We want communities to be safe. And if I ask you where you feel the most safe, it's probably not in a room full of police. It's probably in a room where people care about you and love you. Like that's how we've started to talk about this issue, because that's what people understand at the dinner table, that there's a wonkier way to talk about it, but that doesn't translate all the time. And that we can't be seduced to believe that the best idea is the idea that will always win.
Astrid, for me, one of the most inspiring pieces of advocacy, of activism, was of course the Dreamer movement that we saw. And I really have the strong sense that in some ways it's laid the groundwork for a lot of the great resistance movement that we see in this era of Trump. Can you talk about how that movement inspired this resistance, what this current resistance can learn from the Dreamer movement and everything it's been able to accomplish?
I think for me, one of the things, can you guys hear me? No? Hello? No? No. Hello?
Too close.
Too far?
Try.
Yep. I think for me, one of the most important things has been that. I think seeing everybody wake up on November 9th and say, we have to start resisting. This is something that my community, my family, has been doing since the day we set foot in the United States. We've been resisting being deported. We've been resisting being labeled, all these things. And as you mentioned, all these labels is what is being heard at dinner tables. That undocumented immigrants are rapists, that we do all these horrible things. And so for me, laying the groundwork has been that. It has been that our families have really demonstrated that, we can't vote. I wish we could do civil disobedience, and many have done it and risked it with very big sacrifice. And yet, we've been able to get, we're not out of the woods. We're still living in fear, but we've been able to take control of our stories. We've been able to become the people that are defending ourselves with our allies. I came of awareness of political movements in 2009. And I know that many people had been working on it far longer than I had, but in 2009 is when I really understood that for me, that was a time for me to get active, and that was because of Senator Reid in Nevada. And, he was a politician who took a risk. He backed undocumented immigrants when people were telling him, don't do it, it's not good polling, you're gonna lose. And I think to me that really stuck with me, because it's like, if you're willing to fight for yourself, we have to make sure our allies are there and that they're willing to fight for themselves. And right now, that's what we need to make sure we're doing. We need to make sure, it's great to have 50,000 people marching, but if 10,000 show up for a municipal election, what are we doing? Where are we messing up?
Well, Marcos, let me ask you right along those lines. As we move forward, as the resistance move forward, what are some of the pitfalls, as Astrid describes, for instance, not voting, not translating that energy into the voting booth, but what else should we be aware of to ensure we don't fall into traps that don't keep this movement sustainable?
So, before I get to that, I actually want to sort of reinforce a kind of a theme that we had here is, if you're a white male Christian liberal, right now you're feeling pretty angsty, right? It's, oh shit, Donald Trump is president and it's horrible. That's how we've all felt, always. And this is something that I think needs to be acknowledged, because there's a changing of the guard, and this kind of leads into, in progressive leadership, to one where women and marginalized communities are centered. Doesn't mean they're part of the party anymore. They're leading it. And there is some resistance amongst some corners of that. And you see it in things like people saying, well, we need to reach out to working class people. Because, none of us know any working class people in our communities. And so there's code, right? It's not just Republicans talking in that kind of code. So I think that's going to be one of the key issues that we need to sort of resolve and get past, is that there is going to be a changing of the guard in who leads the party. And it's good, because the party is going to look like America, and we're going to be better positioned for the future. And the second one, Leah and I had dinner yesterday, and I talked about this, because there's a lot of excitement right now, and people are signing up, and they want to do stuff, and this is great. And in 18 and 20, if all goes well, we're going to have good electoral years, right? Because we have Donald Trump. But once upon a time, we had George Bush, right? And we won big in 2006 and 2008 because of George Bush. And then Obama won, and the day after, it was all about how pure Obama was in fighting, and we had sort of that grassroots burning thing, and our energy dissipated and it sort of withered away. And so to me, I'm actually less worried about 18 and 20. I mean, I'm worried in the sense that I'm working hard towards it, but I'm less worried about the future of the movement in the next 4 years than I am about what happens in 2022, when we're all arguing about how progressive our next president is and our next Congress is. And so it's going to be a challenge. One of the I think strategic mistakes that the Obama campaign did is to let Organizing for America wither away. And so one of the challenges is we're outside of the party, so I think we have more control over that, is to make sure we continue to educate our people that this is a long-term movement. We're not fighting to defeat Donald Trump. That's just a sort of a way stop in this broader movement, because Republicans didn't stop organizing when Obama was president, and they're never going to stop organizing. And we have to have that mentality of perpetual engagement that never ends, and it's exhausting, and it's kind of almost frustrating to think about that. But if they don't give up, we cannot give up. And so I'm less worried about, like I said, the next 4 years than I am about what happens afterwards.
Leah, can you give us a sense of the advocates, the new activists that your group works with? What drives them? What motivates them? Who are these people?
Great question. It's working again. Okay. Yeah, I would say that we're seeing a real range of different stories coming together. I think the most common story that I hear is a woman who she voted before, but she may not have ever been politically involved before, and after November had a reaction. I think I've heard a couple of different versions of this, but the one that seems to resonate with the most folks is that the reaction that people had was sort of a sense of betrayal, that a lot of people who were activated right after November had faith in some element of American institutions to protect them from an outcome like this. It was, whether it was the media or elites or the parties or just generally the leaders that they trusted, they didn't expect that American society could deliver an outcome like this. And I think that goes to a little bit the demographics of the folks who were already resisting before, because people who already had good reason to not have faith in the institutions of society had a different reaction November 9th.
DeRay, it feels to me like that's really part of the tension of the resistance, that we live in an era where people don't trust their institutions, yet we're asking people to call their member of Congress to change an outcome of a piece of legislation. How do we balance those seemingly conflicting ideas?
Yeah, it's a real tension, and I'll say, people have talked about it a little bit, is that there's some people who think that the history of injustice began with the Muslim ban, right? And it's like, if you think that was the beginning, then this is like a hard conversation to have. And that is real, though. There are people who are like, wow, America's so crazy. We're like, America's being crazy. So that is like one bucket of it. And then there's a question about like, why participate, right? The last time we went with President Obama around the police, we were in this small room and he's like, DeRay, people should vote. And it's like, President Obama, you shaming people into voting is just not going to be a winning strategy. I agree with you that people should vote, but people should understand voting as one way to build power. Being in the streets is a way to build power, calling a congressperson is a way to build power, voting is a way to build power. This idea that if you vote, the world will be a magically better place, just A, hasn't worked out for people. And B, like, I got tear gassed in the street in many places and I voted my whole life, right? Like, voting wasn't the day that was gonna like save me, right? When I think about Trump, it is, one of the things that I try to be mindful of is that he is the product, not the producer, right? He's like the physical embodiment of an ideology that has been around for a long time. And that part of our work is to make sure that we unpack that so we know exactly what the what is that we're fighting. So with immigration, is it actually about what communities look like? Is it about felons? Or is it about this idea of assimilation? Like, I was in a room and somebody very interestingly was like, I just think that people should assimilate. Like, I think they should speak the language I speak. And that was actually their crux. Like, well, what I kept reading was this idea of like safety and felons, but really it was this idea that everybody should speak English and people that don't speak English should be, and you're like, that is a problem, but me understanding that as a core issue actually helps me think about this better, how I'm gonna respond to it. And then the other thing I'll say around this like product, not the producer, is that we have to get to sort of the root cause of like, what is the actual issue? And one of the interesting things in the movement, sort of, we got in the street in Ferguson a long time ago. Now it feels like a long time ago. It's really just a couple years. And at this point, it's like, how do we make sure that activists have as much information as possible to actually do the good work of imagining what the future looks like, right? That opposition, some of resistance is opposition, but the other half of resistance is deep imagination, right? So I think about things like healthcare. It's like, there are a lot of people in this room who probably can't explain the difference between Medicare and Medicaid, which is not a knock on you. But it's hard to imagine how the system can be better when you just don't understand like fundamental things. And we've been trying to help people understand what are the fundamental things, the building blocks. So when you get into the room or you go to your individual meeting and you push your congressman, that you actually know enough so you can really challenge them about what the future looks like.
Astrid, for me, part of the reason why the resistance has been successful is because you have people organizing within their communities. They're organizing in their school groups, they're organizing in their places of worship. You co-founded a community-based organization. Talk about the role that direct service community organizations play in the resistance in organizing people in this way.
Yeah, and you know, I've never voted Orban tear gas, so you're already winning on me on that one. I think our communities, it's great to be here. It's great to be with so many of you that understand the issues, with so many of you that have been fighting for years. But I think the people who need it the most, the people who need to have these conversations, are the people who thought the Muslim ban was the worst thing that had ever happened in the history of the United States. The people that we're talking to are the people that, are undocumented and have never committed a crime, so they thought, oh wow, like one day I'm gonna be okay because I never did this crime that they say that immigrants do. And so when you talk to your community, that's where it's really at. It's not gonna happen on this mega playing field where we all think, the federal Congress is one day gonna kick in. Unfortunately, it's in our communities, it's in our backyards right now. And I think it always has been, but I think that we've, as an immigrant, I was raised to believe that the United States was the greatest country in the world. That my mom and dad left everything they had ever had and came here with nothing because this was the beacon of hope. This was the place that they wanted to be. And I grew up believing, why would anybody think that anything is wrong with the United States? And it isn't until you get older and you start to realize, wow, this is really what's happening. Or, somebody would tell me on the bus, don't speak Spanish. And you start to think about, well, freedom, and I can't speak Spanish. And so our communities have been dealing with this for so long. And our communities are now getting these tools that they need. Social media is a great platform. It's a way for our community to come together and to say, I thought I was the only undocumented person. I really believed I was the only undocumented person. None of my friends, none of my family are undocumented. And so for me, I was the only person that had ever committed this crime that they talked about on Fox News when I was little, and that they would always show, people jumping borders. And so right now is the moment when we can reach out to people who have never been to one of these events, people who have never been to a rally. And we can't start off at a rally. Some people are terrified to go out there. People see rallies on TV and they see people being tear gassed. They see people, being confronted by the KKK. People are terrified of that. And so we need to make sure that we're giving all these tools, but that we're also helping people. At least for my community, what I've seen the most is people just want to hear that they belong. People just want to be told it's okay to be here. And I think for me, I think I have this great privilege, right? I have this amazing ability to turn to my right and say, hey, do I belong here? And he'd be like, yeah. But they don't have that at home. They don't have somebody saying, hey, you belong here. They have a boss who is telling them, all you contribute is this labor. And so for us, I think the thing that we need the most right now is not only use these tools to come together, but to really have our communities organized. And that's why for me, the most important thing right now is our local community organizations. It's making sure that we're reaching out to them and saying, do you have the tools you need? I every day I wake up and I'm afraid to look at the news. And just the other day I saw that an organization in Washington, and I forgot their name, they were being sued by the state for providing these services to undocumented immigrants because they weren't providing the right paperwork. And it's like, that's what's happening right now. And so for me, that's why it's so important that direct services and organizations that are in the community that actually have their pulse on what's happening, that's where we need to be right now.
I'm going to do one more question down the line, and then we'll open it up. 2 questions from you. Marcos, starting with you, speaking of reaching communities and reaching new voices who are politicized or repulsed by what Trump is doing, how important is it for us to prioritize reaching the blue dots in red states? That is, reaching voices who may not be readers of yours, for instance, who aren't, super politically active or aren't liberals themselves, but could be open to this new resistance.
Yeah, it's not even blue dots. It's actually, we are by far the American majority on the issues. And last year, 97 million Americans did not vote. That could have voted, 97 million. And the bulk of those are our voters, single women, people of color. And whether they're suppressed or they're demoralized or they don't feel they have a stake or whatnot, you just go down the list. These are people that are natural voters who did not vote. So this is why it's so frustrating at times to see certain people within the Democratic Party talk about reaching these working class people who are really trapped in fake news land at this point. Right? They're trapped by the Fox News bubble, and they're not getting out of there. And maybe do we even want them to come out of there without a change in attitudes towards the people that make up our party, right? No grabbing pussies, no bullying, no overt racism and xenophobia, and all those things. And if you needed those people for an electoral majority, you had an argument, but we actually have a large untapped pool of our voters available. And I think that's one of the things I'm hoping that the resistance is doing. I mean, if I was a billionaire, I would throw $100 million into Texas and $100 million into Georgia and do nothing but GOTV, voter registration and turnout, nothing more. And those are blue states. By demographics, those are blue states. And so it pains me to see where some of this money is going. And it pains me to see that we have the resources, we have people with means that aren't investing in those organizations that are on the ground, resource-starved, trying to get people to register to vote. So, what was the question?
Should we be reaching the blue dots?
Oh, yeah. So I was answering it.
Yes.
I was answering it. Whew. So that, I think, and you know, what's amazing is about the resistance is not that 400,000 women march in Washington, D.C., because for the Fox News and the fake news world, they can block that out. It never happened, right? But it's different when you're a town of 80 up in the north, literally the North Pole. Half of the town is out marching. You can't ignore that. And that, to me, is the beauty of this decentralized movement, is that people are in the communities being present and being heard, and it is very difficult for the conservative media to pretend that does not exist when people are in their face telling them how much they hate Trump and his policies and a party that is enabling him.
I would add, from our perspective, we've actually been surprised by the real strength of the indivisible groups of the interest in organizing across the country. We've seen just extraordinary geographic diversity, and in fact, a lot of the strongest groups are in deep red areas. And what we hear from them is they didn't have a venue to come together and to organize and to express their shared principles before, and so it actually really serves something more than a forum for action. It's a community. And I think that also goes to something else that we need to be thinking about, which is that when we look at the right, they invest over the long term in local power and local organizing. They're there for school board elections and everything up, and they're not there just to build the voter turnout operation. They're there all year, every year, and that's something that the left, just hasn't been able to do in the same way. And so, part of I think what we have to do is figure out how we build the best possible operation for 2018, but how we start by doing that by providing the local services and the local capacity that people know who you are when you come around to ask them to vote.
And that's exactly it. I'm from Nevada. Nevada is two big blue dots and a lot of red. And when you think about it, that's what it is. It's these small communities that said, well, we live out in the middle of nowhere, and there's 12 Democrats, and we get together, at Patsy's house. Because that's the only place where they feel safe expressing their ideas and saying, they're Democrats. I think one of the most terrifying parts for me was one time driving from Las Vegas to Reno, and we pulled over at a gas station, and it's this car full of people of color. We were driving up there and seeing a sticker that I'd never seen that had a noose on it and a picture of President Obama. And I'm just thinking, I've never seen that before. And I know people have, but I hadn't until that moment. And then I met somebody from that same town that said, I'm a Democrat. I voted Democrat since however long ago. And right now is those moments when they want to get together. They found other Democrats, whether it be because, they had a blue shirt the day after the election or they were crying after the election, but they found each other. And we have to start in those small offices. We have to get the school board. We have to get the city council, because that's how it's going to build up. And I think as Democrats, we've been focusing a lot on the big picture and on the, the important offices, which is very important. And don't get me wrong, but that's where most of the money goes. We have to focus on these small elections because no matter what, town boards, zoning boards, small things that people don't even think about, but that are really important to our communities. And so that's to me the most important way to get to these smaller communities, to these communities that are red, and they may be red on a map, but when you go into them, which many of us don't go into them because we're like, oh, it's red, why spend money there, why canvas there, why phone bank there? But then you start talking to people and they start talking about these issues, and whether they agree with one issue but they don't on another, they're going to go with what they need at that moment. And if you've been helping them, if you've been there, if you've been phone banking, if you've been talking to them, they're gonna make sure to turn out. And going off what you said about voting, I think if it wasn't so important, why would the other party be trying so hard to take it away from people? I can't vote. I'm undocumented. I can't. But it pains me to think of these people that can vote, but they can't because they didn't have the right ID, or they didn't have a birth certificate, or they didn't have a voting center nearby. And that's where we really need to be concentrating. And yes, I think as an undocumented person, sometimes I doubt in the system. Not every day, but sometimes I think, well, yeah, that's totally possible. When people are like, oh my gosh, I don't know how Donald Trump won. And I'm like, well, I do. Like, those are the same people that were writing on my Twitter to deport me and writing to deport these immigrants that were U.S. citizens at this point. And so when people are like very surprised that Donald Trump won, I'm like, no, that's not surprising to me. But what is surprising to me is how little people understand not only that how important their vote is, but how much people want it, that they're willing to do anything to take it away.
DeRay, last word, and then we'll go to questions.
Yep, a few closing thoughts. One is that people want to experience success. So the people that are withdrawn completely from the system are people for whom the system just hasn't worked for. So if you want those people to be reinvested, like, you should work to build a win for them. Like, people want to be a part of the system in some ways. The second is about the difference between equity and equality, is that people confuse it too. Equality is everybody gets the same thing. Equity is people get what they deserve. And the fight for justice is almost always a fight about equity. So when we look at like funding for school systems in most urban places, like, we don't want every school district in a state to get the same amount of funding because they don't need the same amount of funding. What does it mean for cities that have a lot of poor and black kids to get not enough money to fund the impact of institutional racism? And this is always about equity. It's not often about quality in the sense that people think it is. The third is about the language that we use. So when we think about Charlottesville, when all those people showed up with the tiki torches and it was on the news, and when you saw the news, like, they wrote like white nationalists. And you're like, well, what nation is yours? Right? This isn't yours. Like, this was like Native Americans. This is like First Nations, right? This is not yours. Like, how do we not call that white supremacy? And like, when we are afraid to talk about the real issues, like, we'll never win. When people gloss that over and sort of make that out to be sort of a movement, like, it was like protesters. And you're like, the KKK is not protesters. Like, when we have reduced them to protesters, like, we've just sort of lost the battle. And the fourth thing is that I think it's not very sexy, but I think it's real about what are the root cause issues? So we think about immigration. In the 2009 House Appropriations Bill, there's a quota for ICE. ICE has to detain a minimum of 34,000 people a day. It's the only law enforcement agency with a daily quota, with any quota, but the daily quota. So there are a lot of people fighting about ICE, but until the quota changes, they're just going to arrest a lot of people because the law says that they have to arrest that many people. And ICE doesn't have enough detention facilities, so they rent out local jails and prisons, and people just don't know, right? Or people don't know that welfare is at the same dollar amount as it was since 2009. Like, those sort of things. So the police have killed 3 people a day, every day in the past 2 years. Like, it's things that people just don't know. So the things that get the most airtime are like body cameras, which is important, police training and stuff like that. But of the 400 people killed by the police this year alone, only in 2 cases has an officer been charged. And whether you like love the police or not, I just like refuse to believe that 400 people did something wrong and the police were just always right in every case. But again, these are the things that we don't talk about in public like we should.
All right, questions? Yes, ma'am. It's coming. Microphone's coming.
Hi, can you hear me? No?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Jane Whitney from Connecticut. Connecticut, and you all kind of represent a snapshot, to me at least. When I talk about there's a silver lining in this this cataclysmic event that we're all sort of suffering through, you all really represent it. So I want to thank you for doing everything you're doing. And Leah, if you could see a bunch of like middle-aged women in Connecticut, northwestern Connecticut, poring over the Indivisible Manual, or suddenly discovering your online petitions for John Ossoff or Rob Quist, and it's just really changed a lot of things. But what concerns me, sustaining the energy, and also how are you addressing the divisions within the Democratic Party? I mean, is what you're doing enough to transcend or to somehow help resolve the factions within the Democratic Party? Thank you.
You guys?
Leah, do you want to?
Oh, I guess I'm getting deferred to. There's going to be factions in the Democratic Party. The Republicans are split three ways. And you find a way to coexist when necessary, and then you fight when the opportunity arises. And right now, it's actually, if we're going to fight, now is a really good time to do it. And you know what's ironic about sort of this, the divisions in the kind of Bernie holdouts? There's no good word for them, because I don't want to smear the Bernie supporters in general. But there's a crowd that's arguing, and then there's the Hillary crowd or the establishment. And these are all kind of BS distinctions, because we all agree on everything. I mean, there's no disagreement on income inequality and police brutality and a sane immigration policy, because if there was, they'd be Republicans. So there is actually, so what happens, what's going on here? And really what it comes down to is an issue of emphasis. Like, some people think economic equality fixes things. And those of us who live in these communities know that that's not the case. Sandra Bland had a job. And we have Latinos with jobs getting deported and families being split up. And Jewish cemeteries. I mean, I think Jewish people have jobs. So it's the idea that bigotry, I mean, was Donald Trump grabbing the pussies of unemployed poor women? I mean, the idea that income equality is going to solve these sort of core issues of racism and xenophobia and bigotry, it's kind of absurd and almost insulting to those of us who have to live in that reality every single day. So really it's emphasis. It's help those of us who have to deal with immediate threats to our very existence. Because once we feel secure in our bodies and in our families and our communities, we're going to fight really hard for income equality. Because Latinos are the #1 supporters of socialism. If you poll it, like the idea of socialism, Latinos #1. But right now our families are being split up. So let us focus on saving our families, because that's as opposed, and that's why I like what Tom Steyer was saying about working within those communities, because it's kind of hard to focus about Florida being underwater in 50 or 100 years when our communities are burning today. So that's what we ask.
So I would just say I think we have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time here on a lot of different fronts. I think the Democratic Party has a number of different arguments that they have to continue to resolve, but at the same time, I think there's an enormous opportunity both to continue the energy of the resistance, but also to start to craft the positive agenda and to show what progressive government can do for people on a local and state level. And so I think that's really the place to start to have some of those conversations now. I think one thing that we stress, on the national level is for advocacy, your leverage is often about responding to what's being put on the agenda, and without the power to set the agenda, you have the most leverage when you're responding to what's currently happening. But that's not true at the state and local level. You have the ability to push for something that's more meaningful and start to deliver for people and show what a progressive government really looks like.
All right, on that note, we're unfortunately out of time. Please give a huge round of applause to this remarkable panel.
Good job, guys. Is this your pen?
It is now my distinct honor to introduce a man who represents the best of us, the best of America. Khizr Khan is a man who has met inconceivable sacrifice with unwavering fidelity to our nation's value. A Gold Star father, Mr. Khan is America. He is you, he is me, he is all of us, and more. Khizr Khan inspires us to speak out against bigotry and hatred, to stand up for each other, to be a citizen in the full sense of the word, and to hold our constitutions a little bit closer to our chests. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Khizr Khan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to ask your forgiveness if my voice rises. It's intentional, it is deliberate. In an effort, maybe this voice will reach 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue even now. My offer to Donald Trump to read the Constitution remains standing. Remain standing. One more time, he has proven that he is unfamiliar with the basic tenets of our democracy, our values. I am grateful to this wonderful event, very timely event. I'll share with you my observation. This is my 112th event since the Democratic National Convention. I have continued to speak to various communities. I will share what I have observed since election, where our veterans stand, where our concerned communities stand, where those who voted for Donald Trump, I have stood in front of them and I have spoken to them and I have heard from them. I'll share that blessed event where they shared their concerns and their regrets. But let me first share a concern. Thomas Jefferson, long ago, wrote, "The greatest danger to American liberties, the greatest danger to American liberties is the government which ignores the Constitution." You connect the dots. Within these 120 or so days, we have seen violation after violation of our basic tenets of our Constitution, our democracy. Democracy is nothing. I stand in front of learned audience, all patriots concerned about the well-being of this nation, well-being of my nation, my country. But I must state this: democracy is nothing but tyranny of majority. It's rule of law that makes sense in the system of democracy. And you have seen within these 120 or so days so many violations of rule of law. Our system of government where we cherish separation of powers have been maligned time after time. I heard the word resistance. You will hear from my hero, my favorite governor of Virginia shortly, but I must share with you, and let me reintroduce myself to you. My name is Khizr Khan. I come from Charlottesville, Virginia. Charlottesville, Virginia was declared several months ago by our courageous mayor, Mike Signer, to be the capital of resistance of United States. He saw then, and along with we saw then, that there is only one solution to such violation of our democratic values, of our constitutional values, of our Bill of Rights, of our separation of power, is resistance. I have traveled throughout the country. I have stood before our veterans. They have asked me this question, Mr. Khan. We were promised we will be looked after. Mr. Khan, we have given all that we had to this country. We hear that not a single dollar was allocated to Legal Services Corporation that served us. Where would we go? Where would we go to seek legal help? In the same audience, they identified themselves that we have voted for Donald Trump. We ask you, Mr. Khan, can you tell us what to do? Two of the elderly persons stood up in that audience, stretching their arm. Their dialysis tubes were still in their arm. Mr. Khan, prior to Affordable Care Act, we used to eat less so we could pay the premium for our pre-existing condition. Since Affordable Care Act, our premiums were reasonable. We could afford to eat properly. We are concerned. Can you assure us, can you show us, can you tell us what to do so that we will not face what we faced prior to Affordable Care Act? My suggestion to them was one thing that I share with you and I share with the entire nation, wherever I have gone, is that in democracy, when you find that your government is not serving your concerns, the only solution you have is resistance. Stand up, speak louder, call your senators, call your congressmen, tell them that if you do not speak on our behalf, if you do not address our concerns, we will never vote for you, we will never stand with you, we will never contribute a penny. And you are watching these town halls and the result of town hall meetings throughout the country. People are realizing the power of their voice, the power of resistance. It is that we need to continue to harness the energy, the concerns, the devotion of this nation. I share with you something. I recently traveled to Europe at the invitation to participate in a debate. Result of French elections is victory for hope and unity. It's a defeat for fear and division. Let me put it in the context. Last century's first 50 years saw 2 world wars, atrocities against mankind, division, and the script was nationalism, economic interest, fear of immigrant. Those who divide us are so dumb, they continue to carry that script. First World War, Second World War, even today. But Europe has realized it. The result of French election is a testament that the world sees progress, prosperity in unity, because they fully realize that last 50 years versus first 50 years, last 50 years saw European Union come together, nations come together. Last 50 years saw United Nations was built. Last 50 years saw NATO was built to maintain peace. Of course, there had been difficulties, but altogether, the world is realizing that in unity is prosperity, not in division. The division was, it saw 2 world wars. So the world is realizing. And the reason I mention this, why it is critical, why it is important for us to keep an eye outside of United States as well. We were hoping that after the election there would be some deliberate steps to unite us, but that hasn't happened. To bring the nation together, that hasn't happened. What has been taking place? Further division is taking place. Minorities, other communities, different faiths are being maligned and subjected to hate and division. That is un-American. That is against our interests. That is against our prosperity. That is against our Bill of Rights. The rest of the world aspires to have the blessings that we have, which are enshrined in our Bill of Rights, in our Constitution. Even today, regardless of all the difficulties that we are having within our country, rest of the world still is interested in learning about our institutions, learning about rule of law. I have stood before the audience of various countries. They have asked this question, can you tell us what this rule of law is? Our people wish to know. We had television crews from various parts of the world come to our home asking that question. What is this Bill of Rights and this Constitution that you waived at Donald Trump? Can you explain this to us? Can you show us what 14th Amendment is? What equal protection is? My question to them was, are you asking this question to make your conversation, your interview interesting, or you have been asked to ask this question? And unanimously, they all said, our audience want to know, what is this separation of power, equal dignities, equal protection of law that this person continues to talk about so passionately? I find myself so humbled that I was warned not to stand up, not to be so public about my passion. We were humble, modest, grateful citizen of this country, grateful citizen of Virginia. When the most bigoted statement was made by Donald Trump, I will ban all Muslims, all Hispanics will be thrown out, women deserve no equal dignity and respect, judges are partial. Small children of our friends, whenever I would go to visit with them, or when they would come our home to visit, small children, elementary school children, middle school children would come to me and would ask this question, could you please tell us, can we be thrown out of there? But we were born here. Parents would say they don't eat well, they don't do their homework with interest. When we ask them, they simply say, we are so afraid. But we are citizens. We are citizens of this country. These children were born. That was the impact of the bigoted statement on small children. When the invitation came that a tribute will be paid to Captain Humayun Khan and we would appear, we thought for 2 days. Second day, when we had promised that we will respond positively or negatively, I went to check the mail and there was a small white envelope without a stamp in our mailbox. I saw that it was addressed to us. When I collected the mail, I opened it and I read it. It was written, There were 4 signatures, 4 names. Of course, parents had something to do with it. But 4 elementary school children wrote that small card to us. This is what it said. It said, Mr. and Mrs. Khan, can you please make sure that Sophia is not thrown out of this country? We love her very much. She's our friend. Please make sure. I brought that small card to Ghazala and I said to her, maybe this is the message. We must stand up for these children. We must speak on behalf of these concerned children. And we did. And the rest you have seen how we were maligned, but it has encouraged us because we are grateful citizens. We have been bestowed all the dignities that rest of the world aspires to have by becoming citizen of this country. We are so honored that this is the least we can do, that we continue to speak for our values, we continue to speak for these dignities. I do not call them amendments to the Constitution or Bill of Rights. I call them human dignities. Rest of the world aspires to have those in their life. In this person's simple mind, the world is divided in 2 sections. One, authoritarian regimes. They dictate what ordinary citizen will have, will not have. On the other hand, we are the blessed group, blessed nations that have democracy, where we choose who will govern us, what laws will be enacted. We do make mistakes, like last election. We have made a mistake. We will correct it. We will correct it. We are correcting it. Maybe this is an opportunity for all patriots to come together, all patriots to join hands. People ask me, what do you advise under the current circumstances? This is my humble suggestion to all of us. You have heard from our wonderful leaders. You will hear from my hero in a few minutes, the Governor of Virginia. I wish my Attorney General of Virginia was here as well. These 2 heroes, when their state, the citizens of their state were under stress after the Trump's Muslim ban, they went straight to the airport to stand in solidarity with the community. We love them, we appreciate them. In them we see the solution to this tyranny of majority, by standing firm, by standing tall, by standing with community. And this is my humble suggestion in conclusion, that under these circumstances, all of us patriots need to remain standing in unity, support one another, continue to speak louder. If this humble, ordinary, barely educated person can continue to speak, I am sure I am standing in front of most learned people today. Continue to speak. Support those candidates, support those office holders that fully understand your democracy, our values. And make sure that during this, hopefully this is a brief moment in the history. I assure you, if you remain standing, remain firm, remain united, support those by your voice, by your efforts, by your contributions, those who stand for the values of this country, for the values that are enshrined in Bill of Rights, in the Constitution. Your name and name of organization like this will be written in the history with golden letters. I am so humbled, I am so grateful for this opportunity to stand before you. Thank you very much.
please welcome to the stage Jennifer Palmieri.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Khan for coming. He is the living embodiment of what it means to be an American citizen, and I think he inspires each of us to be better stewards of our citizenship. I'm very honored and privileged to be introducing Governor Terry McAuliffe. He is the living embodiment of optimism, and I think we can all agree, right? Absolutely. And for him, that optimistic spirit is at the heart of what it means to be a progressive. He has been in the fight for a long time, and he's had a lot of different positions, and I was privileged to work for him when he was the chair of our party. And I have seen that with each job, he approaches it the same formula. First, he listens to the people he's going to serve. He sets very bold goals. He puts a good team together, and then he works his heart out every single day to deliver. And it is a formula that has brought him success with each endeavor that he has undertaken and all of the positions that he has undertaken as a progressive. As governor of Virginia, and particularly in these last few months, been tough months, but always had a lot of progressive values over at stake, and we could always count on him to be a brick wall. He was a brick wall for progressives, vetoing legislation that would have defunded Planned Parenthood, that discriminated against LGBT Americans and made it harder to vote in Virginia. And as we saw in the results in Wisconsin, Florida, North Carolina, just how very important it was to have him to stop those voting bills from becoming into law. And he has been a fighter for Medicaid expansion in Virginia, a committed and brave fighter since the day he was elected. In 2013, he campaigned on jobs, jobs, jobs, and he has delivered. Since the start of his administration, jobs in Virginia has increased by nearly 200,000. The unemployment rate is at the lowest in 9 years. It's dropped from 5.4% to 3.8%. Is that right, Governor? Okay, good. And then just today, he signed an executive order, the first state in our country to do so, taking on, in response to Trump's repeal of the power plant rule. So he's taken action just today to restore protections around climate change in the state of Virginia. I'm quite certain he has never had a bad day. I am quite certain it is impossible to be in a bad mood when you are around him, which is among the reasons why I'm very glad he's here today. And it's my privilege to introduce Governor Terry McAuliffe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank Jen Palmieri for the great introduction and for a great friendship for 25 years. I want to thank you, Mr. Khan. I want to thank Mrs. Khan. As the father of a second lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps, I think I speak for every parent who has had a child who's put on that military uniform. And for you, sir, to have paid the ultimate price, I just want to say our heart goes out to you. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Khan family forever. And to every man and woman and to every veteran, we say thank you for what you have done for the great service to our great country. I am here. I'm not going to do a commercial on what I have done in office. You can go to governor.va and read all of that stuff. That's not why I'm here today. I always like to come with tasks. I want to leave you with something very important. I'm actually going to ask you to do something. We are the greatest party and the greatest nation on earth, but we do have some challenges. I'm here to talk to you about something very important, which I think has destroyed democracy in our nation, and that's gerrymandered redistricting. We are all here today because we share a set of values as progressives, and I think we all understand that those values are under siege. We have a president and a Congress today that are trying to roll back the things that we think are most important to us. That means, folks, that each and every day we need to fight. But it isn't just about fighting, it's delivering with results. And that's what we as Democrats have to do as we go forward. We have to fight threats to the Constitution and maintain America's principles of why we are the great Democratic Party of the United States of America, and to build a nation that is more open and more welcoming to everyone. That's what I've tried to do in Virginia. I have just vetoed my 120th piece of legislation in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I am proud that I have more vetoes than any governor in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I am proud that I am 120-0, even though the Republicans control 66 out of 100 seats in my House of Delegates. If they get 67, they override me. And I am proud of our Democrats. In 4 years, I have never been overridden once because we have stood up. I told women I would be a brick wall to protect their rights. I told members of the LGBT community we'll stand tall, and I am proud that I am the first Southern governor to actually perform a gay marriage, and the sky didn't fall in. We have led on the issues, and I'm proud that I have restored more civil rights to disenfranchised felons than any governor in the history of the United States of America. At a time, as you know, I was sued twice by the Republicans. I was trying to give people a second chance at life. They took me to court. I lost the first one, not on a legal precedent, because I had the authority to do it. They said, we're not going to let this governor do it because no other governor's done it before. Well, that's not a legal principle. They said you have to do it individually. So you know what I did, folks? I said, line them up. 166,000. I said, I will sign individually. They sued me for contempt of court. First Virginia governor to be sued for contempt of court. I was honored with that. And we won the next time the Supreme Court. And last week, as I say, the most restoration of any governor in our nation's history. That's what it means to govern. That's what it means to be a Democrat. That's what it means to be a progressive. And that message is an important one for all of us. And I thank you for being here. I thank you for your ideas. You make all of us an elected office. You make us stronger by the great ideas that you have all given us. You've had a lot of discussion today. But what we need to talk about is how we go further, how we take it to the next step. I think the biggest threat facing our nation, as I mentioned, was partisan redistricting. What has happened in America today is people don't vote for the right reasons. They vote because they're afraid of a Tea Party primary. And that has happened all over the country. We as a party are in a very tough shape today. There are 35 states in America today where the Republicans control the governor and both chambers. So let me remind you, in 2020, we will have a new census done for this country. And in 2021, they will redraw every single state legislative chamber in America and the congressional map. If we don't win a majority of these governor's races, the 38 between now and what's coming up in 2018, we are going to be in a very difficult position. Because you can have the greatest ideas in the world, but if you can't win elections and get in office to implement what you want to do, then the ideas are worthless. And that's why we have to be tactically smart on the ground. We have to go forward on the issues of redistricting. We've got to win a lot of these governor's races coming up. And that's the most important thing I will tell you that we can do, folks. We need your help. We're making progress. In Virginia, we sued, and we actually won on our congressional map. The courts are beginning to help us on these gerrymandered districts that are racially drawn. We now have a new member of Congress in Virginia, Don McEachin, just because we sued and we're able to win on that single map. But we need to be doing this in every single state in America. We need to play tough. They have been doing this for 10 years, folks. We got to get in the game. And for too long, our party, we raise billions of dollars in a presidential year, and then in the off year, we go away. We got to win at the state and local level because they're passing all this legislation at the local level. They're disenfranchising voters. I just vetoed a bill the other day, folks, that in order to get an absentee in Virginia, you have to fax in your driver's license. Well, number one, a lot of folks don't have a driver's license. And who has a fax machine anymore? I mean, are you kidding me? This is a deliberate attempt that is going on around the country. But that's what happens when you control at the local level. So we spend a lot of time looking at the federal level. We need to look at the local level and do what we need to do. Just look at Virginia. In Virginia, we won 3 straight presidential elections. We hold all 5 statewide offices. But guess what? The Republicans control 7 of our 11 congressional seats and 66 out of 100 House of Delegate seats. It makes no sense. And it's not just Virginia. Look at 3 swing states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and North Carolina. All of these are 50-50 states in the presidential election. But guess what? In their congressional delegations, it is 72, 75, and 77% Republican. That's what they're doing on the ground. These are 4 50-50 states, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and North Carolina, but their congressional delegations give Republicans a 42-16 majority. Think of that. And think of the legislation they're pushing at the local level. That's a 26-seat advantage from these 4 states alone. Do you know how many the Democrats need to get control of the House? 24. 4 states, there's 26. You get my point. Now, this is an alarm that we all need to be fighting. It's important for us as we go forward. But there is common sense, broad sense support of what we need to do. I want to thank the Center for American Progress for all the tremendous work that they have done. It's important that we get out, that we march, that we resist, that we continue to come up with great ideas. But more importantly, we got to be smart on the ground. You need to go back to your states and ask, what are you doing about the map? What are you doing about redistricting? Is it a fair map? If it isn't a fair map, then what are you doing to change it? Do what we did in Virginia. We've sued on the congressional, and we've sued on our House of Delegate map, and the United States Supreme Court, by a 7-1 ruling the other day, sent that map back to Virginia. We are making tremendous progress. If we can do this in Virginia, folks, we can do it everywhere. So I'm giving you a call to action as you leave here today. I didn't want to take up my time talking about me. I want to talk about you. And I want to talk about all those folks around this country who are counting on the Democrats to stand up, to fight, and to fight smartly. The one thing I haven't been successful with, and I've tried very hard, I've tried to expand Medicaid in Virginia. I've killed myself trying to do it. It's not about me. It's about those 400,000 Virginians today who do not have health care, who are dying because my Republican legislators won't vote for it because it's, quote, Obamacare. In the dark of the night, they'll come up to me and whisper to me, well, you know, Governor, I understand it makes sense and it's important for my rural community, but if I vote for it, I'll lose my Tea Party primary. And yet, they've got a platinum plan. It breaks your heart. People say, why are you so passionate? Come with me to rural parts of Virginia where women are grabbing my arm saying, Governor, I'm going to be dead in a year if you don't help me get this. And I try to explain, we'll talk to your legislator. But it's those gerrymandered districts that don't allow us to make progress in this country. 400,000. I have forfeited $10.4 billion, ladies and gentlemen. And to see these people, it just breaks your heart to know we've paid for them to get health care, but the legislature won't do it because they will lose a Tea Party primary. We got to get back to 50-50. We're leading a nationwide effort. President Obama, Eric Holder, Nancy Pelosi, and myself have been traveling the country to do what we need to do to raise the alarms, to raise money, and to begin to bring lawsuits. Because, folks, if we do not win a majority of these upcoming governor's races in Virginia, they will draw a map that will give them more seats. There's only one person who can stop a bad redistricting map. That is a Democratic governor. The only one who can veto it and send it back. So I'm proud to say we are making tremendous progress in this regard. But if you leave anything of this conference with all these great ideas, I'm going to leave you with one very important point. We as Democrats got to get in the game. We got to get in the fight. For years, we've abdicated our responsibility at the state and local level. We've allowed them to take over states. North Carolina was a progressive state. They turned it into a Tea Party state. They've done this state after state. They've rolled back voting rights in all these states. So when the presidential election comes, a lot of people are knocked off the rolls. They're hurting people on health care. They're hurting him on education. Ladies and gentlemen, our future, the future of the Democratic Party for the next decade will be determined to how we handle this redistricting fight. We've never done it before. It is time for the Democrats to get in the game. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Representative Keith Allison, Jason Kander, and Ari Berman.
Yeah. Hey, man. So Assalamu alaikum, Frank. How you doing? How you doing? Tell me to work. Yeah. Hey, the governor was pretty good.
Okay, we are going to begin. Everyone can hear me? Hello? Hello? Yes?
Hello?
Yes. Hello? All right, great. I am Ari Berman. I'm a senior writer for The Nation and the author of the book Give Us the Ballot. I am thrilled. Thank you. I am thrilled to moderate this discussion on voting rights and civil rights with two of the smartest and two of the coolest, more importantly, figures in the Democratic Party and in the progressive movement. So to my right, for once, is Keith Ellison, the vice chair or deputy chair? Deputy chair of the DNC and sixth-term member of Congress from Minnesota's 5th Congressional District. And to my left, for the first time, Jason Kander, who was Secretary of State from Missouri from 2013 to 2017 and is now president of Let America Vote. Okay, so let's get right into it. I'm going to start with you, Congressman Ellison.
Absolutely.
So the 2016 election was the first presidential election in 50 years without the full protections of the Voting Rights Act. We just got some new data this week from the Pew Research Center that found that African American voter turnout declined by 7% from 2012 to 2016. The Hispanic vote did not increase as many people expected that it might have. There was no magical increase among white voters. It was that Black and Latino voters either did not turn out or they were not able to turn out. So can you talk about what happened? How much of this drop-off in turnout was a lack of enthusiasm and how much of it was voter suppression?
Well, I think a substantial part of it was voter suppression, no question in my mind. If you look at Wisconsin, photo ID has led to over, about 200,000 people not being able to vote who could before, and the election was lost by about 22,000 votes. So this is substantial, it's harmful. And in Minnesota in 2012, they tried to pass photo ID in our state, and we defeated it at the ballot box. But let me just tell you, they weren't pushing it because there were confirmed cases of imposter voting going on. There are like virtually no cases of imposter voting going on throughout the country. To claim voter fraud is a fraud in and of itself. The reality is that we have got to understand that they have decided that if they cannot win on the basis of ideas, they're just going to stop people from being able to participate. And I think that voter suppression kind of feeds on itself, right? So if you suppress some people from voting, they're not voting, people get discouraged. They say, well, I don't have an ID. Do you have one? I don't know. Next thing you know, you can get sort of an effect that goes beyond even the population that's been suppressed. And it's not just photo ID. It's also purging voter rolls. It's felon disenfranchisement. Big hand to Governor McAuliffe for his work on felon reenfranchisement. That's awesome. And so it is a mix. Now, I'm not going to say that there's not, that we couldn't have campaigned better. I happen to believe that we must and we can. And so we are engaging in a very intense effort to lift up, not door knocks, phone banks, meetings. We need to engage, particularly this summer. We got to get together with our neighbors, and there's no doubt, and we have responsibility, but we also have to understand that we have got to sue, and we have to raise money to sue because of this suppression that is so rampant throughout the country.
How do you think we can get turnout up in 2018 and 2020 so history doesn't repeat itself again?
Start now. There's no way. If you want to see big turnout in 2018, you absolutely must seize the summer of 2017. That's right now. That means knocking on doors. That means engaging communities. That means engaging in long-form conversation. I'm talking about like not to go by and ask people who they're voting for and keep walking. I'm talking about what issues do you care about, what are important, and then using a multifaceted approach. Of course, door-to-door I think is the best way, but phone calls are important, meetings are important, showing up at rallies is important, concerts is important, anything you can do to engage people around the most pressing issues of our time. And of course, if you do it, you're pushing on an open door. I mean, we've had the Women's March, the Science March, the Tax March. All the people are ready to go. And so we have just got to, we've got to offer them an electoral form of expression. We've got to convert the energy into the ballot box. We do that, things are going to be very different. We will make sure Terry McAuliffe can get Medicaid to a lot of Virginians and all over this country.
Yeah. So, Jason, 2 days after President Trump fired Jim Comey, he announced a Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity.
By the way, when you have to change the subject to a scandal, like you're not doing well.
Yeah. So it's the vice chair is your good friend Chris Kobach, Secretary of State from Kansas. Can you talk a little bit about the threat that you think this commission poses to voting rights as part of the larger backdrop of Republicans limiting the right to vote?
Yes, so what this represents is a continuation of the strategy of taking the Republican playbook over the last 15 or so years and making voter suppression a fundamental strategic part of it. I think it's important to remember this is not a policy disagreement. This is a strategic decision by the Republican Party politically, just like which doors you're going to knock on and where you're going to run your TV ads. They've made a political decision over the last 15 years that they're going to solve the problem of certain folks don't want to vote Republican by not letting those folks vote, just like Keith was saying. Absolutely right. This is elevating that officially to the level of it will be run out of the office of the president and with the power of the presidency. So it is an enormous threat, and it is them formalizing the first step in their playbook. And the first step in their playbook is convince Americans that there's widespread fraud when there is not. It is nothing less than a sitting American president working very hard, actively, to undermine faith in American democracy.
So one of the things that you did when you founded Let America Vote this year or just last year? When did you found it?
It was 3 months ago.
Okay, 3 months ago when you founded Let America Vote, you told me that you felt like progressives weren't engaging in the war of ideas when it came to voting rights. So talk to me about what was missing and what you and others are trying to do now.
So when President Trump told the big lie about voting, 3 to 5 million illegal voters in the election, a lot of people understandably, and I think this is accurate as well, saw a deeply insecure human being who was compensating for his margin of defeat in the popular vote, therefore coming up with this lie. That's also correct, I believe. But what I saw as somebody who was chief election official in Missouri for 4 years and had a supermajority Republican legislature, I've seen this playbook play out. I saw the first step, convince people, get it out in the ether that there's this huge problem, and then you move on to the next step. But you combine that with the fact that now Jeff Sessions is in charge of DOJ and is literally, moving from one council table to the other in court, like switching sides in the court cases. And then President Trump's appointing the judges. So the strategy up until now, and I'm not saying this has been wrong, it's just been the strategy, has been to challenge these in court, right? Which, getting to your question, what we saw was a real urgency to have this fight expand beyond the court of law and also into the court of public opinion. Court of law remains very important. So what I mean when I say we haven't engaged in it is, it's very difficult to win an argument that you're not waging. The approach for those who support voting rights has been, well, if this passes and becomes law, we'll go win in court. That may not work in every situation now. So we have to engage politically. We have to get out there and say, no, this is un-American, it's wrong to do, and by the way, it costs a lot of money, and it has all sorts of unintended consequences. We have to go out to the people and make our argument. That's what Let America Vote is doing.
So the Presidential Commission on Election Integrity is going to give a report to President Trump, and I fully expect they're going to call for things like more voter ID laws, like more proof of citizenship laws for voter registration. They might call for this on a national level. So let's say Chris Kobach recommends to Donald Trump there should be national voter ID, there should be national proof of citizenship, which have to go through the Congress. What will and what should the congressional response be?
Understand that we can defeat this stuff if they try to move a piece of legislation. As I mentioned before, we did defeat it in Minnesota, but when they first introduced the bill to do it, it was in March of 2012, and it was polling at like 80%. And so everybody thought, oh my goodness, we're not going to win this. And great friends, solid Democrats, real progressives said, we can't put money into a campaign. We can just hope to beat it in court. But some of us said, no, we're going to fight this without regard to the odds. We're going to fight it because it's wrong. And, you know, over time, we whittled it down and we inched it down. And we even got a moderate Republican governor on our side. We, of course, had Mark Dayton on our side, and we ended up defeating it at the polls. So if this happens, get ready to talk to your neighbors. This is an opportunity to talk to people about how photo ID does exclude seniors, often veterans and soldiers who are in service. Certainly excludes low-income people, people of color. But there were people who, there was a group of nuns in Indiana who, after their photo ID, went to go vote. These are nuns, 90-year-old nuns, and the people knew them at the voting polls, and they said, well, Sister Mary Margaret, you know, where's your ID if you want to vote? And she's like, well, dear, you know me, I don't have an ID, I live in the convent. It's like, well, you don't have an ID, you can't vote. And they were excluded. There were people in North Carolina, a woman who had been segregated again and couldn't vote because she was black and did everything to vote. She was pushed out. There was a World War II veteran in Ohio pushed out. You probably know these cases, Ari. But I would say another thing in connection with this, that Jason was a Secretary of State. And if there is one bloodbath that we have been suffering in elections, it is Secretaries of State. We have got to refocus our attention on the office of Secretaries of State around the country. I think, Jason, we're down to about 7. Is that right? I mean, we're like seven, like it's like this many, right? and so, you know, Secretaries of State are like the chief election officers in the state. And if Democratic Secretaries of State don't actually try to favor a party, they just try to make sure there's a fair election. Republican Secretaries of State, you know, Catherine Harris, Blackwell in Ohio, they absolutely tilt the table in terms of their side. And so we have got to get people who want to run for these offices, who are willing to run, and we got to treat them like what they are, which is very serious, critically important elections. Secretaries of State, everybody.
One more question on voting rights. So one thing that's been missed is that so far this year there have been 87 bills to restrict access to the ballot introduced in 29 states. And this seems to be getting lost, what's happening at the state level in the era of Trump, where everything's, for obvious reasons, focused on the president. So how can we bring more attention to all of these state level fights that are going to go a long way to determining what happens in 2018 and 2020?
LetAmericaVote.org.
Set you up good.
Yeah, that was great, Ari. Thank you. No, so I'll just tell you what we're doing. So our whole thesis here is that it's really important to create political consequences for folks who do this. If you are, say, a Republican state legislator and you name the state, and you have a difficult vote coming up, and it's on a labor issue or it's on a choice issue, you know that there could be a political consequence for you, depending on how you choose to vote in that. If it's a vote coming up on whether or not to make it harder for the people of your state to vote, to gain partisan advantage for your party, before we started doing what we're doing, there was no possible political consequence. So that's at the heart of what we're doing. So I'll just tell you a little bit about what we've been doing. For instance, and it's not just state legislatures, it's anybody who is at the crux of that part of the process. So for instance, I recently went down and campaigned with John Ossoff in Georgia. There's 2 things going on in that race. The first, which is good, it's on the legal side, legal challenge side. They just won a challenge to the Secretary of State there was saying if you had registered to vote after the primary, they weren't going to count that registration, which is like pretty blatantly obvious, right? Like if you register to vote right now, like you're mad. They don't want you to vote, right? That's what they're doing. The other thing that they were doing was they're consolidating the polling places and closing down early voting locations. So prior to the primary, the local election authorities had a lot fewer early voting locations than they had back in November. That happened to, as usually happens, correspond directly with where there was going to be possibly high Democratic turnout. We went in, we ran radio ads, mobilized people, got them to make phone calls, call the local election authority. Local election authority caved, opened up an additional early voting location, ended up being one of the highest turnout locations in the district. Yeah, thanks. I mention that example because think about how many people around the country have sent a contribution or talked to their friends about that race, or sometimes even come down and knocked on doors. All we did was put a spreadsheet together of where were the polling locations before, where are they now, and it makes a huge difference on election day. That's the kind of strategy that the other side employs. Governor McAuliffe talked a little bit about the bill that we're trying to make sure his veto is sustained in Virginia. In New Hampshire, in each of these, I'm naming these because these are the ones where we're actively involved with folks on the ground. In New Hampshire, there's colleges, there's college students there. So the Republicans took control of the House, the Senate, and the governor's mansion there. They have their elections every 2 years. They decided they have a short window in which to change the electorate so they might be able to win more elections. So they have a bill that they're trying to advance that says that if you register to vote, and then the first time you vote after you register, they're going to send somebody from the government by to question you about whether you intend to be in New Hampshire long term. You can imagine, they openly said that they don't like that so many college students are getting registered. Well, you can imagine that there's probably a lot of college students who, when they're thinking about whether to register to vote, the prospect of somebody from the government coming by their dorm room may not be of interest to them, right? It's aimed directly at them. It's voter intimidation. And so in that case, we haven't picked out, for instance, like the sponsor of the bill. The sponsor of bills like this usually come from pretty safe spots. So we take a look at folks who maybe won by 100, 150 votes and have been inclined to support it so far. And we mobilize folks in their district. So that's the way that we're proceeding, and we've got 55,000 people signed up nationwide to volunteer for this. We've been around 3 months, so there's a lot of ways you can help us. So
it's awesome.
Jeff Sessions.
Ugh. Such language.
Why is he still Attorney General?
He's Attorney General because we lost an election. Elections have consequences. We've really got to internalize that. You asked in the last question, you asked, what should be done if this commission has certain findings. I think we should anticipate that they're going to say that they want to push photo ID. We need to begin discrediting this commission right now. It's very important that we let the American people know this is a setup, it's a fraud, it's a lie. It's a commission to address a problem that does not exist, and we should go after it. The other thing we have got to do is we do have to be very proactive. Why not have 50 bills introduced by progressives saying that if you're out of prison, you can vote? We need to be on the front of this. Why not saying that we need to have, if you want to vote, voting should be a holiday. And anybody who does have to work that day has a guaranteed right to take time off to vote. We've got to make it easier to vote. Voter registration is a silly idea. It's basically, you don't have to. In Minnesota, we've had same-day voter registration since the 90s. We have very good elections, and we have actually very high voter turnout, highest in the nation. And if you look at the states that have same-day voter registration, they all have very high voter turnout. And if you look at the ones that have long registration periods, they have low turnout. And I'll also say that we need to look at every congressional district, every Senate district, every House, State House and Senate district, and say to ourselves that if we commit to increasing voter turnout every term by 5%, we will find ourselves in 4 years with more than 10% because of compounding. But we've got to do it. We've got to start now. We've got to engage directly, and we've got to be intense about it. We've got to remind people to vote. We've got to use social pressure to get them to vote. By the way, don't tell people to vote. Tell people to be a voter. It actually makes a difference. Noun versus a verb. It has to take on an identity as a voter. So, we've got to be on offense against Jeff Sessions. Oh, and by the way, this little war on drugs thing he wants to bring back.
I was just going to ask you about that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, talk about it.
He wants to drag this discredited idea of harsh sentencing back. It's shocking to me. We had a bipartisan consensus a few years ago to lower the crack powder disparity from 100 to 1 to 18 to 1. It should be 1 to 1. And the way we incarcerate people around nonviolent drug offenses is ridiculous in my opinion. But understand this, the more convictions in the longer time will also suppress voter turnout because you'll have missing people who are locked up, and you'll probably have a more aggressive enforcement, which of course will exclude people with prior felony convictions. So for those reasons and many more, he needs to be opposed. And he's already violated his promised to not be engaged in the whole Trump thing, the whole Russia thing twice now. And so we've got to call him out as a mendacious secretary, that says lying, Secretary of State, Attorney General, and we got to get aggressive at going after him as well. So.
Two quick things before you open it up for questions. First, the Ninth Circuit heard arguments this week about the new Muslim ban 2.0.
Yep.
What's going to be the eventual outcome of that, do you think?
Well, I understand that they released they're trying to get some documents released from Giuliani. And those documents, I am quite certain, are going to be very clear and evidence that's already out there. It's clear that this is a Muslim ban. It's based on people's religion. Congress shall make no law establishing a religion. And this applies to the executive branch and the states. You can't have a religiously based exclusion. And he said from the very beginning, we want a complete ban. Then he said he wanted to make everybody register. Then he said Islam hates America. It's very clear. And by the way, you might think, well, not every Muslim is being banned, Keith. I'd be like, sure, but every country that is banned because it is a Muslim majority country. And so all I say to my fellow Americans is, if they can ban my religion, they can ban yours. And this is something we've got to come together around. And I can tell you that we have had other religious-based exclusions in the past. All have gone very badly. And so we've got to stick up and stand up for each other at this moment.
Real quick. I want to add something on this because I know we're talking about civil rights. There are also practical negative effects to rolling back civil rights. Like in this case, this makes America less safe. Mm-hmm. We have to, as somebody who served as an intelligence officer overseas, I think about what happened in the last couple of days combined with this. If you're doing intelligence work or serving the country overseas, now, in the last couple of days, the president has made it much harder for you to get people to cooperate and believe that you'll protect them confidentially. But on top of that, when you are, as the president, constantly saying, whether it's on the campaign trail or now in court, and we all know what it really is a Muslim ban. So on one side, he's playing a part in an ISIS recruiting video, and on the other side, he's weakening our ability to actually take them on. So this is all extremely important from the standpoint of violating people's civil rights, but we also need to make sure that we are pointing out to folks that if that is not something that you're worried about, some voters maybe aren't as concerned about that, you should be worried about the fact that this makes you a lot more likely to get killed by the enemy. And that's what the president is, that's the functional result of what the president is doing.
One last quick thing. The director of the census just resigned. The census literally determines who and how people are counted. How concerned are you and what are you doing about that?
You know what, I hate to say this, but it's another four-alarm fire, right? This is why we need to recruit and engage more people to this movement, because there is lots of work to do. Messing with the census is essentially the precursor to voter suppression that they clearly have plans for. And we need to understand that if there are 100 people living in this neighborhood and yet the Trump census says there's only 50, there's going to be a substantial lesser amount of resources flow in that community, and it will harm that community. So this is a very serious thing. We need a body of people who will stand up and fight for and stand up for the census. So if you are looking for some activity to engage in, we need some census advocates around here.
Okay, I think we have time for maybe one or two questions. One question. I don't know, okay, there's a mic coming through.
Hi, Risa Levine from New York. We had a mayor and a governor speak to us this morning and both talk about the importance of getting things done. They didn't have time for gridlock, and at least by innuendo, if not overtly, refer to what goes on at Capitol Hill as a lot of gridlock and positioning and nothing getting done. What would you say to that about the governor from North Carolina spoke about not getting exactly what he wanted done on LGBTQ, but at least making a start and getting somewhere with it. Mayor Garcetti spoke about infrastructure bills and all the things that he does, and he gets things done, but nothing's happening on Capitol Hill. What's your response?
My response to that is to say it would be very easy for us to get things done, but you may not want them things done. A few years ago, remember the government shutdown, 16-day shutdown? Ted Cruz told us something very simple. If you help us repeal Obamacare, we'll reopen the government. And I don't think most Americans wanted us to do that. I am telling you now, I have good friends and get along just fine with lots of Republicans. It is not a problem of temperament. It is a problem of core belief and values. They think that rich people don't have enough money and poor people have too much money. That's why they're always trying to cut taxes and regulation on the rich, and they're also trying to cut Meals on Wheels and Trio and everything else for all the rest of us. They believe that, and they're aggressive about it. And so for us to get along with them, we have to capitulate to their demands. And I'm telling you, it's not all bad that there's gridlock right now. Now, there might be another period of time in American history where it is bad. But I'm telling you, for the last 4 or 5 years, since 2010, if we did not fight back, this country would be poorer for it. And, you know, we're at the point now where last year we had to do a doggone sit-in on the House floor just to try to draw attention to gun violence, and we still can't get them to do anything, and they're the majority. And so I guess what I want to say is I can understand a state legislator and a governor and a mayor being frustrated about what happens or doesn't happen here, but given that they want to repeal Dodd-Frank, they want to gut Dodd-Frank. Now, for the folks who want to get something done, I think that you don't want me to gut Dodd-Frank, right? And so understand that this is not simply bad kids playing bad in the sandbox. This is a group that is trying to change the fundamental culture of American society, diminish the role of government dramatically, and a group of other people who believe that, you know, you ought to be able to retire, you ought to be able to earn a decent living, there ought to be some infrastructure, we should have public education, and health care should be a right, and everybody should be treated fairly. So that's what I say to that.
All right, I think that's the last word.
Sorry for going so long.
Thank you so much to this great panel. Thank you to Jason. Thank you to Congressman Ellison. Great to see you, buddy. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Senator Maxine Waters. Representative Maxine Waters.
Hello, everybody. I'm delighted that I've been asked to participate here this afternoon with the Center for American Progress. I want to talk a little bit about public policy and a bit about how public policy, good public policy, is advanced or how it is undermined by the President of the United States of America. I'm the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, and I have been focused on the implementation of Dodd-Frank reforms. Recently, we spent almost 20 hours pushing back on something called the Choice Act. The Choice Act is legislation that was introduced by Chairman Hinterland to basically deregulate the big banks, to do deregulation in ways that would undo the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Deregulation is all about consumer protection and reining in Wall Street and reining in the banks that put us into the position we found ourselves in 2008, when we actually had a recession, almost a depression. And so during this period of time, Wall Street and the banks literally had put on the market and produce these exotic products. Exotic products meaning no interest loans, loans that reset in 6 months, all kind of loans that people signed on the dotted line for that they couldn't afford. And so as a result of that, we literally, because of these predatory loans, we literally ended up with foreclosures all over this nation, and particularly in many of the minority communities that had been targeted with these exotic products. And so Dodd-Frank reform was all about reining in these financial institutions and getting a handle on what was going on so we could prevent ever having to bail out these big banks and financial institutions again. During this period of time, we had millions of jobs that were lost. We had $13 trillion that was lost in wealth, and on and on and on. It was really a very bad period of time. And so Dodd-Frank is a complicated piece of legislation, but a very profound piece of legislation to deal with this economic crisis that we were confronted with. The Republicans have been pushing back, and they have gone at the centerpiece of the financial reforms by Dodd-Frank, and that is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We were very lucky, despite the fact that the Republicans didn't want it. We got Mr. Cordray, who's done an excellent job in managing this Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and compensated many of the constituents in all of our communities for those loans and all the kinds of things that have been ripped off. We're talking about payday loans, we're talking about student loans, we're talking about the automobile industry, we're talking about the fact that communities are targeted and were targeted by many of these industries, basically to rip them off and to see how they could get tremendous profits from people who were unsuspecting, for people who were uneducated in many instances, for people who did not know how to fight back. And so we've been working so hard, and along comes, Mr. Henslin and the Republicans, and doing everything that they can now that Trump is in charge, and now that we have a new administration, to move with what is known and is talked about as deregulation. But all that is undoing protections for consumers. That's really what it's all about. And so we're working very hard, but we know that the Republicans are in charge and that they're going to be able, as they have been, to get this bill out of the Financial Services Committee. It will go to the floor. The Republicans have the numbers. We're depending on the Senate to be able to push back. We don't know how well they're going to do because Wall Street basically has a lot of power and influence in the Congress of the United States of America. They've had it historically. They don't want to give it up. Many of the members of Congress, both on the Democratic side and the Republican side, have resisted really getting in there and learning exactly how it's done. They say, well, we don't understand derivatives. We don't understand default swaps. We don't know what that stuff is all about. But that stuff is all about how these major financial services industries are able to make tremendous profits in so many different ways. And so while we are pushing back and fighting, Democrats must be focused, along with all of the other stuff that we're doing, on what we can do to undo the power and the influence of the biggest banks in America. The consolidation have us at the mercy of about 5 of the biggest banks in America. We cannot afford to have them continue as they're doing, going back to the predatory lending that they did that led us into the crisis in 2008. But really, the leadership starts at the top. And this president has already done in his executive orders a direction to say, I want to review all of this Dodd-Frank business. I want to know what it is he's done that's hurting our industries that are out there providing loans, etc. And so he's moving in a direction for deregulation in a massive way by way of the Choice Act. We call it the Bad Choice Act but it is moving, and it's going to be on the House floor. We're going to lose the vote. It's going to go to the Senate. We don't know really what's going to happen. We have to make sure that our legislators over there, and I want to tell you, Elizabeth Warren and Sharon Brown, and some of them are on it, but they're going to need the help of other Democrats, and certainly we would hope some Republicans would step up to the plate and get involved in this. But this president is one that I have focused on in ways that some people say, oh my God, she said the word impeachment. Oh my goodness, it's too soon to say that. They say that we can't focus on it because we have members who are in districts that he won, and they can't afford to talk about impeachment. They may be endangered in their elections, and it goes on and on and on. But there's no way we can move with an agenda to deal with the middle class constituency of this country and poor people and just the citizens of this country who deserve to have good public policy, with him at the helm. He does not believe in it. He's hired, that's a good way of saying it. He's appointed, he supported all of these appointees who are focused on his agenda. Just think about it, Mnuchin, he's your Treasury Secretary. He is known as the foreclosure king. He foreclosed on 36,000 homes in Southern California. So these billionaires, whether we're talking about Mnuchin or don't get me started on Betsy DeVos, don't get me started on, Sessions. These billionaires who are now a part of his cabinet are opposed to everything that we stand for. And so we're not going to be able to move an agenda. There are some people who say, well, can't you try and work with him? No, we cannot. He's a liar. He cannot be trusted. He'll say one thing today and another thing tomorrow. How do you sit down with somebody who would mimic and mock a disabled journalist? How do you sit down with somebody who talk about grabbing women by their private parts? How do you sit down with someone who will fire anybody who gets in the way of an investigation that's leading to us understanding whether or not there was collusion between his campaign, his allies, and the Kremlin and Putin? Well, I decided a long time ago when I looked at his allies and those people who are around him and their connections to the Kremlin and to the oligarchs of Russia and to oil and to wanting to lift the sanctions so that Putin can drill in the Arctic. When I looked at that, I knew right away that this is bad business and that these allies are all aligned, and they've been working on this for some time. I believe that not only was members of his campaign like Flynn and Carter Page and others who have relationships with the Kremlin and with Putin, etc. They didn't just start this. They've been working on this for some time, and even though I can't get into it into depth, it's all about, in the final analysis, lifting those sanctions. And that's why, people don't ask, well, why did Putin? Why did he want to have Trump so badly? Why was he against Hillary? It's not about public policy. It's about oil. It's about drilling. It's about lifting those sanctions. And Tillerson is in on it also. Tillerson, the CEO, coming from Exxon, who lobbied for lifting the sanctions, who negotiated lifting those sanctions with Putin and negotiated the multi-billion-dollar deal for drilling in oil. It's all about the money, follow the oil. I'm convinced that if we had had the kind of investigations that we should have had by now, we would have connected those dots. We would know exactly what was done. I must tell you, even though we have those who say, well, we're finally moving, we're not moving. We're too slow. And I want you to know that our Intelligence Committee in the House, even though our Democrats are good and they want to do well, they don't have the cooperation of those Republicans in ways that will get a credible investigation done, in my opinion. And the same thing with the Senate. I had so much hope that the Senate would do better. I was depending on John McCain and Lindsey Graham to get him back for what he did to them when they were running, that they would step up to the plate. But now I'm a little bit disappointed. They don't have the personnel, etc. We've been calling for, and people have been asking for, an independent commission. We're talking about independent counsel. But I want you to know, if it was not for the media, we wouldn't be as far as we are now in understanding what has been going on. The Congress of the United States not done their job. We have not been the balance, the check and the balance on the presidential, on the executive. And so, everybody who's supposed to be investigating, supposed to be looking at that, you keep on doing it. We're going to keep on calling for independent counsel, etc. But media, thank you. Dig in there, keep doing what you're doing. Keep unfolding and making it very apparent to all of the American citizens that something is tragically wrong with the President of the United States of America and his allies. We woke up this morning to the fact that your president had the audacity to meet with the ambassador and the foreign relations guy from Russia. Exclude the media, the American media. Somehow the Russian media got in and he gave up classified information. Well, you know, while I've been waiting to connect to the collusion, because I really do think there was collusion, just to think about the way that he gave up this classified information and the way that he's tried to obstruct the investigations by firing folks. You can't find any better person than Sally Yates. Give her a big round of applause. Preet Bharara up in New York. And of course, while I thought that Comey should have been fired when he first got in, if he was really concerned about him, he wasn't concerned about him. As a matter of fact, he praised him all over the country. He praised him, and it was only when he asked for additional resources to be able to do a credible investigation that he got fired. So here you have the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not normal. It's something very wrong with this picture, and I don't know when Americans are going to get so outraged that they will say to all of the elected officials, Republican and Democrats and everybody, you've got to do what you know you should be doing. You've got to identify and lay out for the American public everything that he has done, these firings, these obstruction of justice, etc., etc. And in the final analysis, Maxine Waters was right. You got to impeach him. And so, I know that there are those who are talking about, well, we're going to get ready for the next election. No, we can't wait that long. We don't need to wait that long. He will have destroyed this country by then. We cannot wake up every morning to another crisis, to another scandal. We cannot have the uncertainty. We cannot have people rolling out who have been with the CIA and with the Justice Department and who've been in presidential cabinets, etc., saying something is wrong. And they are saying it every day. And I'm told that there is a credible poll out today that says that 48% of the American public is now saying he should be impeached. What more do we need in the Congress of the United States of America? Let me just say this, that I have the fortune of truly believing in the Constitution of the United States of America. I can recall in grade school, basically it would be about junior high, when we learned about the three branches of government and their responsibilities. I was excited about all of that, about the way a democracy works. And I believe it, and I believe in it very strongly. I know that there are those on the opposite side of the aisle, and the right wing in particular, who think that if you're progressive, if you're a liberal, you're not patriotic. You don't get any more patriotic than me. I believe in this democracy. I believe in the Constitution. I'm going to challenge them. All of you who think you're more patriotic than anybody else, are you going to stand up for America? When we show you, when we connect those dots, and we can prove that there was collusion, when we can prove that he has interfered with justice and interfered by way of firing all of those who have come close to identifying what happened in this campaign. I am going to be able to say to those who think they're more patriotic than anybody else, you're not patriotic, because if you're going to stand for our democracy to be undermined, if you don't feel upset about our election systems being interfered with, you're not patriotic at all. And so we're going to challenge them, and we're going to see if they're going to be willing to stand up. I think every day we get a little bit closer to it, but I want all of my colleagues to say this over and over again, and to challenge over and over again. We don't have to be afraid to use the word impeachment. We don't have to think that impeachment is out of our reach. All we have to do is make sure that we are talking to the American public, that we're keeping them involved, that we're resisting every day, and we're challenging every day, and we're calling this president to account for what he's doing and what he's saying. I believe in this very strongly, and so I don't know what's going to happen after today when all of the questions are being raised about him sharing this classified information, but I think this is going to put us a little bit further on our way to what I've been calling for so long, and that is impeachment. Thank you.
We always save the best for last. Thank you, Auntie Maxine. It is my great honor to close the Ideas Conference of 2017. Has it been going? Has it been going? I want to thank everyone who's been tweeting on CAP Ideas. We have one final speaker who I'm really excited to introduce, but I wanted to say one word about the incredible CAP staff who've worked so hard to make this day work. Our policy teams, our event staff. I just have to call out three people, Billy Flanagan, Marlene Vasilik, and Lindsay Hamilton, who have been dealing with this conference for months and also dealing with me. So it is my great honor to close the Ideas Conference with Senator Cory Booker, who I have known 15, 20 years since law school. Sadly, he's behind me in law school. He is, I have to say, even in his days in law school, he was always animated about serving others. That simple principle of taking your talents and serving other people. And he has done that in every role he's been in. Obviously, as a mayor of Newark, we've heard of his legendary efforts at public service. He'll find your dog, save your family from a fire, personally shovel your snow, perhaps not in that order, but obviously worked on revitalizing communities, ensuring the real opportunity for all the people in his community, and fighting for economic and social justice. So I can really think of no better person to close out the 2017 Ideas Conference than my friend, Senator Cory Booker.
Hello, everybody. Hello. So this is the problem when you have someone like Neera in your life who knows you so well. She's like, literally, I have a scuffle in the back because here's your handheld mic. I'm like, I'll speak from the podium. No, you always use a handheld. They know me enough to know that I like to roam when I speak. But I want you to know that Neera has been a hero for me, not just in her current role, but she was one of those people in law school. She tried to shine some light to me. If anything, I'm just reflecting hers because she was one of those sources of strength even back then that understood. Charles Hamilton Houston, I think, said it: either you're a lawyer for social justice or you are a leech upon society. And she said, and she lived that principle, that education is a waste unless it's being used to empower other people. And to see her career blossom and get to this place where she is now, at a time, there is, I think, a story in American history that often it's the right leader that appears at the right time when their country needs them. And this is a time that not only her, but this organization itself is an urgently needed organization for our country. So I want to thank her for her leadership and the entire CAP staff. I want to give honor to everyone who is here or who has been here. We all need to begin to see ourselves as patriots. Before we're Democrats, before we're progressives, we need to see ourselves as patriots. And for me, for Neera to ask me to give the closing remarks, the final remarks, after you all have heard so many speakers, many of them people that are my friends and my colleagues who are my partners, it's just such an honor to be able to speak to a group of patriots after a long conference and get the responsibility of taking it home. And so to do that, I would literally like to take you home for a second to where my mom lives, because and this is my attempt to get some points with everybody here, who I went to go visit in the lead up to Mother's Day. My mom now no longer lives in New Jersey. She has moved to Vegas. Yes, Mama lives in Vegas, and she has, I think it's an inherited trait because my grandmother's like this. She knows which slot machines will pay off and when. But my mom, I went out there because she was performing in a play. And her senior citizen community, her retirement community was putting on a play. And immediately, before she even had to ask, I knew I had a karmic obligation because she was there for every one of my grade school plays. And now the world was coming full circle. And I had to be there for her. And so I flew out less than 24 hours on the ground, taking the red eye back here, but I sat in the front row. And it was like God had turned the tables. I was now one of those maybe annoying parents who sat in the front row. I had my recording device in my hand, literally recording everything. The senior citizen behind me after the play thanked me because he said, I'm farsighted. I can see things closer up, and I could look in your video and see the whole thing so clearly. Thank you for that, sir. But the moment I want to bring you to, it was actually a powerful moment to me because my mom was playing the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland. And so there came a moment, though, that you all know that suddenly had me very excited and suddenly connected me to deep chords within my own family and within our country. And there was this moment where Alice says, one can't believe in impossible things, she says. And then what the Queen responds is, I dare say you haven't had much practice then. When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I believed in as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. And the reason why that touched me, and I know this is the story not just of my family, but everyone here's family, is when I sat down with the elders in my family, my aunts and uncles and my grandparents, the story of America that I heard was not the story of simple glory and abundance. No, it was a story of profound struggle. It was a story of pain and hardship. It was a story of setbacks and failures and frustrations. It was a story of feeling like you're fighting out there in the grassroots when your very government is supporting things that are working against you, your liberty and your justice. When you witness firsthand levels of discrimination and violence. My grandfather told me stories about people escaping the South when he was living in Detroit and literally having to shuttle them out of the country for their safety into Canada. It made me understand that when my family, and I know yours as well, spoke of the impossible dream of America, it went so much deeper than the glory and the remembrance of some days gone past that really haven't been. I love the book, The Fire Next Time. It is this book by James Baldwin where he tells in brutal truth. It's a kind of writer today, that like a Ta-Nehisi Coates of his times, where he talks with unflinching realism about the problems of America. And in this entire book, he does not pull a punch. But then at the end, and in fact, this page in his book, he took some criticism for it because some people said it sounded too Pollyannish. He strikes this note of hope amidst all that he described, calling to the conscience of our country to do impossible things. Baldwin writes, I know what I'm asking you is impossible, but in our time, as in every time, the impossible is the least we can demand. And one is, after all, emboldened by the spectacle of human history in general, and American Negro history in particular, for it testifies to nothing less than the perpetual achievement of the impossible. Now, I want to tell y'all, Baldwin was writing about American black history, but the truth of our country is story after story, so many, so vast, that our finite minds can barely contain the stories of heroic actors, everyday Americans, who did extraordinary things under unimaginable circumstances. So much of what we take for granted right now was because of folks like Baldwin who answered the call to do impossible things. You pick a segment of our society, the suffrage movement with its brutality, women literally dying for the cause of our country, Alice Paul, Mary Church Terrell, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, the heroism of labor activists, literally at a time that if you were organizing, you didn't just get a threat to lose your job, you got a threat to lose your life. People like Eugene Debs, A. Philip Randolph, abolitionists who had the boldness, before I'll be a slave, I will be buried in my grave. Nat Turner, Sojourner Truth, William Lord Garrison, civil rights activists whose names aren't even that well known, like Fred Shuttlesworth, had his home bombed, his wife chain whipped, himself stabbed, but kept on fighting for his impossible dream of America. These are our ancestors. This is our roots. People who never surrendered to circumstances, who kept on dreaming. I have to tell you right now, when I hear my mom utter something from Lewis Carroll, and it actually fortifies me as I get on a red eye to fly back to Washington. In my head were the songs from a kid in a black church in Closter, New Jersey, the spirituals that were being sung that my mom would impress upon me. You're hearing those now in the 1980s as a little boy, but those were the songs that sourced us. Ain't nobody gonna turn me around. Ain't nobody gonna turn me around. I'm gonna keep on a walking. I'm gonna keep on a talking, marching down to freedom land. One of my favorite songs that I was playing in my apartment last night, different renditions of different choirs, of different groups, was just this concept of keeping your hand on the plow. When my way gets dark as night, I know the Lord will be my light. Keep your hand on the plow, hold on. Keep your hand on the plow, hold on. Now, I walk the halls of Congress. I'm sorry, I can't walk in that building. I can't go on that Senate floor, no matter how despicable the CRA I'm forced to vote on is. I can't lose sight of the history we share, that I am a black man in America walking onto the floor of the Senate. And the sacrifices of folk, black and white, male and female, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, all that it took for me to be the 4th elected African American in the history of our country to that body. Talk about people who kept their hand on the plow. Robert Smalls, a name most of us don't know. This is the full history we have of heroic actors. This was a slave who was lent to a slave ship after the outbreak of the Civil War. And immediately he was plotting to break free. When the Confederates left the ship one night, leaving him and some other slaves on it, he took control of the ship, put on the captain's garb, sailed his ship right by Fort Sumter that had surrendered to the Confederates. They looked at the ship, seeing the captain there, didn't think anything was wrong. He turns his ship and he sails as quickly as he can towards the Union blockade, knowing that the Union Army would fire on a Confederate ship. He uses white clothing to raise up and wave. They were literally preparing to fire, and they recognized, wait a minute, that's a white flag flying. He actually gets to safety. He becomes such a hero. Northern newspapers were writing about him. He is credited with one of the reasons why we let blacks fight in the Civil War. He himself is credited with recruiting 5,000 American blacks to fight, and many of them died brutally in a civil war for freedom. He then, after the Civil War, gets elected to the South Carolina legislature. We talk about public education in our party. Well, he passed his legislation creating about the first public schools legislated by a state in America. Then he gets nominated to Congress and walks the same hallways that I get to walk now. Look, the end of his life is not great. He literally goes back to the South Carolina State House and is there as an elected representative after Reconstruction, one of the most bloodiest periods of domestic terrorism we have ever seen. And the South Carolina legislature strips blacks of their voting rights, and he has to vote on it. He has to be there. 2 years before his death, at a time where lynching is all over this country, this man literally, when two black men are accused of being murderers and a lynch mob forms, he goes and disperses blacks throughout the town of Beaufort, South Carolina, and then lets the rumor fly that if these two men are lynched, they will burn the town to the ground. And the sheriff protected the two black men from the lynch mob. He died in a house that he bought from his slave master. It's one of the stories from American history that folk don't know. And I wonder how now I hear folk despairing. Talk about setbacks. To be elected to Congress as a black man, to have to watch voting rights being stripped, it wouldn't be till the next century when people like John Lewis and others fought to open up doors for voting rights. It wouldn't be till years later, even after that, that a black man would return to the United States Senate. We have so much power, us as Americans. If we keep our hands on the plow and keep fighting and don't let anything turn us around. Now, I know we're in this time where folk are despairing. I know that. But one of the greatest gifts of my life is a community in Newark, New Jersey. I grew up in the northeast of the state. I grew up in the suburbs. Yeah, my parents had to fight an unimaginable civil rights battle in 1969 to move into the town, literally working with a fair housing council to get white family to pose as my parents to put a bid on the house. And then when my father and the volunteer lawyers show up, my father's lawyer gets punched in the face by the real estate agent and a dog gets sicked on him. But I grew up in unimaginable circumstances that my father told me, you are living dreams that were impossible, seemed impossible to me when I was a kid. You're living a life that was dangerous, a dangerous dream to articulate if you were your grandfather. But I tell you this, when I moved to Newark, New Jersey, I didn't need to open history books to see heroism. I began to meet people who, under unconscionable circumstances, refused to stop believing in America. Housing rights activists, civil rights activists, fighting against injustices that we as a country didn't think necessarily deserved us all taking the streets, losing the understanding that King said so articulately a generation before, that injustice anywhere is in America a threat to justice everywhere, that we're all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in one single garment of destiny. Somehow that garment has been ripped where we aren't even conscious of other struggle, our neighbors, our fellow Americans. I'm so happy that Flint, Michigan is getting so much attention, but Reuters just released a report that was the truth. Over 1,000 communities have lead levels in their children's blood right here in America, 4 times what Flint's children have, right now. When I moved to Newark in the 90s, this is what I saw. What is it like to live in a neighborhood where you see a parent looking at you with a lead-poisoned child? I'm proud that I still live in that community today. When I listen to politicians like our president talk about inner cities in a way that is not appealing to our heart and to our hope and to the light, but demeaning and degrading those spaces, not realizing the heroes who have been fighting, come to my neighborhood. I may be a U.S. Senator, but the folk in my community don't care that much about my title. I live in a community, my census tract, our median income is $14,000 per household. And this is before this president got sworn in over 100 days ago. We had fights when we wanted to plant in the soil of our city, urban gardening. The state stepped in and said, you can't do that because there's too much lead in the ground. When this Congress wouldn't pass reauthorized legislation that Reagan reauthorized, that Mitch McConnell voted for, to clean up Superfund sites, they wouldn't reauthorize the small tax on polluting industries. What do people in my community think where we have 2 Superfund sites, where the Passaic River is still polluted with the Agent Orange that was dumped into it? And we now know, with longitudinal evidence, that children born within 3 miles of a Superfund site have 20% higher rates of autism and birth defects. In my community, I've got officers who are fighting every day to stem the tide of gun violence. Literally, when gunfire erupts, I've seen it when I was mayor, they don't wait, they charge into places with no situational awareness, putting themselves and their lives on the line, recovering guns that were obtained illegally by people with criminal records. This issue of universal background checks to those cops in my community, this is not a policy discussion. This is the difference between life and death. I have a friend of mine, Natasha Laurel. She is this amazing woman. They call her Mama Tasha where she works because she has this heart. She takes care of the folks that work in her IHOP with her. But these issues that we as progressives are fighting for, talk to Miss Laurel for a little while. Talk to Mama Tasha. She works a full-time job. She tries to catch shifts in other places, but guess what? We pay for her housing. Because in this country, you could work a full-time job, catch extra shifts, especially if you live places like the New York, New Jersey area. You don't live above the poverty line. We pay for her food stamps. These are costs that the corporations just outsource onto all of us. And think about the trials that so many in my neighborhood, that Mama Tasha face when her child is sick. One of her boys has asthma. Literally, our IHOP on Bergen Street is across the street from a hospital. Her son rushed to the emergency room, is in that hospital, and this mom has to make the choice because we are one of the only industrialized nations on the planet Earth that doesn't have paid family leave. She has to make the choice whether to give up her shift and visit her child and lose out on that money, which could be the difference between her family having food or not, or staying at work while her child suffers with not just the debilitating effects of asthma, but with fear. This is the country that we live in. A nation where the basics come to my block, see where I live. Down the street is a senior citizen building. We still have a nation that while people down here in Washington talk about cutting Social Security or privatizing it, we still have 5 million seniors that live in poverty still on their Social Security checks. Come to my neighborhood. Across the street is a drug treatment center. Do like I've done. Sit in the circle of the men and listen to the stories about how a criminal justice system treats people who are addicted and churns them into a system that debilitates them, that doesn't treat their disease. I tell you all of this to tell you we have an impossible dream in America that has yet to be made real. And this is before there's a Donald Trump. I'm so happy to see activism and marching and organizing, but I'm telling you right now, if we make this all about Donald Trump, we've seen demagogues before, we've seen public demeanors in McCarthyism, Father Conklin come and go. My calling is not to have this party defined by what we're against or who we're against. We must be defined by the dream of America for all Americans. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm upset about Donald Trump. I've watched over this last 100+ days a guy who literally tells his supporters one thing and then gets into the White House and does things that are 100% contrary to what he said and what he promised. It's astonishing to me how someone can speak out of both sides of their mouth. It's astonishing to me that his CRAs take away people's ability to better save for retirement, allow people to pollute our streams and rivers, take away people's access to preventative health and family planning. All of that to me is astonishing that he can do those things. Not to mention this recent stuff that to me is more out of a Tom Clancy novel than it should be out of our reality. I had a person call me today and talk to me. I couldn't believe it after the Russians literally attack us, cyber attacks, attack our election, Literally, his associates are under federal investigation. Literally, he seems to give better access to the Oval Office to the Russian press than the American press. And then he fires the very person that's investigating folks. This person said to me that, hey, Truman had a sign that said on his desk, the buck stops here. Trump should have one that says the ruble stops here. This is surreal times. Don't get me wrong. There are real issues that necessitate us resisting and us fighting. But I want to let you all know our party cannot just be about that. The trends in our country are too disturbing. And in fact, if you think about it, Trump is a symptom of a problem. He's not the problem. This country was fought for by Irish immigrants who built factories and pushed our country into prosperity, by black slaves whose labor helped fuel fortunes in this country, by Chinese immigrants who built the transcontinental railroad, by Mexican immigrants who produced food and hope and put the things on the table that we eat every day, creating extraordinary wealth. And then activists and progressives help to fight battles and win more equality, more opportunity. Legislation from from the federal Congress to state houses helped to give us rights and privileges. So many things for us to be proud of. We became the envy of the world. But if you look right now, if you look at where America just over my lifetime has gone from being number one on the planet Earth to where we are now, on issues of the competitiveness of our democracy, indices that are kept by OECD and the World Economic Forum, the trends in our country are indeed troubling. We know that today in everything from pre-K enrollment to high school to college graduation rates, we're now being outranked by our peer nations. Other countries are investing in apprenticeship programs and training programs. Look at what's going on in Germany. In Newark, when I went to my manufacturers to get more jobs and opportunity, I said, what do you need? The first thing they said to me is, we can't find machinists. Other countries are making meaningful investments in job training, but we are not. Things that could be making a huge difference for our people, for our economy, and for global competitiveness. Other countries are seeing that lowering the bars to education. In Germany, the cost of college is 4% of median income. In Canada, it's like 6 to 7%. In England, about 7%. In America, 52% of median income to go to college. Other countries have decimated, slashed rates of child poverty. In America, still stubbornly, 1 out of every 5 children in America born into poverty. Other countries are investing in their infrastructure. America, we inherited from our grandparents the best infrastructure on the planet Earth, and we have trashed it. Literally, engineers estimating about $3 trillion of infrastructure debt. And we've fallen even out of the top 10 of infrastructure. And our country is at a 20-year low in investment in infrastructure necessary for expanding economic opportunity. And when it comes to the sciences, we are one of the greatest civilizations on the planet Earth for investing our public resources in science and technology that have expanded businesses and job opportunities. From our batteries on our iPhones to the touch screens to the satellite navigation, all of those things are our collective investment in government research. But now, China outstripping us, Europe outstripping us in investments in research and the sciences. We as a nation are falling behind in expanding opportunity for all. And we're leading in the areas we should not lead in. Wasting public treasure, whether it's leading in child poverty or leading in probably one area of infrastructure investment we shouldn't want to lead in. With just 5% of the globe's population, we've got 25% of the globe's prison population. And during the time I was in law school with Neera, to the time I became mayor of Newark, we were putting trillions of dollars billions of dollars into our investments in prisons, building a new prison in America every 10 days. And so I want to fight in this climate. I want to dedicate myself, but we cannot just be a party of resistance. We've got to be a party that's reaffirming that American dream. We can't just be a party that's focused on the person in the White House. We've got to be focused on those folks in inner cities, in factory towns, the grassroots of our country. That's where our attention needs to be. We've got to be a nation and a people, and especially a party that reignites that conviction that this will be the country of impossible dreams, that is the essence of the American dream. We've got to be a nation that says we are about justice and security and opportunity, and security that doesn't just mean fighting against terrorism and keeping us safe from foreign threats, but security that means all Americans, regardless of how they pray, or whether they wear a hijab, or have a bindi, all Americans are free from violence and discrimination. We've got to be a nation that's focused on justice and understands that justice means working 40 hours a week shouldn't leave you living in poverty. We've got to be a nation about opportunity. And opportunity means we become a party of growth and innovation, of technology, but we can never be a country that accepts that growth means just billionaires and billionaires get richer and richer, and the poorest get stuck in poverty. That technology and innovation shouldn't be celebrated for how many billionaires we create, but how well we do in lifting people out of poverty. That technology can't be about transforming work for the better, where people are contract workers that don't have retirement security, but that work means that you have true security for yourself and your family. And so I believe what our history shows us, and King said it so eloquently, the arc of the universe bends towards justice. But make no mistake, it doesn't happen automatically. We have to bend it. I believe that we can produce an economy that works for everybody, but we must build it. I believe that we can be a nation that has health care for all, but we must fight for it. I believe that we can have a day in this country where America leads not just in our wealth for the richest or the size of our army, but that we set that impossible dream that we have the best K through 12 public education, that we will lead again in the quality of opportunity, that will lead again in eradicating poverty, that will lead again in social mobility, that will lead in investing in science, that will lead in conquering the threat of climate change, and that will lead the globe like the torchbearers, leading the globe to greater peace and prosperity. And so this moment, as we end an incredible conference, we've got to summon a greater courage. The courage that our generations before us, our ancestors, have showed us, people without titles or political office, the courage that they demonstrated through their sacrifice and their service to this republic. And for that, there's no special formula. It's work, work, work back into the fields of our democracy. Work, work, work back into the grassroots. Work, work, work back to getting folk woke, waking up sleeping people, tending to the hurt, rallying the able, and igniting the dream all over again. We are Democrats, and we must be patriots who work and sweat, work and organize, and work and never let the dream get smaller. Hands upon the plow. Hold on. Hands upon the plow. Langston Hughes wrote a poem just about that, giving deference to generations who through song and spirit and faith forged a new America. Let me end with this poem. He said, "America, land created in common, dream nourished in common. Keep your hands on the plow. Hold on, hold on. If the house is not finished, don't be discouraged, builder. If the fight is not won, don't be weary, soldier. The plan and the pattern is here, woven from the beginning into the warp and woof of America a long time ago, when enslaved people heading towards freedom made up the song, "Keep your hand on the plow, hold on, hold on." A song long time ago, a people heading towards freedom made up a song, "Keep your hands on the plow, hold on, hold on." My fellow Democrats, my fellow patriots, we just go back into the fields and put our hands on the plow. We must ignite the dream of our country with our hands forever on the plow. We have unfinished work to be done. Our hands must remain on the plow. And I know in my heart, and I know in my spirit, if we continue with that conviction, if we're willing to do the work, if we're willing to stay steady, then not only will we overcome the obstacles that seem impossibly large, but we will usher in a greater era for our country, where we make more real and more true to more people the spirit of our nation, that we will be a nation with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And that concludes the 2017 Ideas Conference. Thank you, everybody. I hope I'll see some of you tonight celebrating, and see you next year. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up our live feed from the Center for American Progress. I want to take you live now to the White House. We're hearing reports of a disturbance at the White House. This is breaking news. A disturbance at the White House. We are going to get some information for you now. All we know as of right this second is that it's being described as a disturbance at the White House. All right, so I am monitoring Twitter right now. We are seeing that the White House is on lockdown. Now, according to reports on Twitter, I can't confirm it, but reports on Twitter suggest that someone was trying to climb the fence at the White House, and the White House is on lockdown. Now, Sky News is reporting that the White House is on lockdown according to the Secret Service. As you know, the president is hosting the Turkish president there at the White House today. According to Fox News, a person has attempted to scale the fence and enter the grounds of the building. Again, the White House is on lockdown.
So some guy jumped a bike.
All right, you're looking at a live feed outside the White House. We are being told that Secret Service has cleared the area outside of the White House, and the White House is on lockdown after a person reportedly jumped over the fence. Now, a news reporter there in Washington, D.C., tweeting out, "Woman actually jumped over outer lower fence next to White House. Secret Service now says she's in custody." Again, we're hearing that the suspect who reportedly jumped a fence at the White House is in custody, and the White House is now on lockdown. I want to go ahead and put this tweet on the screen. This posted by the Secret Service 10 minutes ago. Secret Service responding to an individual who jumped the bike rack along the north fence line of Pennsylvania Avenue. The suspect in custody. Here is a live look at the White House. Again, the White House reportedly on lockdown. I know many viewers are asking about Fox 10's Kari Lake, who is currently in Washington, D.C., whether she's at the White House or not. That I don't know. I'm going to actually reach out to her and see if she is near the scene. It does look like Kari Lake has tweeted about this incident and the White House fence jumper. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up some of the Kari Lake's tweets for you now. Stand by. Here's a tweet from Kari Lake. She wants to get on White House grounds, but as of right now, she can't. White House fence jumper has locked us out of the White House grounds. I wouldn't want to slip while climbing this fence. She goes ahead. She has posted pictures of the fence. Again, you can see Secret Service there. Secret Service personnel on our live feed as well.
Chevy, baby. That's right. 90 miles, baby. Took a couple of days. Floating car, Travis. Before James Bond had the car, Cubans had it. That's where James Bond got the idea. From the Cubans. Yeah, my mommy took me shopping over the weekend. I think. My mom took me shopping this weekend. my friend. I am your friend. Okay, so he's my enemy. So he's your enemy too. Yeah, you can call me Lincoln. Met you first time at the Pentagon. That was the first time I met you.
All right, everyone. So as you know, Carrie Lake is outside the White House. She is there on scene. I have touched base with her, and we are going to speak with Carrie Lake in just a moment. Stay tuned.
You did say that to me. You did. I was like, he was nice but crazy. That guy's nuts. Doobie doobie. Doobie doobie doo.
Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live feed of the White House. Here is a tweet that was sent out from Secret Service about 15 minutes ago. Secret Service responding to an individual who jumped the bike rack along the north fence line of Pennsylvania Avenue. As you know, the suspect is in custody, according to this tweet. Carrie Lake is locked out of the White House because the White House is on lockdown. There is this tweet from Carrie Lake, also posted in the last 15 minutes. White House fence jumper has us locked out of White House grounds. I wouldn't want to slip while climbing this fence. She posted pictures of the fence there. This is the fence around the White House, a closer look at it. And there you can see Secret Service posted up outside the White House. Now I have touched base with Carrie Lake, who is live outside the White House. She should be calling in just a moment, so we will be chatting with her momentarily. Stay tuned. All right, viewers, as promised, Carrie Lake is now joining us live from outside the White House. Carrie, you really picked the week to go to D.C.
We were just saying, my photojournalist John Netzel and I, how there's so much news coming out of this one little section of, property in the country. We could be here every day, all day. We should open a bureau, perhaps. Wouldn't that be great?
I know. I mean, honestly, you went yesterday to that Trump event in the morning, and then, McMaster had his statement in the afternoon. It's just been a busy day, a busy couple of days in D.C.
Well, and, of course, we picked a bad time to run out and grab lunch because we've been going all morning, and we decided we had a little break in the day, and it would be a perfect time to take a break, and we left most of our stuff at the White House and just took off to grab a quick bite, and we come back, and they said, nope, you're not getting in. They didn't tell us what it was, but we contacted our source in the White House and found out that it was a female, believed to be a female fence jumper, who was, caught at the northeast lawn. I don't know if she got over the fence or if she was apprehended outside or halfway over. But I tweeted out, I don't know if you can show it, Tommy, a picture of the fence. Just yesterday I took a picture of the reinforcements they've made along the fence.
Yeah, I have that on the screen now.
It was just a decorative, security fence, and they've added extra spikes along the fence line. And apparently, she was able to kind of make her way over that near what is a bike rack. So the bike rack might have helped her step up and get a better, handle on the fence.
Right. That is
It's
crazy.
never a dull moment. But we've had a very busy day, and I don't know if you've been able to air any of the interviews and such that we've been busy with today. Have you had a chance to show any of that on News Now?
We haven't showed any of it yet. I know we were planning to show it this afternoon, but I understand you got a tour of the White House grounds and spoke with some pretty informative people there.
Yeah, we had a private tour, a really specialized private tour where we had access to a lot. They do 2 garden tours at the White House a year, one in the spring and one in the autumn. And it's pretty difficult to get into that. And we basically got that tour today with the head groundskeeper. And he manages the crew that keeps the grounds pristine. And he knows so much about every tree, plant, every blade of grass that he has an intimate knowledge with. So we talked about some of the trees that were planted there. I didn't even realize that a tree had been planted by Queen Elizabeth.
Oh, wow.
And every president has planted a tree.
That's so interesting.
Some have planted more than one.
Huh.
We went and toured. There was a rumor going around that the Trumps were going to tear out the garden that Michelle Obama planted. And actually, President Obama did an interview on a radio program and said, "Watch out, he might tear out the garden." And I'm not kidding. I actually was listening to the interview last night, and that could not be further from the truth. They have actually have tended to that garden. It's beautiful. We got to walk through it today. I got to eat some vegetables out of it. I actually had some lettuce, which tasted quite wonderful, I must say. But we got a very interesting tour. We saw the Rose Garden, and we saw that little patio where President Obama had the meeting. What did they call that, John? The beer summit. You remember the beer summit a few years back?
Mm-hmm.
So it was an interesting day, and we also had a private tour of the interior of the White House, and we spoke with a curator who, after 40 years at the White House, is retiring June 1st.
Oh, wow.
He actually wanted to retire January 1st, but with the new administration coming in, he agreed to stand for 6 more months to make sure that it was a smooth transition, moving one family out and one family in. So it was interesting hearing some of his little tidbits about that job.
I mean, he's been there for 40 years. I know we haven't played the interview yet here on News Now, but can you talk about some of the highlights? I mean, he's witnessed, so many different administrations.
Yes, he has 8 presidents, in fact. And I'm just looking at some of my notes. He started at the end of the Gerald Ford administration. Then he was there for Carter, Reagan, the first George Bush, Clinton, Bush 2, and now the Trumps. And he said the craziest day of any, I would say not of the year, because this only happens once every 4 or 8 years, is the move in, move out. Inauguration Day is the ultimate day of insanity for him and his crew, because they are in charge of moving one family out and moving another family in. And we've done stories on this in the past. They have 5 hours to accomplish that Olympic feat. And it has to be smooth so that the one family, the exiting first family, doesn't feel as if they're being forced out, rushed out, or that things don't matter. And, of course, the new incoming family has to feel welcome. This is going to be their new home for the next 4 or 8 years.
Right.
So that was kind of interesting. Another story he shared was the Obama girls' bedroom was a room that Mrs. Reagan, Nancy Reagan, used as a gym. She had a big piece of exercise equipment in there. I mean, a massive piece of exercise equipment in there. And I thought this was kind of a sweet story. So when the Reagans moved out and Mrs. Bush and the Bushes moved in, Mrs. Bush was talking about Inauguration Day, and they were having family sleepover. She said, well, you might have to sleep in one of the rooms upstairs, but it has a big piece of exercise equipment, so we'll just make do, and you'll have to sleep around. She was just being really sweet, not realizing that that piece of exercise equipment was going to be moved out. She didn't have to live with whatever was in there before. She was actually just agreeing to kind of, she thought she was just going to be staying in the same, basically, accommodations that the Reagans were in. The Fords came in a very quick transition after the resignation of Richard Nixon, and the Nixons actually had 2 bedrooms. They did not share a bedroom, Mr. and Mrs. Nixon.
Interesting.
They had their own separate bedrooms. And when the Fords came in, it was a rather quick transition because, of course, Nixon resigned. They were like shocked. They're like, no, we just want one bedroom with one bed. And I guess that's obviously gone out of style, but the two-bedroom type setup, maybe back in the olden days. But there's quite a broad collection there, and being the curator is basically taking care of the museum component of the White House. And this is really something that Mrs. Kennedy set up a number of years ago and decided that it was really important to share some of the amazing artifacts and pieces that the White House has. And so they hired a staff to take care of all of the historical pieces the White House has. Of course, anything that the White House purchases, piece of furniture, piece of art, is owned by the federal government, and so the White House, and then they decide what room it should go in, and they learn the story behind it, and they're able to tell that for all the tours. Now, the head curator that we spoke to today, he doesn't give generally tours to the general population that come in for tours.
Right.
Like today there were huge numbers of people in there for tours. They actually have people who do tour guides, but he helps train them. And he does tours. He's met so many interesting people. He does tours for celebrities who show up, for heads of state who show up. Sometimes if a prime minister or a president from another country shows up for a meeting with the president, he will take their spouse and kind of give them a specialized tour of the White House.
Now, we are getting some comments from viewers as well. Dutch, one of our regular viewers, saying, I love these stories from Carrie. Can you ask Carrie if she went to the White House film room? I believe he means the Family Theater.
We saw the Family Theater, which has just become part of the White House tour. And this was a new addition made by the Trumps. The First Lady, Melania Trump, decided that she thought it would be nice for people who are visiting the White House to be able to see this theater that the first family gets a chance to screen movies in, and oftentimes they invite some of their guests in as well. As a matter of fact, I said, I don't see President Trump as somebody who's watching a lot of movies here. And one of our contacts there said, actually, you're right, he doesn't. But just last weekend or the weekend before, he actually watched a couple of movies, and I think it was his first time doing that.
Interesting.
I would be taking advantage of that.
Yeah, to have a theater at your residence, it's not a bad
Right,
perk.
and I think you get access to all of the new releases that are out.
So you don't even have to go to the movie theater.
Right, you don't have to deal with that, you don't have to park, none of that.
And I'm sure someone there is on hand to make you popcorn.
Yes, I'm sure. I didn't see the popcorn machine, but I'm absolutely sure if the president wants popcorn. Another room that we saw was the family dining room. It's actually, and of course I've got a lot of my notes on the phone, which I'm talking to you on, so I can't look at it right now.
Right.
This was kind of impromptu, as we were supposed to go live on the White House grounds, but again, because of that White House fence jumper, we're locked out of the White House grounds right now.
Right.
So one of the rooms is a beautiful dining room on the second floor of the White House. So it's just below where the residence is, and it's just a lovely dining room. And they use that for large family gatherings. And I said, really, you don't have your family eat at the residence? Well, it's actually if you're having like your extended family or a relative that doesn't live there or several family members. It's a beautiful dining room, and I'll try to post a picture on my Twitter account where it just makes it much easier for the staff to serve a larger meal, even if it is just for the president and his family. It's just easier than having everybody at the residency. Because the staff, of course, has easier access than having to bring all the additional staff up into the residency. We also got a chance to go kind of behind the museum part of the White House, where the people who work there kind of run around, and it's kind of the brains behind the White House. It's where the laundry facility is, the bowling alley, where they kind of hide some of the extra towels and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like the back room, the back halls of a hotel, and that is where the curator showed us some of the evidence of the fire. Back in 1814, there was a fire that almost ruined, that basically pretty much ruined much of the White House. And there's still charred, there's still a very large charred section. Was that limestone, John, that was charred? Was that limestone that was charred? I'm talking to my photojournalist that's with me because he asked sandstone. So much of the White House is made of sandstone, and you can still see charred sandstone from when that fire burned way back in 1814.
There's so much history there, Carrie. Now, I know there's some viewers that are just joining us now. I understand, just to recap for those viewers just joining us, you are basically locked outside of White House grounds because the White House is on lockdown, right?
Yes, we are. It is a little after 5, and I'm wondering, I know for a fact that other journalists are locked out because we were all standing there going, oh my gosh, how long will we get in? Secret Service told us it could be 2 hours.
Wow.
Apparently when something like this happens, they've got to look for evidence to investigate the scene and all of that.
Right.
Even though it's really, the whole situation lasted 15 minutes or so. I don't know how far this jumper was able to get, but... and
it was a female jumper.
It was a female jumper. My source said they caught her on the lawn, which kind of indicated that she got over, but I'm not 100% sure of that. I haven't seen any photographs yet. I'm sure there will be some. Are you seeing any from me on Twitter right now?
No, not seeing a lot. I actually just put the picture that you tweeted on screen for the viewers that are just joining us so they could see how, what this fence looks like up close.
Yeah, I was looking at those pictures going, now how if I had to jump this fence, let's say it was my own backyard fence and I locked myself out, how would you even go about that?
Right. It looks dangerous. I mean, it doesn't look like an easy...
And, it's like lights out.
Yeah.
It was a pretty busy day, though. The Turkish president, Erdogan, was at the White House today, and they did a joint press conference. I'm sure you carried that, or part of that, perhaps.
We did. We carried it in full.
I'm always amazed at how much the traveling press goes with some, like yesterday with the conference of Abu Dhabi. There were 13 journalists from that small Arab nation who traveled, and I thought that's a very small area for 13 journalists to be traveling.
Right.
But there were a number, I didn't take count, but a number of people from Turkey that were reporting on this big event. It's a pretty big deal when a foreign dignitary comes to the United States to the White House to meet a president.
Right. No, it's a huge deal.
And I'm trying to think what else we got to see today.
Well, I know that Sean Spicer canceled his on-camera briefing today. Were you able to attend his press briefing today, the one that he had with reporters off camera?
We did, and it was the reasoning that they give is that they had McMaster earlier in the day on camera.
Right, we carried that live as well.
It's interesting when you talk to journalists at the White House because you hear about having bias and things. I asked one journalist, I said, why are they doing that? And the journalist says, whenever he's in hot water, he does this. Then I asked another journalist, and this journalist told me they do this whenever there's a big story and they want the expert press, like the McMaster spoke today.
Right.
And they want what McMaster has to be kind of they want that to be what shows up on the news because he's the expert in speaking about what the big story of the day is.
Right, and President Trump had tweeted, I think, last week that he doesn't expect all of his representatives to speak with 100% accuracy, especially if they're talking on a topic that they're not necessarily an expert about.
Right. So they might put the Treasury Secretary up on a day where they need him to speak on something that he knows, and they really want that to stand on its own without then 2 or 3 hours later putting Sean Spicer up there and having him grilled about the same stuff, but he might have a different reaction because he wasn't in the room when this alleged, breach of protocol happened with the confidential information being allegedly leaked. So they really wanted McMaster's sound today to be on the newscast tonight and what was quoted in the papers and on websites.
Since we weren't able to watch the off-camera briefing with Sean Spicer, can you kind of recap some of the things Spicer spoke about with the press?
You can't have your cameras on, and you're not supposed to take any pictures, not even still. Actually, John, someone's coming out right there. John, you see the ambulance? There's an ambulance coming out right now. And I don't know if this woman is in it. We're watching an ambulance come out right now. You can hear it, can't you? Ambulance just came out with perhaps the woman who jumped the fence. I don't know if she was injured or if her mental was such that they needed to put her in the ambulance. But that is what just happened. Are you seeing journalists go back in yet or not yet? Yeah, so a very interesting day. We just heard the ambulance just went right by us. And Anyway, back to the Sean Spicer press conference. So anyway, you can't have your camera on him. You can record sound, but no still photos and no video. And you know what I did notice? I noticed he seemed less prepared because I guess there wasn't the pressure of being on camera today.
Right.
You know, the answers weren't as buttoned up and
more conversational.
Yeah, a little more kind of humming and hawing. Which maybe he just felt like I don't know if you saw one of the stories that is trending right now, which is Kimberly Guilfoyle, one of the Fox anchors, saying that she had been contacted by several people in the White House to potentially take over that role.
Right. Did he comment on that?
Pardon me?
Did Sean Spicer actually comment on that?
No. Okay. I was actually going to ask him, one of the questions I wanted to ask him, but he stopped answering questions before I could get it out, was if the president had talked to him about limiting his role or basically pulling back on doing the daily press briefing.
Right.
He spoke of that with his interview with Judge Janine last weekend on Fox.
Right.
And I hadn't heard any reporter asking him if he had spoken, if the president had spoken to him about that potential, what that meant for him. But he just, it's interesting, and you've watched these enough, Sami, to know that when he's done with the news conference, with the daily briefing, he's done. He's like, goodbye, I'm out.
Right. People still keep yelling questions, but he doesn't turn around to answer them.
Right. They're like, Sean. Right. But he seemed a little perturbed today, but that's kind of, I think, his basic, that's where his baseline is. He's always in that little bit of a perturbed attitude, and I don't blame him. He's dealing with a lot of incoming in there.
Yeah. It would be interesting, though, if President Trump replaced him with Kimberly Guilfoyle.
She would do a pretty good job. I'm kind of the thought process here that he shouldn't replace anybody right now.
Right.
Keep things mellow.
Right. We don't need any more changes right now.
Although I can see why there is some criticism of Sean Spicer. I don't think he's the perfect choice for that job.
It's a tough job it's a tough position to have, though.
Very tough job. You know, it was funny. A couple times today when I was listening to the questions being thrown his way, you ever have someone talking to you and you kind of zone out while they're asking you something and they go, so what is it, or whatever? You go,
yeah.
What'd you say? I kind of felt like there were a couple moments where he was a little bit spaced out during the questions, but not necessarily his fault. Some of these questions go on. They go, I want to ask 2 questions with a follow-up third, and then they go on and they rattle off these long questions. And I'm thinking by the time they got to the last question, I already forgot what the first one was.
Totally.
And he's being asked to kind of remember these 3 long questions and then formulate his answer and get it out. Anyway, I think we're going to probably check back over with Secret Service and see if we can get back onto the White House grounds. And if we do, maybe we'll try to reach you with some actual video.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. I do have one more question from a viewer, actually a very relevant question given the breaking news. One viewer asking, Carrie, how high is the fence itself? The jumper, someone jumping a fence, they don't have an idea of how high that fence is to get into White House grounds.
I want to guess that it's 10 feet tall. How tall do you think the White House fence is? Think it goes up like that? 8 to 10 feet tall?
10 feet tall. Okay. Well, that answers Emma S's question.
They put all these additional barricades. You used to be able to walk right up to the fence. And then last time we were here, they had an additional police line barricade to keep people back. And now they have 2. It's getting harder and harder to take a picture in front of the White House.
Yeah. I mean, and it's the photo everyone wants when they go to D.C.
Exactly. And I was just reading today about some history about how Abraham Lincoln used to stand above the north entrance. On the second floor, there's a little balcony, and he used to stand out there and speak to the public, and the public would come into the front lawn of the White House, stand below him and listen.
Which is crazy.
To his speeches.
That's just crazy to think about now, yeah.
I mean, just wrap your brain around that.
Never would happen now.
That's pretty crazy.
Okay, and
have obviously changed.
Before I let you go, I do have one more viewer question from ABB. It's a callback to our conversation yesterday. Did you find the bush that Sean Spicer hid in at the White House, reportedly hidden?
We haven't had a chance. I'm going to try to get that answer. To be honest, I haven't really been back over in that area since we spoke. I mean, I did some live shots, but I didn't see anybody who had direct knowledge of that. I'll try to find out from somebody in the media.
At least tweet out the bush if you can.
That is important, isn't it?
Some viewers, the viewers want to know.
I got to tell you, when we were here a year ago, almost a year ago to the day, it was a year and maybe a week, President Obama, we saw him that one time for about 4 minutes, and we just really didn't see much of him. He was kind of hidden away. And speaking to a lot of the members of the media, many of them had never had a chance to be asked a question of him in their 8 years of covering him.
Wow.
We have seen President Trump this trip 4 times, 3 times, 3 times, and we saw Vice President Pence once. You know, he's when he says he's very active. I mean, you know, I know there's people out there who don't like President Trump. I know there's people who really do like him. This guy keeps a very busy schedule.
Right.
I mean, there's something going on all the time. He's meeting with leaders and welcoming people to the White House. So there's quite a bit going on, a very busy schedule.
Right.
And I've been a little bit, I have to admit, I've been impressed by that he's been all over. And I know this is early in his administration as well, whereas when we were seeing President Obama, it was in his final 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I realize that every day when we're getting different feeds and tape playback of various meetings, I feel like we do see President Trump on a daily basis, keeping busy at the White House.
We talked to one of his aides today, and she said he literally does get 6 hours sleep at the most.
Yeah, if that even.
Very, very late.
Because people always wonder, when does President Trump sleep? Because, you know, he's been known to tweet in the middle of the night, and people always wonder, what hours is he actually sleeping?
And the tweets are his. Nobody else is tweeting for him, which is pretty obvious, I guess. Just in case you're wondering.
It's authentic.
All right. Well, I should probably run, Sami. I think there might be maybe some. Are you seeing anything over there, John? Can't tell if they're letting people in. We're going to go check it out.
All right, Carrie. Thanks so much for calling in. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Bye, Sami.
Bye.
All right, everyone, that was Carrie Lake calling in. We provided you with almost about 25 minutes there, that phone conversation. Carrie Lake, we appreciate you always checking in with us here on Fox News Now and giving us the update. Again, if you're just joining us, the White House on lockdown after a woman tried to climb over the fence. She is in custody, but the lockdown could last quite a while. All right, guys, we are now going to cut away from the White House. We're going to take you live to New Orleans. They're talking about a Confederate monument. Let's go ahead and listen into this. A very controversial statue there in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Symbols for our children and for future generations to learn from, to be proud of, and to always be a proponent for peace. Thank you.
Kevin, what's your last name? Can I ask you a question? You know, you talked about veterans of the United States. Some people are going to argue that PG-2 Beauregard is a veteran of the Confederate States of America, not the United States of America, and he's symbol up here because he was a general in the Confederate Army. Could you talk to me a little bit about that, how PG-2 Beauregard was a Confederate general, not a United States general?
All questions are going to be given to Pierre. I'm not answering any questions.
Right. And we can answer questions right after. We have one more person who'd like to speak. Professor Mark Sperry. Look on the piece of paper here. How's that?
Okay. Hello, everybody. I had said yesterday that I was going to go and file something at the Fourth Circuit today. But a week ago when I filed, we were trying to make a connection with the state and the Lieutenant Governor's office, and so that gave me standing as somebody who's a citizen of the state of Louisiana. But all the documents that I've seen and gone over for the last week, whether they're 1890s or 2017, suggest that there's at least a probability that City Park owns the land we're sitting on and not the city of New Orleans. Every document I've seen suggests that City Park owns the statue, not New Orleans. If you compare what happened with the Lee Monument and the Davis Monument, to what happened with the Beauregard Monument. Beauregard's nothing like them. The city was never involved in it. Everything. There was a covenant that the Beauregard Monument Association had with City Park. They were looking to put the monument here or at the fairgrounds. And what happened was they contacted City Park Improvement Association and said, we'd like to put it there, but will you take this piece of property and build a mound, pay for the granite pedestal, and have it ready? And if you do that, we'll give it to you. I don't know what could be clearer than that. So anyway, because all the evidence, which I'll be happy to share with City Park, suggests that they own the land and that they own the monument, I don't have standing because I'm not part of the City Park Association. Only they are the ones that can go forward with that. And then just today, looking at the website of the New Orleans Assessor's Office, in which I've printed up copies for some of you, the New Orleans Assessor draws a line around Audubon Park and says Audubon Park is owned by the City of New Orleans. Draws a line around City Park, says City Park is owned by the New Orleans City Park Improvement Association. That's the city's assessor in 2017. So this thing has been very complicated. You have two things that are complicated. The City Park says it's complicated. The city attorney says, let's talk about this. So all we were asking was, can we have just 30 days to look at all this and get more involved into who owns what, where, and why, but it appears that that's not going to happen.
So to clarify, the status of your appeal is dead.
To clarify, I didn't appeal. Yes.
Do you plan on appealing?
I can't appeal because I don't have standing. I can't appeal on behalf of City Park. You know, the city attorney's smart enough, they'd say Marksbury doesn't have standing, and they throw it out, and the judge would say, you're right. It can only come from City Park.
We have a letter, we'll have copies for you all. It is from both Billy Nungesser, our Lieutenant Governor, and Attorney General Jeff Landry. It is to Mitchell Andrew, and it's discussing all of this, and just as Mr. Marksbury said, it's real complicated, but it seems like there certainly is enough evidence and material to say that, and keep in mind, the city has never shown any title to this property. So, question you had about...
I was going to say one. Can I say one?
Go ahead, sure.
This land that we're sitting on, it was called the Clark lot. City Park paid for it in 1897 for $20,000, and they have the total title to it. It was a huge piece of land. It goes all the way back to Christian Brothers. The smaller piece, the Mercier plot, was, well, we're probably standing on that, because probably at the base of where those flags are, that's where this lot ends, and the rest of it's Clark. Clark, 1897, after they purchased it, City Park dedicated it to the city to use. What we're standing on, the owner sold it to City Park as a legal title, but said the city could use it. So it's interesting, you know, the idea is that the park has the title, the city has the use, the assessor says the park owns it, so it's just extraordinarily complicated, but 102 years that statue's been up, and it's just a rush to judgment to hurry up and take it down in case we might discover something that would prevent it from coming down. Because the last thing I'll say is that if this land is owned by City Park, which is what the assessor says, then that monument was never to be subjected to the nuisance ordinance, because that's for city public property, and this would be private property. So, you know, that adds to the complication. Now, I'll turn it over to you.
Help me with some questions. Ron, you want to ask your question again?
Sure. You know, the other side of this argument is going to say, you know, I understand Kendall is very aware of American veterans and American veterans that served for this country. P.G. Beauregard is up there because he was a general in the Confederate Army. Talk to me about that, because there's a disconnect between...
Well, it seems to be a disconnect with everybody. Let's keep in mind, P.G.T. Beauregard is a U.S. war veteran, served honorably in the Mexican War. Also, he was superintendent of West Point for a short period of time. That's how well he was thought of. So you can't take that away from him ever. Once a war veteran for the United States, always a war veteran.
Do you think there's any way House Bill 71 gets passed by the legislature and signed by the governor before that statue comes down?
Well, it's probably not, because it seems like all evil forces are in motion right now for a takedown. And instead of waiting to see who actually owns this, which I think most normal people would do, and just wait and let it play out a little bit. It's been here for 102 years. Certainly they can wait another couple of weeks to figure this out. So I don't. I think this is a very popular issue with people in Louisiana and has a great chance to pass. But if if the long arm of Mitch Landrieu in Baton Rouge has it going to the wrong committee like it did last time, then it won't. And that would be a real shame that they don't put it in the proper committee and let it have a proper hearing.
Mr. McGraw, you talked
Yes.
about a rush to take the monument down, but this vote from City Council was back in 2015. There were public hearings before that. There have been several court cases. At what point is enough enough?
Well, it has been going on a long time. We have new evidence that we've given the media, and it is pretty easy to understand why that the city may have issues with this, and that just came about recently. That's why we're still at it.
People never voted for this.
And then we have the issue with the legislature gone. So we're trying to give it our all to do anything legally that we can to keep these beautiful monuments up.
You talk about it as a state issue, but this is a lot of people argue that it's a New Orleans issue before it's a state issue.
You know, you can't just conveniently take New Orleans out of Louisiana. You know, New Orleans is the cultural region of this whole part of the South. You know, even though people don't live here, they come here, they spend their money here. Their ancestors all came through here. Tax dollars come in and out of here. Everyone in this state has a claim to these monuments, especially since the state of Louisiana did spend some money back in 1915 when they put these monuments up.
What's the proper committee? Let me answer that as well. In 1997, the Lieutenant Governor's Secretary for Culture, Tourism, and History signed the National Historic Register document and checked on there, this thing is significant and important to the state of Louisiana. And it was nominated and it was for the state of Louisiana. And it says up there it's on private land too. Yet another complication with the National Historic Register says on private land. One of the previous chairs of the commission of the park said it owns it, and you've seen that before, but it is a state thing because the state nominated it to be on the National Historic Register.
Does
So
the
that alone
governor
does
have
it.
standing to file suit?
We think he does.
Why doesn't he?
I can't answer. You'd have to ask him.
Ask
and,
him.
and so
Have you
does,
asked him?
So does Landry. Well, I think he has to depend. I'll
What did he
go
say?
back. My understanding, my understanding is that he has to work with the Attorney General to do that. He cannot do it on his own. No. Right. So he has to have the Attorney General do that. He can't do that on his own. But he has standing.
Pierre, what committee would you like to see this end up in the Senate?
Well, I think the proper committee, if I'm correct, is the Education Committee, where they deal with memorials and the like, and that's where it needs to go. I think that'd be fair to let the people have a chance to let this thing come onto the Senate floor.
So if this gets assigned to governmental affairs this week, you think that's the wrong committee?
I do. I think that's where I would feel real bad to be in that committee knowing that you're being used to kill bills.
I'll add to that as well. On the website for the Senate and on the Education Committee, it has about 12 bullets with regard to what their responsibilities are. I think bullet number 10 is historic monuments. It couldn't be clearer. It's not vague, so it's clear.
Anybody have any more questions, or we'll wrap it up? All right.
Look, thank you all for coming out. And I know it's been a couple of years and a long journey here. We love our monuments. We're going to do everything we can to keep them up and save them for future generations. This is one of the finest monuments in the whole United States. And for 299 years, New Orleans didn't have any monument problems save for wholesale neglect of their care. But all of a sudden, going into our 300th birthday, we're having all of these problems. And it's so unnecessary, and it's so ugly, and it's so sad.
Have you heard of the New Orleans Unification Movement?
Answer. You asked about U.S. veterans.
Yes, sir.
All Confederate veterans are U.S. veterans. That act was passed
by act of Congress.
by act of Congress. So if you have an ancestor, you can get a plaque on your ancestor's grave from the U.S. government.
Free of charge.
Free of charge.
That happened
Right.
many years ago.
So there you go.
I was asking from the other side of this argument who says, he fought to put me in chains and to enslave me. That's why I wanted to ask that question.
It's not.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Looks like we have lost that feed from New Orleans. The Confederate controversy there, Confederate era statue expected to be removed there in New Orleans. We have lost that feed. Now here's a live look at the White House. Speaking of Washington, D.C., a lot of events taking place in Washington, D.C., including events here at the Capitol. Not only were there press conferences held today, but there was also the usual Capitol activity, including the Senate floor this morning. Chuck Schumer going on the Senate floor to talk about the situation with President Trump and the Washington Post allegations.
Disclosure of this type could threaten the United States' relationships with allies who provide us with vital intelligence and could result in the loss of this specific intelligence source. We rely on intelligence from our allies to keep America safe. America can't have eyes and ears everywhere. If our allies abroad can't trust us to keep sensitive information close to the vest, they may no longer share it with us. That undermines key relationships and, even more importantly, makes us less safe. Second, if accurate, such a disclosure could damage our interests in the Middle East. We do not collaborate with Russia in Syria or elsewhere in the Middle East for the simple fact we have diverging interests. Russia, for example, has worked with Iran to prop up the brutal Assad regime. Sharing vital intelligence with Russian officials could allow the Russians to pursue or even possibly eliminate the source or figure out how the ally conducts operations, including against any against Russia or Russia's allies in the region. And third, if the report is true, the president's alleged carelessness with classified information will further damage the relationship between the White House and the intelligence community, an essential relationship for the security of America. The intelligence community needs to be able to trust the president, trust that he will treat classified information with caution, with care. Our intelligence professionals, many of them put their lives on the line every day to acquire information that is critical to our national security, that is critical to keeping Americans safe. They've done a very good job. If the reporting is accurate, in one fell swoop, the president could have unsettled our allies, emboldened our adversaries, endangered our military and intelligence officers world over, and exposed our nation to greater risk. Given the gravity of the matter, we need to be able to quickly assess whether or not this report is true and what exactly was said. So, I am calling on the White House to make the transcript of the meeting with the Russian foreign minister and ambassador available to the Congressional Intelligence Committees as soon as possible. The White House should make the transcript of the meeting available immediately to the Congressional Intelligence Committees. And if the president has nothing to hide, he should direct that the transcript of the meeting be made available. The members who sit on those committees have the necessary clearances to review the transcript and any related summary of the president's meeting with the Russians. I agree with the senior senator from Maine that this briefing should happen immediately. Those committees would be able to help establish the facts before we grapple with the potential consequences. Last night, the administration issued several overlapping denials. Some questioned the overall veracity of the account. Some took pains to specifically deny certain accusations, but others did not. This morning, the president tweeted a version of events that undercut his advisors' carefully worded denials and seems to confirm that the reports that he had shared the information in question. Following so closely after Mr. Comey's firing, which was rationalized to the press and the American public in several different ways over the course of a week, this administration now faces a crisis of credibility. The President has told us that we cannot take at face value the explanation of some of his key advisors, but the events of the past week have taken this to an untenable extreme. Their timelines and rationales in the administration contradict one another. The truth, as it were, sits atop shifting sands in this administration. We need the transcripts to see exactly what the President said, given the conflicting reports from the people in the room. Producing the transcripts is the only way for this administration to categorically prove the reports untrue. Mr. President, there's a crisis of credibility in this administration, which will hurt us in ways almost too numerous to elaborate. At the top of the list are an erosion of trust in the presidency and trust in America by our friends and allies. The President owes the intelligence community, the American people, and the Congress a full explanation. The transcripts, in my view, are a necessary first step. Until the administration provides the unedited transcript, until the administration fully explains the facts of this case, the American people will rightly doubt if their president can handle our nation's most closely kept secrets. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Republican whip.
Mr. President, as I noted yesterday, this week we celebrate National Police Week, and in particular recognize and remember those law enforcement officers who have paid the ultimate price and have sacrificed their lives to protect the communities in which they serve. Yesterday I had the chance to speak about Javier Vega, Jr., a Border Patrol agent who served in South Texas and was tragically killed by 2 illegal immigrant criminals. Today I want to talk about the attack on law enforcement officers in Dallas almost a year ago. Last July, about 800 people had gathered in downtown Dallas for a peaceful march. Given the size of the event, dozens of law enforcement officers were on hand to protect the protesters so they could exercise their fundamental constitutional right. Before 9 p.m., the event had been going very well by any standard. There wasn't any violence reported in the crowd, even though some similar events across the country hadn't been as calm. But in Dallas, it was clear that there existed a mutual respect between the citizens protesting and law enforcement. There were even social media posts of protesters embracing police officers in a show of solidarity and friendship. Unfortunately, the night would soon be robbed of any enduring image of that sort of positive scene. A man, someone who came that night explicitly to target law enforcement officers, opened fire, killing 5 officers and wounding 7 more. The deadliest day for American law enforcement since 9/11. The officers who lost their lives that day, Brent Thompson, Patrick Zamaripa, Lauren Aherns, Michael Kroll, and Michael Smith, will not be forgotten. They, like the other officers on duty that night, many of whom were injured by the gunman, didn't look the other way or run the other way when the violence erupted. Like the heroes they are, they ran to the danger, not away from the gunshots and the uproar. They, like law enforcement officers across the country, weren't about to shy away from doing their job, even if that meant putting their lone lives on the line. So today I want to commend the men and women of the Dallas Police Force, a group of men and women with incredible courage and unflinching valor in the face of danger. This police week, I'm particularly grateful to them and to the officers and first responders all over the state of Texas and all around our nation who count the costs and choose to serve their communities day after day often with little thanks or recognition. As I said last summer, it shouldn't take an event of this scale to jolt our consciences into action. As legislators, we have tremendous opportunities to better support our men and women in blue who risk their lives to protect ours. And we have a duty to do all we can to keep them safe and to keep our society safe and peaceful. So as we celebrate Police Week, I hope we can each do our part to better support the men and women serving in law enforcement. Later today, I plan to introduce a piece of legislation called the Back the Blue Act, along with Senator Cruz and Senator Tillis. This is legislation that makes clear our support for these public servants who spend their lives protecting us and serving us. The Back the Blue Act would create a new federal crime for killing or attempting to kill a federal judge, a law enforcement officer, or a federally funded public safety officer. It would create a new crime for assaulting a law enforcement officer as well. Mr. President, there is no justification, none at all, for attacking a police officer. It is an act of anarchy to attack the very people who help keep our society safe and protected. We need to show that we value their lives, and we need to make it absolutely clear that we will hold those who carry out crimes against our police officers accountable. The Back the Blue Act sends that message loud and clear. I think it's important to point out that this legislation would also help make our communities stronger by allowing grant funds to be used for efforts to help foster more trust between police and the communities that they protect. This bill would better serve the men and women who work tirelessly in our communities every day. So I would hope our colleagues would join me in supporting it. We can do more to protect and support our law enforcement officers, and we can start with the Back the Blue Act to do just exactly that. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Mr. President, before I begin my remarks, I would like to commemorate National Police Week and the lives and sacrifices of two extraordinary Massachusetts law enforcement officers who fell in 2016. Thomas Clardy, a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police, and Ronald Tarantino, a police officer with the Auburn Police Department. Their names will be inscribed on the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington, D.C., in honor of their service. By the end of this year, more than 21,000 names will be on that wall. We will never forget their service and sacrifice to our communities and to our country. And with the help of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, we pledge to their families and loved ones that they will have the support and resources which they need. I rise to speak about President Trump's firing of FBI Director James Comey. In and of itself, this action by President Trump is seismic and has shaken the very foundation of our government, and I dare say our democracy. But just yesterday, the American people were also, once again, confronted by presidential actions that raised both alarm and the need for investigation. In a news story, the Washington Post reported that President Trump revealed highly sensitive, classified material to senior Russian officials during a meeting last week. According to the Post story, President Trump reportedly revealed information about ISIS that could compromise a partner country's key intelligence sources and enable Russia to, according to the story, identify our sources and techniques. For gathering intelligence, there could be no greater compromise of American security. The information that President Trump revealed was so sensitive that the United States had previously refrained from sharing it even with our allies. President Trump's decision to relay some of our most sensitive intelligence with representatives of the Russian Government betrays an astounding lack of judgment. By revealing what is called code word information to Russia, President Trump may have compromised key intelligence sources, endangered the fight against ISIS, and undermined the trust of our international partners. While the President may have the authority to declassify U.S. intelligence, it is imperative to the safety of our military and intelligence personnel and those of our partners that he do so through a careful and deliberative process. There is no evidence that Donald Trump did that. Congress must immediately investigate this irresponsible action and take steps to ensure that President Trump does no additional damage to U.S. national security in his dealings with Russia. This dangerous behavior comes on the heels of the President's reckless decision to fire former FBI Director James Comey, pushing our country ever closer to a constitutional crisis. President Trump's firing of Mr. Comey is disturbingly reminiscent of Watergate's Saturday Night Massacre, when our Constitution was last subject to an executive branch-induced stress test. Then President Nixon fired independent prosecutor Archibald Cox, who was leading the investigation into the Watergate scandal and the Nixon campaign's involvement in it. Now, President Trump has fired his FBI director, who was leading the investigation into the Russian interference scandal and the Trump campaign's involvement in it. Mark Twain is purported to have said that history doesn't repeat itself, but it does tend to rhyme. Unfortunately, there is no humor in President Trump's actions. At first, we were supposed to believe that the president fired Director Comey because of the way he handled the investigation of Hillary Clinton's email server, which was unfair to her. That was what President Trump sent his staff out to tell the press and the American people. The official White House statement from Press Secretary Sean Spicer on May 9th said that President Trump acted based on the clear recommendation of both Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein and Attorney General Jeff Sessions. That was a reference to the now infamous memorandum by Attorney General Sessions, prepared by Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, which cited Comey's, quote, handling of the conclusion of the investigation of Secretary Clinton's emails as the reason why the public purportedly had lost confidence in the FBI, and on which Attorney General Sessions based his recommendation to the president that he fire Mr. Comey. On May 9th, Counselor to the President Kellyanne Conway said that President Trump, quote, took the recommendation of his Deputy Attorney General, who oversees the FBI. Then, on May 10th, Deputy White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders said that the president, quote, took the recommendation seriously and he made a decision based on that. Even Vice President Pence said that President Trump's decision to fire Comey was based on the Rosenstein memo. So the American people were being told to believe that President Trump took the unprecedented step of firing the FBI director in the midst of an investigation of the Trump campaign because James Comey was too hard on Hillary Clinton. That simply didn't pass the laugh test. Who can forget that candidate Trump repeatedly called her crooked Hillary Clinton throughout the campaign? Who can forget that candidate Trump applauded Director Comey for the way he handled the Clinton investigation? At the end of October of 2016, just days before the election, and after Comey had reopened the Clinton email investigation, Trump said that Comey had, quote, guts and had brought back his reputation. But it took only one day after Mr. Comey's firing for President Trump to himself admit that reason was utterly, utterly false. In an interview, President Trump said that Rosenstein made a recommendation, but regardless of recommendation. I was going to fire Comey knowing that there was no good time to do it. So much for the Rosenstein memo. So much for the White House press statement. So much for what Kellyanne Conway said. So much for the words of the Vice President of the United States. And if that admission wasn't enough, President Trump went on to tell everyone what was on his mind when he made that decision. Here's his quote. And in fact, when I decided to just do it, I said to myself, I said, you know, this Russia thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story. It's an excuse by the Democrats for having lost an election that they should have won. President Trump's statements about the Russia investigation are, of course, untrue. There's nothing made up about the conclusions of the intelligence community that Russia interfered with our election. The allegations of the Trump campaign's collusion with the Russians are serious. That's why the FBI and the House and Senate Intelligence Committees have been investigating them. So contrary to what the White House senior administration officials and the president, in fact, admitted that he fired the director of the FBI precisely because he was overseeing an investigation of the Trump campaign and its ties to Russia. And according to all of these various reports, the president did so just after Director Comey had gone to Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein and asked for more resources for the Russia investigation. The firing of James Comey now brings the number of law enforcement officials who were investigating the Trump campaign or his administration when they themselves were fired to 3. First, Manhattan U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara, then Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, and now Director Comey. President Trump himself, in his termination letter to Comey, not only made no mention of the Clinton email investigation, but instead expressly linked the firing to the Russian investigation. Trump claimed that he fired Comey despite Comey having informed the president on 3 separate occasions that he was not under investigation, a claim that has not been substantiated. Here is the plain and simple truth. President Trump feared that the FBI investigation into his campaign's possible collusion with Russia was getting too close for comfort, so he fired Director Comey. Comey's firing could be nothing less than obstruction of justice, masquerading as a personnel action. It's what impeding a federal investigation looks like. It's what an assault on the rule of law looks like. If there is one lesson that President Trump should have learned from Watergate, it is this. If you're under investigation, don't fire the investigator. But as disturbing as Mr. Comey's firing is, it gets worse. Days after President Trump tweeted a veiled threat, one that smacked of witness intimidation, here's the quote. James Comey better hope that there are no tapes of our conversations before he starts leaking to the press. Are there recordings? We don't know yet. But if there are, the White House and Justice Department must ensure that they are preserved. It's clear that President Trump did not learn any of the lessons of Watergate, which only underscores the need for a special prosecutor independent of the White House and Justice Department to get to the bottom of this. The role of a special independent prosecutor is to follow all the facts wherever they lead, and that individual needs to be as far away from the White House as possible. Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein should not be the one to appoint a special prosecutor. Just 3 weeks on the job, Mr. Rosenstein is now compromised by the questions swirling around his role in the Comey firing. Did Comey meet with Rosenstein and ask for more resources for the Russia investigation? Why did Rosenstein discuss the removal of Director Comey with Attorney General Sessions after Sessions had recused himself from the Russia investigation? And why didn't Rosenstein question Sessions' involvement? The magnitude of the decision to appoint a special counsel in these circumstances cannot be made by a political appointee. Instead, I join Minority Leader Schumer's call that the appointment must be made by the highest-ranking career civil servant in the Justice Department, someone insulated from politics and the White House. And until we have an independent special prosecutor appointed, we should not move forward with the confirmation of any replacement for James Comey as director of the FBI. Additionally, Director Comey should come and testify before Congress, which both Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Burr and Vice Chairman Warner have already requested, clearly showing the bipartisan support for this. There are too many unanswered questions that only Director Comey can answer. And finally, while it has been announced that Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein will brief all senators and answer their questions, we must still hear from Attorney General Sessions. We must not lose sight of the fact that a foreign power interfered in our last presidential election and that the Trump campaign may have colluded with it to win the White House. This strikes at the heart of our government and our very democracy. Our elections must be fair and free of foreign interference. It is time for both Democrats and Republicans to put love of country ahead of party, to come together and demand the appointment of a special prosecutor who will investigate and follow the facts no matter where they lead. And I would like to conclude my remarks today by expressing my opposition to the nomination of Jeffrey Rosen to be Deputy Secretary of Transportation. Mr. Rosen has a long history, both in government and in the private sector, of defending private industry against regulations designed to protect the American public. When he first worked for the Department of Transportation, he touted the fact that he was involved in ending or withdrawing 180 potential Transportation Department rulemakings. He has also been hostile to environmental regulations designed to protect our air and water. He has opposed greenhouse gas emissions regulations in his role at the Office of Management and Budget, and personally represented the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in attempting to undermine climate change science in order to fend off potential regulations. Mr. Rosen's firm represented the Alliance for the Automobile Manufacturers and other auto groups against California overrules meant to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase non-polluting vehicles. I will vote no on Mr. Rosen's nomination because our automobile safety, environment, and clean energy future is just too important, and I urge my colleagues to join me. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
I ask consent to speak as if in morning business.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last week the American people were stunned by what we learned happened in the White House. We saw an alarming set of developments about how this president is handling the investigation into Russia's interference with our democracy. Last Monday, the Senate Judiciary Committee heard testimony from Sally Yates, who President Trump had asked to serve as acting Attorney General when he was first sworn into office. Ms. Yates testified that soon after the inauguration, she twice visited White House counsel Don McGahn to warn him about National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. She warned that General Flynn had been compromised by his secret communications with Russian Ambassador Kislyak and that General Flynn could be blackmailed. Ms. Yates first visited the White House counsel McGahn on January 26. McGahn invited her back to ask follow-up questions the following day on January 27. Those follow-ups included questions about General Flynn's potential criminal exposure. What else happened on January 27th? The President of the United States brought in FBI Director James Comey for a one-on-one dinner where he reportedly asked Director Comey for a pledge of loyalty. Is the timing of this Comey dinner curious? You bet it is. According to Press Secretary Sean Spicer, President Trump was briefed immediately by White House counsel McGahn after Ms. Yates' warning. That means the President knew about the Justice Department's concerns with Flynn when he met Director Comey for dinner. Was the President's request for loyalty from Director Comey an attempt to impede the Justice Department's investigation into General Flynn? Was it an effort by the President to inoculating himself from Russian-related investigations? These are unanswered questions. But when Director Comey reportedly refused to swear his loyalty to President Trump, he apparently sealed his fate as director of the FBI. Last Tuesday evening, President Trump fired Director Comey while Comey was giving a speech to FBI agents in Los Angeles. The reason? Well, on Thursday, the president made clear that the Russian investigation was on his mind when he fired Director Comey. He said to Lester Holt of NBC, and I quote, "When I decided to do it, I said to myself, you know, this Russian thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story," end of quote. President Trump later said that the Russia investigation was, quote, "should be over with, in my opinion. Should have been over a long time ago," end of quote. Then on Friday, the president found time to threaten Mr. Comey on Twitter, implying that he had taped their conversations and that he would release the tapes if Comey disclosed what he knew. Let's be clear, the president is in dangerous territory here. What the president is doing when it comes to potential obstruction of justice is similar to a chapter in history many of us remember. President Nixon, on October 20th, 1973, fired Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox when his Watergate investigation got too close to the White House. That sparked a constitutional crisis in America. And now we've learned that President Trump has disclosed highly classified information to the Russian foreign minister and that same Ambassador Kislyak. The Washington Post reported that the president specifically revealed extremely sensitive intelligence, considered so sensitive that details were being withheld from America's allies and tightly restricted even within our own government. Last night, the White House denied this happened. This morning, however, President Trump confirmed in two separate tweets that the story was true. This kind of disclosure is what former Director Comey and just about every other congressional Republican described last year as, quote, extremely reckless, close quote, in the handling of classified information.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this Senate floor feed. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the Capitol building. Mary Kate joining you with more news now in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox News Now stream. You're getting a live look of the Capitol building right now. We want to take you to the American Progress event that happened earlier today. Let's catch up.
At an extraordinary moment in our nation's history, a time when foreign actors seek to disrupt our political system and even free elections, which serve as the basic foundation of our government. When the president openly interferes with an investigation to uncover his ties with these same foreign actors. When the leader of the free world fires those who hold him accountable and even provides intelligence to our adversaries. Our founders established a system of checks and balances to safeguard the integrity of our democracy. But the truth is, those checks and balances are only as strong as the leaders who have the character and courage to implement them. And right now, too many in one party are putting their party over our country. It turns out that the founders' prediction that each generation would have to renew our democracy is true. And so the extraordinary threats facing our country, foreign and domestic, demand a fierce and unrelenting opposition. Citizenship confers responsibility, the responsibility to get and stay involved, to educate ourselves and each other, to speak out, and to resist when our Constitution and our democratic norms are threatened. In short, the resistance is about defending our democracy. So resist we must. But we also need to build. We need to look past the cable news cycles and set forth real solutions to the problems confronting families everywhere. At CAP, we're convinced that these values are values that Americans share. They are ones that pull us together rather than pull us apart. That's because at the end of the day, we all want.
All right, everybody, we'll take you back to this, but we're taking you to a live breaking news event where Representative Schiff is speaking right now on the new Comey claim.
Do you think the president has credibility to appoint a new FBI director right now?
Well, you know, I think the president has severely undermined his own credibility on anything pertaining to the Russian involvement in our election. With respect to the choice of the new director, I agree completely and wholeheartedly with Lindsey Graham. I think it ought to be a completely apolitical choice. I think the ideal candidate, I'm not speaking to anyone in particular, but I think the ideal profile of a candidate would be someone who is a retired judge or an active judge who's willing to step down from the bench, ideally that has prosecutorial experience in the past, but someone I think that is very consistent with the necessity of true independence in that role. So whether the president is credible on the subject or not, the Senate has a incredible responsibility of making sure that no one is confirmed for that job that we can have absolute confidence will be fully independent. And I'll say this also about why that is so important. There are three primary investigations going on of the Russia issue, one in the House Intelligence Committee, one in the Senate Intelligence Committee, and of course that being done by the FBI. The FBI has far greater reach than any committee in Congress. They have agents around the world, they have resources we don't have. We can't recreate what the FBI can do, nor should we try. We have to run our own investigations, but we do have to make sure that the FBI does its work in a thorough way, in an impartial way, and without any impediment whatsoever.
But do you worry that these kinds of questions
The
would
White
now
House
be
is
listed?
disputing Comey's version of events, and you've asked for Comey to come testify. At some point, do you need President Trump to come testify?
Well, I think we ought to ask the director to come in to testify. I think that ought to be the first step. We ought to ask if there are notes. Notes that are taken around the time of the conversation would be, I think, very powerful evidence of what took place during those conversations. And then I think we follow up from there. Clearly, obviously, if the president was being truthful in the threat to Director Comey that he had tapes or might have tapes, we're going to want to get a hold of those. Thank you.
All right, everybody, you're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. That was U.S. Representative Adam Schiff speaking on these claims that Trump asked former FBI chief to end the Flynn probe. Again, that's a report saying that President Trump asked the FBI Director James Comey to drop investigation into ex-National Security Advisor Flynn. You just watched that press conference live here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll keep you guys updated throughout the day. Taking you back now to the Center for American Progress event, where national leaders gathered to discuss the progressive cause.
Build. We need to look past the cable news cycles and set forth real solutions to the problems confronting families everywhere. At CAP, we're convinced that these values are values that Americans share. They are ones that pull us together rather than pull us apart. That's because at the end of the day, we all want the same basic things: to earn a decent living, to support and raise our kids, and to leave our families a little farther along than where we started. So today, we're proud to introduce a bold new plan for creating jobs in America, one based on an idea of the New Deal, but modernized for our 21st century world. We'll talk a little bit more about that in our economics panel later today. But the focus is really in ensuring jobs for all Americans, particularly those who've left behind, those who have not gone to college. In everything we do today, we do want to reaffirm a simple truth, that as the party of opposition, we must demand economic opportunity for the struggling without giving one single inch on civil rights. That means fighting voter suppression in courtrooms and polling stations across the nation, protecting immigrants, Muslims, the disabled, and all who have felt the shameful ire of Donald Trump. In fact, we believe we have the chance to forge a new progressive coalition, a coalition once envisioned by Bobby Kennedy, one that unites working families of every color and background by advancing fairness and economic opportunity for all. That coalition must be broad enough to welcome each and every one of our fellow Americans. It needs to be based on the principles of equality and inclusion, on opportunity and justice. These are essential values which lie at the heart of the progressive movement, and they're the same values that drive the work of all the leaders gathered here today. And that brings me to our opening keynote speaker, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti. As the head of America's second largest city, he spearheaded efforts to raise LA's minimum wage, expand housing for veterans, and make major investments in transportation and clean energy. Mayor Garcetti has also stood as a fierce opponent against Donald Trump's cruel plans to tear apart families through his deportation force. And I know he'll continue to champion progressive causes for many years to come. So we're honored to have Mayor Garcetti kick off our conference. Please help me give a warm welcome to Mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti.
Thank you, Neera. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. And thank you to Neera, the entire CAP team, for putting together this Ideas Conference. And thank you to the staff here at the Four Seasons for looking after us so well. And I'm glad we could bring a little bit of LA weather here for at least a couple days in Washington. Enjoy it while it lasts, I hear. But thanks to all of you, mostly, for coming here and being a part of this most urgent and important conversation. For the last few months, commentators have been calling this a big moment for the Democratic Party. And they're right. But I believe this is an even bigger moment for the American people, a bigger moment for our country. For practically my entire lifetime, and maybe for yours too, we've heard politicians at events like this talking about how we are on the cusp of a technological revolution. one that will forever alter the way that we work, the way that we learn, the way that we communicate. Flying cars, solar energy, robots that will make us breakfast. But that revolution isn't coming anymore. That revolution is here. 25 years ago, our country imported half of its oil that we needed to meet our energy needs. Today, foreign oil accounts for just about a quarter of our energy usage. And 25 years from now, we may not be using fossil fuels at all. 25 years ago, AIDS was the #1 killer of men who were 25 to 44. Today, that diagnosis is no longer a death sentence. And 25 years from now, we may be able to say the same thing about lung cancer or Alzheimer's. It's amazing. I mean, a generation ago, the only place that you'd see something like this literally was in a sci-fi movie. And 25 years from now, the only place you'll find one will be in a museum. So we are living in this exciting future that we've all heard about in so many TED Talks over the years. And yet, for a lot of Americans, this doesn't feel like an exciting moment.
Okay, everybody, we're going to cut out of this to take you live on the Senate floor right now, where Senator Chuck Schumer is about to speak.
After revelation, on a day when we thought things couldn't get any worse, they have. I was shaken by the report in the New York Times that alleged that the president tried to shut down an active FBI investigation into a close political associate. And we are only one day removed from stunning allegations that the president may have divulged classified information to a known adversary. Concerns about our national security, the rule of law, the independence of our nation's highest law enforcement agencies are mounting. The country is being tested in unprecedented ways. I say to all of my colleagues in the Senate, history is watching. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, you guys, that was Senator Chuck Schumer on the Senate floor discussing that new report that came out accusing President Trump of asking Comey to end the Flynn probe. Taking you back now to the American Progress event where national leaders are speaking.
A bigger moment for our country. You know, for practically my entire lifetime, and maybe for yours too, we've heard politicians at events like this talking about how we are on the cusp of a technological revolution, one that will forever alter the way that we work, the way that we learn, the way that we communicate. Flying cars, solar energy, robots that will make us breakfast. But that revolution isn't coming anymore. That revolution is here. 25 years ago, our country imported half of its oil that we needed to meet our energy needs. Today, foreign oil accounts for just about a quarter of our energy usage. And 25 years from now, we may not be using fossil fuels at all. 25 years ago, AIDS was the #1 killer of men who were 25 to 44. Today, that diagnosis is no longer a death sentence. And 25 years from now, we may be able to say the same thing about lung cancer or Alzheimer's. It's amazing. I mean, a generation ago, the only place that you'd see something like this literally was in a sci-fi movie. And 25 years from now, the only place you'll find one will be in a museum. So we are living in this exciting future that we've all heard about in so many TED Talks over the years. And yet, for a lot of Americans, this doesn't feel like an exciting moment. It doesn't feel like a moment of incredible progress. It feels like a time of great anxiety and great uncertainty. Over the next 20 years, automation and artificial intelligence are going to wipe out millions of jobs. And if you think one of those jobs might belong to you, you're not impressed by how innovative the technology is. You're wondering how you're going to get by, let alone get ahead. in this new economy. And you're wondering whether any of those leaders who keep talking about this brave new future actually think that there's a place in that future for you. See, I hear these anxieties every day. For 16 years, as a local elected official, I've been knocking on my neighbors' doors, holding open office hours where people from all walks of life can come talk to me about anything they want. Listening is at the heart of what I do. And it may surprise some people here in Washington to hear that the concerns that I hear about in Los Angeles are similar to ones that we hear throughout this country, in places like Lansing or Louisville. You know, 4 million people live in my city, and yes, some of them are movie stars, even a few of them Kardashians, but most Angelenos, they're small business owners, factory workers. They're firefighters and nurses, bookkeepers and bus drivers. And we're not much different from folks in coal country. In the San Fernando Valley, where I grew up, we had car factories that shut down. Angelenos know what it's like to watch an assembly line grind to a halt and a company pack up and leave town. Time and time again, we've had to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and face an uncertain future. So what's happening in my city is in many ways a microcosm of what's happening around the country. For folks at the top, there's never been a more exciting time to live in Los Angeles. We have a diverse and thriving creative class. They're innovating and collaborating and having a great time doing it. And why not? I mean, you can go on your smartphone and find any kind of food that you want, have it delivered to your home. You don't want to find parking, you can go ahead and get ride share. You can have somebody come and pick up your dry cleaning with the tap of a finger. We also have a ballooning service class, the people who are cooking the food and doing the dry cleaning. And they're just barely hanging on, scrapping to stay afloat and hoping one day to get ahead. Meanwhile, our middle class is getting squeezed out. The paycheck, for years, staying the same. Their health care bills going up. The cost of college for their kids skyrocketing. A secure retirement, a hope, and a dream. These folks aren't just anxious and insecure. They're angry and impatient. They hear us talk, but regardless of whether or not they agree with what they're saying, they don't see anybody taking real action to improve their lives. And so they don't trust their leaders, any of them. And this isn't just about honesty or ethics. People don't trust that we have it in us to actually solve our problems, their problems. This lack of trust isn't just a problem for progressives who believe that some challenges are so big that only government is capable of addressing them. It's not just a problem for Democrats who watched Donald Trump capitalize on that frustration to win the White House. This is a problem for our country, because this distrust robs us of our ability to take the kind of big action we need to embrace the future instead of fear it, the kind of action we can only take together. So, how do we win back this trust? Well, I always tell the young people who come work for me that in order to make an impact in public service, you have to show people that you can pass 3 tests. Tests of the heart, the head, and of guts. First, your heart. Do people feel that you can connect with them around the challenges they feel? Do you get it? Do you feel it? Second, your head. If you can connect with them, do people believe you have smart ideas to address those challenges? And then third, your guts. And this is the most important of the 3. Even if you show you can care, even if you've thought of good solutions, do people believe that you'll do whatever it takes to deliver the results that you promise, even if it cuts against your own personal or political interests? Now, you need all 3 to lead. And mayors who are directly accountable, who hear from our constituents not just at town halls, but at the grocery store and at the diner, we tend to understand that. It all goes back to listening. If you really listen, and mayors have to, Americans actually agree on a lot. They want a decent job with reliable benefits, including quality health care. They want affordable housing in a safe neighborhood with good schools for their kids. They're worried about how they're going to get these things in an economy that is rapidly changing and leaving so many people behind. They want their leaders to worry less about winning arguments and more about delivering results. I guess that's why mayors tend to be a little bit less doctrinaire. I'll tell you a secret. When mayors are by themselves, Democratic mayors tend to admit that Regulations oftentimes do more harm than good. And Republican mayors often know that they can raise taxes to invest in critical things without the whole world imploding. Mayors are in the business of getting things done. And while Washington is stuck, or even worse, we see Washington moving backwards, cities are moving forward. In Los Angeles, for example, we raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. People already have more money in their pockets. They're spending it on Main Street, and it's helping our local businesses. And we're not just raising the floor, we're raising the ceiling. We don't want just $15 an hour jobs. We want $40 and $50 an hour jobs. So we're making unprecedented investments in infrastructure that aren't just about improving traffic or public safety. They're about creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying, middle-class union jobs. People without college degrees who half a century ago were working in South LA on building bombers on the assembly line, today are building rail cars on the Crenshaw LAX line, improving traffic and creating jobs where they live. And that's just the start. We passed the nation's largest housing initiative. We have the highest graduation rate we've had in decades. And how? Not only by increasing investments in after-school tutoring and wraparound services for families. We literally show up at the door of dropouts and walk them back to school as they re-enroll. And this fall, we're building on that, becoming the largest city in America to make community college free for every public school graduate. We're even taking the lead on health care, which you may think of as a national issue, but mayors know is an intensely local issue. In LA, Obamacare insured more than 1.5 million Angelenos. And health care has meant new jobs, 50,000 of them, $6 billion added to our GDP, which is why Democratic and Republican mayors alike are sounding the alarm about Trump care, and why I am ready to fight like hell to make sure it never becomes the law of the land. You see, mayors understand that it's not enough to feel people's pain or to have a laundry list of ideas to help. We need to convince people that they can trust us to fight for them and to deliver for them. And when we do, real progress is possible. Let me give you an example. Anyone who's ever been to Los Angeles knows that we have the worst traffic in America. And everyone who lives in Los Angeles knows that it's more than a pain in the ass. Traffic robs us of billions of dollars to our economy and millions of hours that we could be spending with our family. So we set out to fix it, an America that can still do things. We proposed the largest local infrastructure initiative in this nation's history, ×2. It would produce 465,000 good-paying jobs that will stay here at home. But to get the initiative, which was called Measure M, passed, we had to go to the voters of Los Angeles County and get 2/3 of them to vote yes, to raise their own taxes. So for 3 years, I crisscrossed 4,700 square miles in an area comprising 10 million people. We built coalitions of labor and business, Democrats and Republicans. And on Election Day, Measure M passed with 71% of the vote. It didn't pass because voters in Los Angeles love big government or because we had the best targeting or the ads. It passed because we had listened and because people trusted us to deliver. And Los Angeles wasn't alone. In November, even on a tough night for our party, cities across this nation passed $230 billion worth of infrastructure investments. Now, how long have we heard $1 trillion in infrastructure investments being talked about here in Washington? In one night, America's cities delivered nearly a quarter of that. For all of us, this is an important moment because the intransigence here, the emphasis on making sure that you win the argument instead of move the progress forward has reduced Washington. Here in Washington, while people are going small, cities are going big. Which brings me back to the challenge that we face. I know you're pissed off about the political moment that we're in. That's why we're here, right? And make no mistake, our values are under attack, and we do need to fight back. In Los Angeles, we've set up a $10 million justice fund to make sure that no immigrant faces the threat of deportation without legal representation. Because you know what? I'm the grandson of a dreamer. And if the White House withdraws from the Paris Climate Accord, You know what? We're going to adopt it in Los Angeles, and I've got a dozen cities more ready to do it the next day. We're not doing this just because it's the right thing to do for our Earth. It's the right thing to do for our economy, where we've built 20,000 new green jobs. Yes, we've got to fight, and we've got to win. But this White House isn't going to succeed in dragging us back into the past, because I know we have the Constitution and we have the American people on our side. We're going to win those fights. But every day we spend playing defense is a day we're not making progress. If we define ourselves solely by our opposition to this administration, we will sell ourselves short. And more importantly, we will sell the American people short. My friends, our country is at a transformational moment that has brought with it challenges and opportunities unlike anything we've ever faced. The future is here, and the American people are waiting for someone to step up, to lead us with the confidence and courage we need. So don't cede the power you have before you exercise it. Don't settle for being pissed off. Don't fall into the trap of being paralyzed with fear and with anger. Don't fight pessimism with more pessimism. And most importantly, don't lose faith in America. We have done amazing things in our history, but you know what? We are doing amazing things right now in cities across this country. Take it from me, as a mayor, I see it every single day. So let's refuse to settle for letting the future happen. And let's resolve to make a future in which every American can find their place, achieve their dream, and reach their God-given potential. And let's prove that we have the heart, the head, and the guts to actually deliver. And if we can do that, we can do a lot more than just win an election. We can lead this great country into what I truly believe is a bright and brilliant future. Let's go do it. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Senator Jeff Merkley, Austin Goolsbee, Glenn Hutchins, and Lindsey Washington.
Reverse order.
She wants you on the end.
Lindsey, right?
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Garcetti, for actually setting up this panel really perfectly. I'll do really brief introductions. We're going to have a discussion up here, and then we'll open it up for Q&A from the audience. First, I'll just go down the line here. We have Lindsey Washington, who is an EMT in Washington, D.C., and a new member of AFSCME. Glenn Hutchins is a founder of Silver Lake Partners and a leading investor in technology and a CAP board member. Austin Goolsbee is a former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors under Barack Obama and is currently the Robert P. Gwynn Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. And Senator Jeff Merkley is a champion for the people of Oregon and for all working Americans. He serves as a member of the Appropriations, Budget, Environment, and Public Works and Foreign Relations Committees in the Senate, and he's done a lot of important work on keeping our economy and Wall Street accountable. So I'm going to start off with you, Senator Merkley. We are definitely focused on ideas to address ensuring the economy works for all Americans. Love your thoughts and reactions on how we can do that better.
Nira, thank you, and thank you all for joining us today. When I was graduating from high school, America was an amazing place for working Americans, amazing place for blue-collar Americans. My father was a mechanic, came from a family where they built their family home by leftover railroad ties. My mother's mother had lived in a railroad car, and suddenly working Americans were able to buy a 3-bedroom home, buy a car, go on an annual vacation. Maybe that vacation was camping as it was for our family, but the fact is the fundamentals of life took an enormous leap forward for working America. In those 3 golden decades, from 1945 to 1975, Americans workers shared in the wealth that they were creating. But from the time I graduated from high school, 1974 through now, American workers have not been in golden decades. They've been in decades where their share of the economy has stayed flat, where their wages have stayed flat, where they're struggling. People in my blue-collar community think about acquiring a home like their parents did only by inheriting it from their parents. That's a whole different outlook on life. My father could say to me, my father, the mechanic, could say, if you go through the doors of the schoolhouse and you work hard, you can do just about anything here in America. And unstated was the belief that just as his generation had a great leap forward for workers, so that trajectory would continue over the decades to come. But it didn't. The last 4 decades, we have seen a tax system for the wealthy. We have seen a trade system that impoverishes American workers. So we have to pivot. We have to pivot and ask, how do we recreate an amazing place for working Americans? That's the question that we're addressing today. And it means we do have to address those long-term trade structural deficits in manufacturing. The fact that we have created incentives for our factories to go overseas. When you lose those factories, you not only lose the factories, you lose the supply chain, you lose the payroll, you create downward pressure on everyone else that's left in the community. And in addition, we have to have that surge in infrastructure. The mayor talked about what the cities are doing, but we need a partnership between our cities and our states and the federal government. The federal government shouldn't be missing from this equation. And that means a transformation in the traditional infrastructure, roads and bridges, but also in the fact that we need high voltage lines to carry electricity between different regions of the country. We need to restore our jetties and docks. We need rural broadband in every part of America. And we also need to invest by transforming our energy economy over the next 3 decades. Let's take and put every coal electricity generating plant into a museum by the year 2050 and the consumption and burning of fossil fuels. And in addition, we have to address the fact that for opportunity, you have to have that quotient, an opportunity of education. It means a lot more education dedicated to apprenticeships and trade. Look at the model Germany has put forward. But it also means that higher education can't be a gauntlet. For many of our children, their dream may involve going to college. They should absolutely be able to go to college debt-free. You know, in Germany, it takes 5% of a medium wage to go to college, a year of public college. In America, it's 50%. We make it a horrendous experience for working families to send their kids. And in my neighborhood, my blue-collar neighborhood, parents are saying, we're not sure our children should go to college. And why are they saying that? Because they're afraid they'll end up with a debt the size of a home mortgage and no job, and that they'll be stranded and crippled by that debt. And we see the impact of that. So we have to transform that piece in order to make the economy work as well. And so if we don't go through the left-hand, right-hand double punch to take down this anti-worker economy, restore a worker economy, then we haven't done our job. And that's what we have to do in the years ahead.
Glenn? Okay.
I think
Getting farther away from each other.
there's something I said. Not yet.
Glenn, you wrote a piece last summer, I believe, on essentially how the basic bargain between workers and employers, how workers are doing in this economy is kind of the threat is laying bare, and it's and that we need to do more to ensure that we have both fairness in the economy to ensure growth. Could you elaborate and respond to Senator Merkley's points?
Sure. So my basic argument there was that there was very important information content that came from this past election, both on both left and right, though I'm not sure that's the right dimension. I think the dimension might be those who are in our economy who are benefited by globalization versus those who are not, rather than traditional left versus kind of right thinking. And so that's kind of, I think, big point number one. But the consensus, which means it's a consensus that we've had post-Reagan about how you grow the economy domestically by interconnecting with the world, and how the benefits of that are spread across everybody, has broken down largely because we, as the senator just outlined, ignored the distributional effects, the uneven distribution of the benefits, and the narrowly defined devastation to communities, industries, and jobs. in certain narrowly defined areas, even though the overall economy is growing more broadly. So, but I think the answer is not just my argument is the answer is not just to have a series of policies that CAP has stood for, you and I have written about together, to create the kind of fairness that we need in our economy to send a message to the people who have been devastated by the last 30 years of economic development. But it's also to embrace a set of policies that generate economic growth simultaneously. We can get into later what those are. So I think we need to marry a fairness agenda of the type that you're talking about with a growth agenda of the type that appeals to a lot of people who want to see those. Because how do you get good factory jobs? How do you attract companies to invest? How do you attract companies to invest? By creating growth opportunities in your economy. So to rather than be a false choice as between business and labor, as between economic growth and economic fairness, to have a grand compact, as you might say, between business and labor to grow our economy in a way that's kind of fairer to all, is I think the right way to think about this.
Great. Austin, CAP put forward ideas today on essentially a jobs guarantee, a big investment in infrastructure, but also thinking through kind of a new vision of infrastructure. I'd love your thoughts on that, but also we definitely want to talk about positive ideas, but I don't want to lose sight of the kind of Trump agenda a little bit, so I'd love for you to talk about both of those issues.
Okay, if you haven't read the report, you should. It's very interesting and kind of talking about both of these aspects, and it's about inclusive growth and how do you invest in your people, invest in your infrastructure. If that is the grand vision, let us return to the grubby reality of the Trump tax plan and what are the ideas behind it. I think the root of the problem began in the campaign, and we knew that, which was on health care. They asked Donald Trump, Sean Hannity asked Donald Trump, he said, you've been criticized for not having specifics. You say you want to repeal and replace Obamacare. What specifically would you replace it with? And he said, something fabulous. That was his answer. Now, if you come to the presidency with the idea list, I want to do something fabulous for health care, for tax policy, and those, you open yourself up, not to blackmail from the Russians, but you open
That's
yourself
possible.
up
That's possible.
to delegation from Congress. They're just going to give you ideas and say, hey, we've been pushing this for 30 years. Why don't you make that your plan? The Trump tax plan, as has been outlined, would be the biggest tax cut for very high-income people in the history of the United States. By far, more than twice as big as George W. Bush's tax cut was, which, if you're old enough, you remember we all said, if not in this very room, we all said together that the country cannot afford to do this. This is a terrible idea. This would be twice as big as that. It would create the biggest loophole ever in the history of the U.S. tax code by allowing anyone that has a private business to call that profit, and they will have to pay only 15% marginal rate on that. Now, just to put that in perspective, if you are a regular American worker who's currently filing, say you're a single parent, so you're filing as a head of household. If you make $38,000 a year, you will have to pay, he's going to get rid of head of household. You will file as a single person. You will pay a 25% marginal rate plus another 7.5% or so of payroll tax. So you're going to pay a 30+% marginal rate, while somebody who literally made $1 billion a year will be paying a 15% rate. It doesn't make any sense. And the thing that I can't understand is, how do you look at the last 30 years of the economic history of the United States, in which we've had a decline of manufacturing and working people, in which we've seen an increasing divergence between productivity and profits of large corporations and what they pay people and the erosion of the social compact. How do you look at the 30 years of history and say the thing we were missing is we didn't cut billionaires' taxes enough and run up the deficit enough? That's the premise of the plan. The basic worldview, I think, is that we have to have growth. We have to. If we want to restore what we had in the past, we must grow again. And it might be in manufacturing, it might be EMTs like Lindsay, it might be services, but we have to grow. And there is a difference of worldviews of where growth comes from. And one worldview says growth comes from the absence of government. That if we just get rid of all the regulations and rules of the road and cut the tax rates, then growth will come. And if you believe that worldview, I think you have a puzzle, which is, why is Silicon Valley in California? A place which doesn't have low taxes, doesn't have low regulation, never has. It's not on the island of Vanuatu, which is somewhere in the Pacific, and there are no taxes of any kind on Vanuatu. There are no capital gains taxes, no income taxes, no corporate taxes at all. Sometimes when I talk about Vanuatu, people will come after, where is this island of Vanuatu? Look, why isn't it on Vanuatu? You know why. It's because the dynamic, innovative companies in the United States do not primarily move to Silicon Valley or New York City or wherever they go because it's cheap. They go there because they can't afford not to go there. Because those are places where they've invested in people, where there's high human capital, where the economic infrastructure is strong, and that's not free. Investing in your economic infrastructure and your people is not free. It does require tax revenue. It does require the government to invest in education and science and all the things that we need to grow. And that, I think, is what the fight is really about.
Senator Merkley, just briefly, one of the things that we've seen over the last 30 years, in addition to one vision of taxes, is an erosion of the ability of all workers to demand higher wages for their human capital. So one of the challenges there has been the erosion of unions in the United States. I wanted to ask you to talk briefly about that, and then I'm going to turn to Lindsay to talk about her experience.
You got it. I think what we've been describing is that Trump, in the health care plan and in his tax plan, is a billionaire's first strategy. And that what we're talking about here is developing a workers' first strategy. It's a dynamically different approach to this world. Trump may have talked about workers in his campaign, but the reality on the ground is billionaires first. And an extraordinary, extraordinary tax giveaway with 24 million people losing health care, extraordinary one-page summary of a $6 trillion, I believe, tax giveaway over 10 years. And so, but let's return to this question then of the power of workers. What I described before was how the loss of manufacturing undermined the leverage of workers to fight for good wages, but it also undermined the organizing power of workers to lose those concentrations of factory workers. And we had, from the time of Reagan forward, a deliberate assault by the most powerful people in the country to dismantle unions. It was a strategy of taking the 1%, saying, hey, if we're going to rule this place, we have to divide the rest of the country. We have to do rural America against urban America. We have to divide, if you will, government unions against labor, non-government labor unions. We have to blame and split working America into pieces so that we can continue to write the rules. And a big piece of that was this assault on unions. What we saw when unions thrived was that workers got a full measure, a fair measure of the wealth that they were creating. And they're not getting that fair measure today.
Lindsay, we've been talking about a lot of theories here, but I also just wanted to really make it kind of real to people in a sense. You're organizing, and I wanted to just give a sense to the audience of why you're doing that and why you think it matters to you and your family.
Well, thank you for having me. Just a little bit. My name's Lindsay. I'm 26. I've been at EMT for about a year now, here in DC. Sorry, I don't do this often. So we decided to organize because we had three main issues. We wanted fair pay, fair schedules, and working equipment. Because we, as far as working equipment, we are our patients' primary providers. Without working equipment, we can't give them the best care possible. And that's something that's really important, because if we can't give you care, we're not doing our jobs effectively. As far as scheduling, we wanted to, excuse me.
Don't worry, take your time.
We wanted fair schedules. We wanted to be able to go to the doctors. We wanted to spend time with our families. We wanted to be able to do panels like this without having to worry about, well, can I take off work? Do I have enough leave to take off work? You know, who's going to cover my shift? And pay. Pay being probably the most important for everyone, not just me, but probably everyone in this room. We wanted better pay because we wanted to invest in ourselves and invest in our futures. I want to be able to go back to school and get my paramedic certification, and without better pay, I can't do that. You know, I eventually want to be able to buy a house, and pay is essential to that. So we felt that if we all came together, we would have a strong voice, a stronger voice, because one person can go to the management team, but that's one person. But when everyone comes together for the same common goal, it really gives you power, and it's a driving force. It opens the lines of communication with your management team, and it says to them, wow, they're organized. They really, you know, we have to kind of give them what they want, because without them, we can't serve our community. We can't get paid. So that was really why we chose to organize.
Thank you so much. Austin, great. Yes, no, please.
Good job.
Good luck. Austin, Lindsay's story it tells us about, you know, one example. But what we've seen, and we demonstrate a little bit in our paper we put out today, is that for a lot of folks, really the bottom 50% of folks, over not few years but decades, have really been unable to get higher wages for their work, as you're trying to do. What are the trends you see that's driving that? And then I think I'll ask one question about manufacturing and then go to the audience questions.
I mean, there are numerous trends pushing that. I'd say at an abstract level, the fact that the growth of productivity in the United States for 75, 100 years always went into wages. Sometime around the 1980s, that breaks. And if you look at the graph, it looks like productivity and growth continuing on average to go up while wages staying flat. And for different people, you know, even 50% of people actually going down. Some feel that the decline of unions and worker bargaining power is an issue. There is a globalization issue. There is, I think, probably the automation and technology is a more important factor maybe than until recently we've given credit to, because it's worth remembering something like 80+% of the U.S. economy doesn't face foreign competition. It's domestic services. So there are a lot of things going on, but the facts are undeniable that people getting paid for their human capital, people being paid in a way sharing in the bounty that has been the increase in profits and the increase in GDP, that sometime 20, 30 years ago begins to break, and by now they've really diverged pretty significantly.
Glenn?
So I think to answer these questions, we need to look forward, not back. The economy that Lindsay is living in is very different than the economy that your parents lived in. And I would argue it's for another time. The period from 1945 to 1975 was an anomaly in American history, resulting from the fact that at the end of World War II, the United States had the only productive labor force facing the only productive capacity in the world. That fundamentally changed in the late 70s when Germany and Japan had rebuilt, and then fundamentally changed forever when China entered the global marketplace. And we're not going to be able to get back to that halcyon age because it was an anomaly rather than the base case. That's kind of point one. If you look at the other thing to remember is if you look at the manufacturing economy, the United States has never in its history manufactured more than we do today. 2015 compared to 1980, the United States manufactured on an inflation-adjusted basis 2.5 times as much as we did 35 years before that. We're the second largest manufacturing country in the world. We manufacture more than Germany, Japan, and Korea combined. We're second only to China. China has 4 times as many people. On a per capita basis, we manufacture far more than China does. Right? But we only employ 2/3 the number of people to do it today that we did 35 years ago. This is not about the loss of the manufacturing economy. It's about the fundamental change in the nature of the manufacturing employment in the manufacturing economy. One of the best examples of what's the industry that's had the highest increase in productivity during that time period? Mining. One of the reasons why the jobs aren't coming back to West Virginia as Trump might have promised is because mining has become so vastly more efficient than it was 35 years ago that it takes that many fewer people to do it, and it's also migrated from West Virginia to the Powder River Basin in Wyoming, where it's much more efficient, and it's migrated from coal to natural gas. Those are all fundamental changes that no kind of public policy is going to address. You layer on top of that this fundamental change in work that Mayor Garcetti talked about as a result of the technology revolution. And we have to think in very different ways around the kind of the social compact we have for people who are of a working age, what jobs they're going to do and what social supports we offer them so we can have fairness in our economy independent of whether or not we have kind of manufacturing or blue-collar jobs that we need to create as a result of creating greater economic growth. I think we need to detach some of these social equity measures that we've talked about, minimum wage, expanded EITC, all the things we've talked about, college affordability, from work, because work has fundamentally changed in the economy which we live today, is fundamentally changing for the future that we face.
Yeah, so I think one of the reasons why we've proposed a sort of larger scale investment in infrastructure and more job creation is in part because we have this long-term trend you know, there is an important social aspect to the dignity of work, and we need to think through bolder ideas about ensuring that. I wanted to see, Senator Merkley, if you have any last comments before we turn to the audience.
Well, I think it's important to recognize, yes, the economy is very different today, but in every community in America, when your Oreo factory goes to Mexico because they're getting paid $1.35 an hour, when your truck construction factory goes from Portland, Oregon to Mexico because the workers are getting a few dollars a day, those are real losses. And for those who are in the elite who say this just doesn't matter, it really matters on the ground, because it is not just the factory, it is the supply chain, it is the payroll, and it is the downward pressure on everyone else. Now, automation, when I came to the U.S. Senate, I started talking about automation. I talked to economist after economist who said, oh, you're just a Luddite. We've always had automation. It's always increased. And I said, no, this is different. It's affecting every part of the economy. I can show you a dairy in Oregon where the proprietor says, I don't really want to give you this tour because the cows are not used to seeing a human. And it's extraordinary. I mean, nobody feeds them. The machines feed them. The machines sweep up the manure. The machines milk them. No human involved. It's an extraordinary thing to see. And if you can have a dairy like that, what is it that human hands can touch that can't be done by a machine? So this is a very big and different place. Still, I would rather have that truck factory. I would rather have that Oreo bakery here in the United States. And so it is a piece we still have to wrestle with it, and it does help drive the inequality, because we have this shifting measure from what was spent on labor versus capital. And now it's capital and a modest amount of labor. It's going to be a big challenge, and we have to think, therefore, dramatically how we restructure, how we create these living wage jobs, which is what your proposal today is all about. How do we create those living wage jobs in this very different economy?
Thank you. Great. We want to take audience questions. Just identify who you are. I hope we'll get a mic to you. One's coming over there. Oh, great to see you, sister.
Nice to see you. Hi, I'm Sister Simone Campbell from Network. We got some fame from them on the bus. I know that. One of the issues that hasn't been addressed are corporations, even when they export the factories in the globalized economy, the top of the corporations keep getting larger and larger salaries, bonuses, and less taxes. I am concerned that the piece that's not being addressed is current tax policy, where profitable businesses could pay their workers a living wage, but choose instead to pay top executives for what for me is absorbently outrageous salaries, and that the distribution is promoted by our tax policy, and that this needs to be seriously addressed if we are ever going to get to this idea that profitability depends on the workers, and the workers should share in that resource. And I'm curious, one, why that hasn't come up, and two, what you think of the argument.
Well, Austin did talk about tax policy. There has been a big divergence, obviously, between what corporations are actually paying in taxes, in a sense of how much they're contributing to deficit reduction, other issues, but also, obviously, the issue of CEO salaries, but also valuing shareholders over others. Austin, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Well, look, the good sister has put it very well. That is, we have designed, not under President Obama, but in the Republican presidents, they have designed the tax code in a way that accentuated and made dramatically worse what are these underlying trends. So whatever you think, there is a technology component, there is a bargaining component, we can argue about what caused it, but nobody can dispute this thing was already happening, and they have transformed the tax code, and they are attempting to transform the tax code now to just pile it on. And I don't really understand, I understand why large corporations, for example, would want lower taxes. Just like anybody would want lower taxes. But I don't understand the moment, which is the premise of lowering the corporate tax, is if you could increase the profitability of companies, then they will invest more, they will hire more, they will pay more. That's the premise. But it's worth noting, if you just look at the data, corporate profitability already went up. It's at the record levels it has ever been as a share of GDP. Corporate profits to income ratio is up more than 50%. Even the biggest corporate tax cuts are not going to increase profits more than that. And so the question of why, when corporate profits are that high, if you think that's going to lead to massive employment and massive pay, it would already have done so. So I think that there's a disconnect between the philosophy that says, hey, just get rid of all the taxes and we can be as successful as Vanuatu. I think the data don't really support that view.
Sarah Merkley?
Well, if you're going to address taxes, you have to recognize the concentration of power in America. And when we look at our campaigns, for example, you have a vast amount of money flooding from the billionaire enterprises of America. And it's the equivalent of a stadium sound system that drowns out the voice of ordinary Americans. And that disproportional role has been affirmed by Citizens United. If you want to understand why the very first time in our U.S. history a Supreme Court seat was stolen from one administration and delivered to the next, it has to do with concern that there would be a 5-4 change in a decision regarding Citizens United, the role that corporations can play in our campaign system. So as we talk policy, we also have to talk about policy and power, and we have to be willing to have a grassroots operation and embrace it, and in partnership with an inside game inside the building. If you don't have that inside-outside force, and by the way, a huge thanks to Grassroots America, because it's Grassroots America that torpedoed the health care plan that would have thrown 24 million people out off of health care in America.
Any other questions? There? Get there quickly.
Craig Kaplan. It's funny. I mean, I agree with everybody. That having been said, to pick up on one of the points, and since this is an ideas conference, if we accept the premise, as has been said, slightly different from what you said, Senator, that the major problem that we are dealing with over the long next 15, 20 years is a technological revolution, and questioning the premise that the change in technology will ever produce the numbers of good paying jobs that we need, if we use the traditional definition of jobs, and questioning the premise that there has to be a social value in work as we define it. Isn't the question a redefinition of work in some sense, and what social contribution is, and what is compensable labor? Because if we live with the traditional notion, what do we say to all of the truckers who will now be replaced by automatic cars, the cab drivers? And this is just the beginning of that kind of change. We need to disconnect the economic questions from the social contributions, and I'd love your thoughts.
So I will briefly just say I really hope you read our paper today on this very topic. I will just say for Cap, but I will definitely let the panelists speak, that I think that we dismiss the dignity that people take in having a job at our peril. And that is why we have proposed a pretty expansive jobs investment. There are conversations about UBI and other issues, but I think when you look at the data of people who are currently unemployed and are already receiving SSDI, I think most folks would recognize that having so low job attainment is a problem for our society and our economy. But I'll let anyone on the panel want to respond to the broad point of how we redefine work.
I guess I don't disagree with the philosophical and the UBI and others are interesting conversations. I hope we don't write off getting regular jobs as we define them too quickly. I think the economy has proved a remarkable engine over 200 plus years at generating real jobs, and the question of what people are going to do is one that we do have to sort out, but I think we want to make sure that they're being well paid, for what they're doing. And in this report, if you read it, it's the jobs guarantee is going to get a lot of headlines, but there's a lot in this report in which it goes through, look, we want to invest to move up the skill base of the workforce, and we want to have robust demand for there are a lot of people in the country who do not have a college degree now, and we need to have robust demand at various levels of the skill distribution in a way that I think would be healthy and would lead to creation of a lot of jobs. It's worth remembering, every month we generate something like 200,000 jobs. That's a net number, okay? We actually generate 5.3 million jobs in the month of March, and we lost 5.1 million jobs in the month of March. So there is an incredibly powerful engine of job creation, of actual what we normally think of as jobs. We just need to keep priming it and unleashing it.
One last quick question, because we're over time and they're yelling at me.
Okay, got it. So I just want to emphasize very quickly, I agree entirely with what the senator said in terms of the importance of having those factories in your community and the jobs, the people in the community, and the ripple effects outbound in terms of not just supply chains, but also the health of that community. One of the features of being a technology investor, though, is you spend your life thinking about the future. Rather than today. And as I look at the future, and we've talked about this, we wrote about this in the IPC report, which is something to go back to as well. We could well be in this period of transition from the industrial.
Okay, everybody, we are going to hop out of that. Let me take you to a live look of the White House for just a second here while we discuss a new story in just a few seconds. Okay, everybody, I've got Fox 10 anchor Linda Williams.
Hi, you
up here with
guys.
me. I thought your story was pretty interesting. I mean, you were telling me about this a little bit earlier, about this missing woman case.
Yes.
What do you know so far?
This is what we know. She lives in the area of Cave Creek and Deer Valley, in a nice home up there. New mom, 8-month-old baby, little girl. She works at a pharmacy, you know, just like a pharmacy, like Walgreens or CVS, one of those stores up in North Scottsdale. Her family, and she has a large family, they call, they saw her Wednesday because they saw the baby. Thursday they call her, can't reach her. And they become alarmed. So she's with her boyfriend and the baby, this missing woman. And she's virtually vanished. And this is what you hate to see when something like this happens. Her purse is still at the house. Her car is still at the house.
Does she live with her boyfriend?
Yes, it's on and off. The boyfriend's there sometimes. So the boyfriend's there with their baby, this 8-month-old little girl. And her phone, this is what really sent me off, was found submerged in water, which he says, I know, what does that mean?
Wait, like you mean in the sink or?
No, we don't know. Like, could have
Just
been
water.
a dog bowl. The family was like, we can't reach her. And he says, well, she got mad and threw her phone in some water. And that's why you can't reach her. I know. It's like clang, clang, clang, every alarm bell in the world. So all you can do is file a missing persons report.
Right.
I mean, where's the crime? You know, so and then you have to wait the 3 days because it's an adult.
Yeah.
And so her family, she went missing. This happened last Thursday. It's been 6 days.
Wow.
And but Phoenix police, they served a search warrant at her house last night. So in a missing persons report. And the child, just 8-month-old, instead of going with the dad, is in the system. CPS has the baby.
And why didn't he go with the dad? That's a good question.
Well, I think it's because it's so complicated.
Obviously,
it's because
in cases like this, they always question the partner first.
Well, yeah, but I don't think the dad is on the birth certificate.
Oh,
like
okay,
that. Yeah.
okay.
Do we have pictures of her? Yes.
We have pictures. So we have pictures from when you were talking to her sister, and
Right.
then towards the end of this video, we have
Right.
pictures of the missing woman. So I think that's her sister.
But I talked to her
right?
sister. She has a large family. Her sister is, people don't. It's stressful enough. Think of the worst day of your life and then knock, knock, knock. Oh, it's the media. Can we sit down and talk about your feelings? But her sister, I really had to talk to her a long time this morning to get her to come on and share. She said, I don't want to be on TV. And I said, in terms of getting someone who knows something to say something, our best chance is for you to get up and say, look, we're scared. We love this woman. She's a good woman. She's a good mom. She'd do anything for anyone.
Yeah.
I said, so to calm your fears, be courageous, be brave. I'm on your side, and tell her story. And there's her sister.
And this is the missing woman. And
That's Christine.
Why didn't her sister want to go on camera? Just out of fright of being on camera?
Oh, I don't even.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was just petrified of being on TV. Yes.
That is just so sad. And this girl looks so young. And it's
Well, she's 30, and she is the little sister to the woman who I interviewed coming up tonight at 5. So, keep an eye out. She's a beautiful girl. We don't know really what happened, but her sister says there is no way in you-know-what this woman would have left her house and left her life and left her beautiful baby girl. She said
her baby, her keys,
her purse, her cell phone in water. I know. I'm just, they're alarmed. I'm alarmed. But they said, you know what? We're not giving up. We're going to keep looking, and hopefully we can get the community looking and praying. She said, please, please pray for my sister.
Any mental disorders reported with her that she would, leave abruptly because of some sort of mental
No,
situation?
she's, she works hard. She works at a pharmacy. She's not as a, she works at a drugstore, as a clerk, like at a Walgreens or CVS. She's not in the pharmacy area. She's, just really caring, would do anything for the family. They have a huge family and are just hoping. I mean, the family has been so proactive. They put up, you're looking at these missing posters, they made those up and put those up. We were showing you around her house. They've searched the desert. around her house.
Mhm.
I mean, they're doing all kinds of things because unless it's a child, a little kid, it's tough to get police because so often they're like, oh, it's a runaway. You know, she's 30,
yeah.
but still.
And they have to wait
Oh,
3 days before they can
3
even
days.
look.
And then
Oh,
you have to
wow.
file some kind of affidavit. We're showing you the area like behind and around her house where they've been looking. So just distraught.
Well-
And, you know, she said everybody has a sister they love or you know someone's sister or something. She's just trying to appeal, saying, please help us. If you think you know anything, please help us bring Christine home.
Yeah, I think that it's almost too obvious that her purse was left, her car was left, her baby was left. You know, it looks like it was an intense moment of passion between her and somebody else, where they didn't plan it to steal her, and you know what I mean?
Could have
That's what it
been
sounds
something
to
like
me.
that, yes.
A last-second decision of some sort of fight, and
Could
her
have been
purse just
something
happened to be
like that.
left.
Yeah.
Phone in the water.
And that's what they said. The boyfriend says that she threw the phone in the water herself. They had a fight, little fight, and she threw the phone in the water herself and said, well, a friend of mine is just going to pick me up and take me to work, you know. And then the friend, she never showed up at work. We don't know if the friend showed up. We don't know any of that. This is hearsay.
I think too, when you have a kid, you wouldn't want your phone to be broken. That
No.
would be the first thing I would be.
All kinds of
you know,
things.
you would
It's
want
crazy.
your phone and wow.
Yeah.
Well, so you're going to reveal this interview with her sister coming up at 5 o'clock.
It also made me sad. Her sister said, you know, I said, can I mention this? Because part of the reason she did not want to go on, and this made me so sad, why I had to work this woman so hard, was because her headdress, her hijab. She thought if people saw that, this is going to break her heart, they wouldn't care as much.
Oh, that's terrible.
Didn't that make, and I'm like, no, no, no, no, no. I said, don't let that be
Let me show her
what
again,
keeps
too.
you from fighting
Oh,
to
that's so
find your
sad.
sister. And because I was very honest with her, I said, all right, let's talk about why you don't want to go on TV. And she said, I just don't want, you know,
That
people to
being
see. I don't want them to see. They won't care as much. She said, I know they won't look as hard. And I'm like, I'm just so sorry we've come
to this
in this society that's what this beautiful young woman
That
thinks.
is so sad, too,
Yeah.
that she has to live with the fact that she thinks the police and the public wouldn't care because of
Well,
her.
it's not the police. It's just the public, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's very sacred and religious to her. I would never ask her
Yeah.
to take it off. I wouldn't say, oh, just take. But she said, just show my hands. And I said, it's not the same. She said, can't you just blur out my face? I'm like, no.
Oh.
I want to see your eyes. I want to hear your emotion. I want to see your face.
Well, clearly you did a great job because you obviously made her feel comfortable enough to go on camera after talking to
Oh,
her.
I just had to keep telling her, we're on your side. I mean, there were some stories where you show up and you're like, you don't know, but you show up and there's a victim, a mom, someone's missing. You're always on the side of the
Right.
good person, right? I
yeah,
mean,
that's why we're reporting on it. So
she
people,
goes, I'm going to
you
look
know.
bad. I'm like, I'm not going to let you look bad. This is going to be a conversation. I'm going to make you comfortable. If you don't like what you say, then say,
on
can I
out.
have another chance? And exactly.
Yeah.
She said, really? And I said, people,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not like we're
60 minutes just did us wrong. People think everyone's like,
Yeah, it's like, no,
Well,
we're going to, you know, air whatever you're comfortable
yes,
with.
exactly.
and-
Yeah. And I just,
Well, that's good that she
I just
finally-
hope she gets good news. I mean, I always hold out for a miracle. You know my routine.
Yeah.
Hold out for a miracle, but this is a tough one.
It looked
It's
like
going to
she
be
was
tough.
crying a little bit in that interview. It
Oh,
looked
as she spoke to me, yeah, we
Yeah.
both cried. I mean, she started crying, and I started thinking about my sister, you know, and I welled up, and
Yeah.
it's hard on her. But I said, your sister would be so proud of you. I said, you're
Yeah.
fighting for her. She'd be proud of you for being so
Yeah.
courageous.
Yeah, and if
Yeah.
you're watching, we are proud of you, and we hope that we can find your sister.
God,
I
that
mean,
would be
again,
awesome.
what a weird story, and I really hope that they find more about this.
So do I.
So
I absolutely do. All right, and we'll have, more pictures and that interview, unless you play a clip. I don't know if you are.
yeah, I can play your interview later. You said it airs at 5, so I can probably play that after it airs, right?
Let's see, 5:30.
5:30?
Yeah, I'm the 5:30 lead, so.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well, I'll
I'll
play
be
that
on at
later
5:30.
tonight.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Linda, for the update.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much.
Sorry. Next time it'll be
No,
a happier
you know what?
story.
It's good to talk
you and
about
I
it and
usually
get it
have so
out
much
there.
time. I know. I really didn't know whether to bring up that. I think it's called a hijab, the headscarf thing. I didn't want to bring that up, but.
No, I think
And
it's
I
good.
asked
you know,
her.
let's-
I said, I want to say on TV that you and then I said, you know what? It takes the focus off your sister and that she's missing and all that to bring that up. But in this format, that's what I love about News Now.
Yeah.
There's time to
talk about
really tell all the different elements of a story and the emotion, and it helps you see all the things that people just deal with that you don't think of.
And if I saw her and with, I wouldn't think anything. I wouldn't think differently. I wouldn't think, oh, it doesn't matter because of that.
I know.
I'm
like,
surprised some people
wouldn't
would
you know
actually
it's
think,
them? I know.
Who would think like that?
Well,
yeah, I mean,
because, you know what, social media has allowed people to pop off and put anything they want on anybody's page, and I think she's
really sad.
she's probably felt that recently or whatever.
Well,
and,
she's
and
better
that's
than
made
that
her,
and better than
she
people
is
who
better.
think like that.
Yeah, and I said, don't let those people define you. You get
Yeah.
out there and live your life and fight
Linda,
for what
you're
you think
great.
is right.
That's good, too, that
Aw,
you got her on
thanks.
camera.
Yeah,
and
yeah, she
you
was
guys-
awesome. No, she was great.
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah.
Well, I'm
she was
excited to
awesome.
see your interview then. I want to
Yeah,
see what
it's
she
good.
has to say.
Yeah, you'll like it.
Thanks,
All right.
Linda. As always,
Thank
a
you.
pleasure.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Talk soon.
Yes.
Thanks, Mary Kate.
All right, you guys, that was Fox 10 anchor Linda Williams. Again, her story is airing at 5:30 on Fox 10. I'll try and clip that and play that a little bit later in my show. But just a really sad story. Again, not just about, obviously, the woman who is missing, but her sister who was afraid to talk on camera. So very sad story, and we'll keep you guys updated on any information about this missing woman. Taking you back now, though, to the American Progress event that we have been streaming for you guys today. So I want to pull this up. And this is national leaders speaking at this American Progress event. So let me get that lower third back as well for you guys. Let me pull that up. Or actually, oh no, wait, I forgot. I have a discussion with my co-host. So I'll take you to that American Progress event a little bit later. Let me just give you guys a live look of the Capitol building here for just a second while I get ready for my co-host, Mike Paish. All right, everybody. Well, I have my co-host Mike Paish up here with me to discuss a story that just broke in the news today. Possible Comey memos. Now, what do you know about this?
All right, so this is coming from the New York Times. So this is a report that just came out about an hour ago, and they first put it out there on Twitter. It already has over 60,000 retweets on the New York Times Twitter account. But just like yesterday, it was a Washington Post report. Now this is a New York Times report on a different story. Now the allegation is now that the former director of the FBI, James Comey, has memos that when he was the FBI director, having conversations with President Trump about Michael Flynn, and it looks to be that on those memos, according to the New York Times, that President Trump was trying to lean or lure him away from the Michael Flynn investigation. But we should report here, and we should talk about that the New York Times has not viewed the copy of a supposed memo. So they've not
I read that too.
They've not seen a hard copy. They're hearing this from a source within the FBI. So that should be also noted as well as we're talking about this investigation. And according to one of the memos, it says, I hope you can let this go. And that was what President Trump told James Comey in the Oval Office. So that is what that memo is alleging. Let's give you a little background, too, on this as well. This happened on February 14th, allegedly, in the Oval Office. And this was a day after Michael Flynn was let go by President Trump. And in the Oval Office, there was the Vice President and the Attorney General, as well as the FBI Director, talking about a different matter. But then, according to one of the memos, is that President Trump asked the Vice President and the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, to leave the Oval Office and have Comey stay. And that's when Comey puts down in the memo that President Trump told him, I hope you can let this go, regarding Michael Flynn there. But when you look at this as well, you got to say, okay, this is pretty vague too, what he's saying, I hope you let this go.
Yeah, I
Which
think
that, in a defense, you would think that would be pretty hard to prove.
And the White House did release a statement saying that he never asked to stop an investigation, that he was simply saying that Flynn was a good guy. Now, see, that's the fine line,
Yes.
Saying he's a good guy, that is not asking him to end the investigation, but can we prove whether or not he actually asked to end the investigation? I don't know. I mean, Comey apparently recorded these conversations in a memo, you said?
He wrote them down on paper. So he wanted to have a paper trail, allegedly. But now keep in mind that Comey did not come out and say, I have these memos. It's someone within the FBI who is saying that there are memos from Comey regarding this situation.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people that you could be saying this in the chat room as well, that, well, maybe this is an FBI agent who is just really upset that Comey got fired and now could be doing, just saying something like this.
Very good point to bring up.
There's both sides you got to look on this. And then now on the other side of that, on Capitol Hill, the Democrats right now are they're saying that this is obstruction of justice. They want a full hearing now. So it's going to be interesting to see. Because of this.
Wow.
So just when you thought there was an incident yesterday with the Washington Post, now we have this New York Times report. And now keep in mind that on Friday, this is when President Trump is going to be going overseas for his first foreign trip.
Right.
And that he's not going to be able to dodge any of those questions. It's not going to be about him talking to the Pope. It's not going to be those questions. They're all going to be regarding this situation. So you would think, because right now the White House, other than a statement that they put out, and it was just a very brief statement, totally denying this memo and totally denying that a conversation happened, you would think that the president would want to have somebody come out tonight, just like how McMaster's came out, remember, and did that about 50-second...
Just yesterday.
Yeah, just a little 50-second statement, or a lot of people are saying what would be better is maybe tomorrow or Thursday, President Trump makes a statement and takes some questions from reporters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that they haven't already had a press conference about this, since yesterday it was, just 20 minutes after that Washington Post report was leaked?
Yes.
That H.R. McMaster came out and just gave that brief statement of, it never happened, I was in the room, enough questions, and just walked away. So I don't know what they're planning with this. And it's hard because it's an unnamed source, it's coming from someone we don't know. how can we really confirm that?
Yeah, and you don't. The New York Times reporter that wrote this story has not seen the memo, a hard copy. So we haven't seen that yet. But it should also be noted in the piece there, in the New York Times piece, it says in testimony to the Senate last week, the acting FBI director Andrew McCabe said there has been no effort to impede our investigation to date.
Wow.
So that was coming from the acting FBI director there, Andrew McCabe. So, and right now, they're interviewing about 8 people, the Justice Department, for the new FBI director. So much going on right now.
I'm just wondering why. I mean, if you have these memos, why wouldn't you just release them then, saying, hey, look, here you go. He asked me to stop investigating Flynn. Why wouldn't he just release them?
Mm-hmm.
Why show them to other FBI associates and then have that associate say it to a New York Times reporter, and then I just don't understand this whole process.
It's a very back way of doing something, but it'll be interesting to see what comes in the next, not even a couple days. This is going to be an hourly event now until we hear from somebody concrete from the White House, because they just put out a statement totally denying it, but it was just a written statement.
So we'll have to wait and see if they have a press conference, or if, like you said, President Trump speaks to the media tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, that communications team at the White House has to be really very busy this evening right now. I mean, it's 7:30 there. They are not going to be quitting time anytime soon there.
And what about Sean Spicer tomorrow? Was he still off this week?
No, he was.
He's back, right?
Yeah, he started off on Monday.
Okay.
And he didn't have one today. He had McMaster's. He had off-camera press gaggle today.
Okay, so maybe they will say something tomorrow morning, as early as tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be. There'll be something to see how this all comes, but you got to figure. I mean, the White House ultimately what they wanted to do this week is get everybody ready for his first foreign trip and really pump that up and talk about all the talking points that they want to get across. This whole foreign trip, it's pretty much going to be lost.
Pretty much not in the news right now,
no,
since all of this is coming out.
It's not going to get really any type of traction when you think about that. It's back-to-back days now that there's 2 reports going on from the Washington Post and now this one from the New York Times breaking that out. So,
but even if Comey did write down everything said in the meeting, isn't that sort of he said, she said? I mean, how can we trust that what he wrote down? And I'm not saying he could have been writing down every line word by word, but how can you prove that?
And it'll be something too. I mean, remember a couple days ago when President Trump says to Comey, warning him that I have tapes. I mean, was there tapes? Is there tapes that are recorded? Yes.
Yeah, he tweeted saying, "You better hope that the tapes of our conversations don't come out."
Yeah.
So, you guys, there's some big stuff going on here, and Mike, thank you for coming up here
problem.
with me to talk about this story.
No problem.
I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House. Let us know what you guys think about this story in the comment section of our video. All right, you guys. So I'm taking you back now to the American Progress event that happened earlier today, where national leaders were speaking at this event. Let me pull this up for you, get you back to where we left off. Again, this is an event at the Center for American Progress where national political leaders were speaking earlier today. Let's go.
One of the most comprehensive anti-voter laws we've seen in a very long time. Maybe we could start with you talking a little bit about the dynamics around that, but the other efforts that you've seen in North Carolina to restrict people's right to vote.
Sure. North Carolina is an epicenter in the country for the fight for the right to vote. When you look at what the North Carolina Republican legislature has done over the last few years, it's been disastrous. The Fourth Circuit said that the North Carolina Republican legislature discriminated against African Americans with surgical precision. They actually asked for data on the habits of African Americans and how they voted, and drafted their legislation accordingly. And the court, thankfully, saw through that. But this General Assembly doesn't stop. This was a temporary win yesterday. My Republican governor predecessor had appealed this case to the United States Supreme Court. I withdrew that appeal, which helped us procedurally, I think, to get the Supreme Court not to hear it. But this legislature probably within 10 days will pass another kind of law that will probably eliminate, again, same-day registration. We'll still have some type of voter ID requirement. You know, in their voter ID law that you couldn't even use a campus ID card from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, a state-supported university. That ID wasn't good enough, and we know where that was coming from. But what they've done for my position as governor, they've tried to take away the ability of the governor to administer elections. Because what I want to do is to make it easier for people to register and vote, not harder. We want everybody to participate in the process. So they passed legislation taking that authority away from the governor. I vetoed it. They overrode my veto because they have supermajorities in both chambers. I sued them. The court struck it down. So they, again, repackaged it, put a little lipstick on it, passed it again. I vetoed it again. They overrode it again. And the court, again, slapped it down. And you're going to see that with this voter law, too. And I'm certain that the courts would deal with it. I feel confident that they will, but it is important for us to realize what is happening in North Carolina. In 2018, we're going to make some changes in this legislature, but until then, we're just going to have to keep fighting.
And this is an issue that a battle that's going on not just at the state level, but also the county level as well, right? They're also tackling election commission makeup.
Well, that's what they were trying to do by taking the authority away from the governor, who appoints the majority of the county boards of election. And they wanted to make it bipartisan, where each side had the same amount. What was going to happen, though, is the default, if there's a tie, the default is for more restrictive voting requirements. So we know what their mission is, and we just have to fight it in the legislature. We have to fight it at the ballot box. We have to fight it in the courts until we get it into a position where everybody has that right. We make it easier for them to do. We need online. We need to expand people's abilities, and we can't have state legislatures discriminating against certain people because who they are or what color they are.
And this issue really does highlight the importance of the judiciary, which is another area where you've had to battle similar changes by the legislature.
Yes, they tried to take the authority away from the governor in numerous areas, and we have sued them in those areas. We believe that we will be successful at the end of the day. The bottom line here is we're working hard to move North Carolina to a position where we know it should be. North Carolina, for decades, was a beacon in the South. We were the first state in this country to open our doors to higher education supported by the public. We had the first early childhood initiative with Smart Start that was a public-private partnership that recognized that it was important to get to kids early in their life in order to get them the opportunity to be ready to learn when they went to school. But over the last 5 or 6 years, with the Republican supermajorities and a Republican governor in the last 4 years, they have tried to take North Carolina in a different direction. It's time for us to get it back. We took the first step with my election for governor, and we are winning some battles, and I'm appointing, for example, I can appoint a secretary of the Department of Environmental Quality who actually cares about clean air and water. And we can appoint people to positions who can have influence over the process. But you're continuing to see this legislature with what they're doing, with their concentration on tax cuts for the wealthiest and for corporations, on workers' compensation, on unemployment insurance, hurting the everyday working people, with these right-wing social issues. That has been the order of the day. They just passed an amendment that took away a number of people's ability to enter the SNAP program when it doesn't cost the state $1. We just turned down federal money that will hurt kids who could qualify for school lunches. That's just wrong.
So, Governor, you mentioned education, and that has been a cornerstone of your governing agenda, and I've been very impressed by the way you've looked at that in a comprehensive lens, from investments in early childhood education, in teachers, community college, workforce investments. Could you talk a little bit about what your priorities are in that area and what your overarching goals are?
The economy overall has gotten better. Unemployment has improved. But for that middle-class family, or that family that's working to try to get into the middle class, a mom who's got 2 kids that she wants to educate them, their wages are stagnant. Things really haven't gotten better for them. And out of frustration, a lot of them voted for Donald Trump, hoping that some change would come to their lives. And I think what we have to do as Democrats and as Democratic leaders, we have to have a positive pocketbook message for them. I want to make sure that we do that. I'm going to emphasize education. Early childhood all the way through our great community colleges and universities. The CEOs that I talk to about coming and expanding in North Carolina, their first question to me is not what's your corporate tax rate, even though now it's the lowest in the Southeast. Their first question is, do you have the people who can perform the jobs that I create? We can put more money in their pockets with those better paying jobs if we have the training and the skills. And I'm going to make North Carolina a top 10 educated state by 2025. And you can do that with empirical data. You can do that by getting more kids in pre-K, which my budget reflects. We want to get to 55% from the 22% where we are now. By getting more kids graduated from high school, we need to be in the 90s. And more people with advanced degrees and certificates that can help land them these better paying jobs in the new economy, because it's chicken and egg. These companies will come if you have the workforce. And our state has the Research Triangle Park, with the second largest banking state in the country. We have the benefit of the foundation that we have built in North Carolina. We're just fighting off these problems that we've had the last 5 or 6 years. We can get it back. We can speak to those middle class families and those working families who are trying to get into the middle class through education as the cornerstone of more money in their pockets. And plus, we need to take advantage of all the help that we can get from the federal government. Our state has yet to expand Medicaid. I tried to do it. They sued me in federal court. We could insure hundreds of thousands of North Carolinians, create tens of thousands of good paying jobs. We can lower insurance premiums for businesses, because guess what? When you reduce the indigent population, you're going to have better results. And we're going to have a healthier North Carolina. But they've refused to do it. And we've got to fight that at every turn.
Yeah. The last panel talked a lot about needing to help those who don't have any college or haven't graduated from college to get better paying jobs. Two pieces of your initiatives is to make community college free, but also to provide additional non-college coursework for those who want to upskill. And just wanted to get a sense if you think those are ideas that could have traction with your Republican legislature. Similar proposals have made it through with bipartisan support in other states. Tennessee is one that comes to mind.
Last dollar free community college is a way for those middle class and working class families to get that education they need to get that better paying job. College affordability is critical. I've proposed it, and I've argued to the Republican legislature that this is being done by Republicans because they see the economic benefit that results from it. We're also going to work to try to get kids to understand that there are certain certificates now that can help them with advanced manufacturing and with other good paying jobs. A kid really who is having a hard time affording that 2 or even that 4-year degree could step into a job making 50, 60, 70 grand a year with a certificate. But we have to have our community colleges and our universities that are nimble, that are ready to customize training for these kinds of companies that want to come and expand in our state. And it can be a very positive thing. Investment in education has got to be all the way from birth through higher education. North Carolina has been known for that. We've got a lot of catching up to do. We were at the national average in teacher salaries. We dropped significantly. I have a plan to get back there. Our early childhood has been successful, but it has dropped significantly since Republicans took over. We're going to get back there because now, more than ever, it's a strong economic development argument, and we've got to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned that your political opponents have focused on some socially divisive issues. Before your tenure as governor, the state passed HB 2, which was highly controversial law that limited transgender individuals' ability to use the bathroom of their choice. It was a big issue in your campaign and something you have prioritized, seeking a repeal of that law, and were able to get a repeal through the legislature. The ultimate legislation has been controversial, and just wonder if you could talk us through how those issues have played out at your state, in your state.
House Bill 2 was wrong because it wrote discrimination into the law. To tell a transgender kid that you have to go to the restroom that corresponds with your birth certificate is not only discrimination, it's humiliation. What House Bill 2 did was take away every right of LGBT citizens and prevented local governments from enacting anything. Since that law was passed, and actually while it was being debated for the 8 hours that it was debated, I have fought that law every single day because not only is it wrong, not only does it discriminate, but it also hurts the reputation of my state. It has hurt our economy and our people, but it all stems from the fact that this legislation was highly discriminatory. My goal is statewide LGBT protections in North Carolina, and I'm going to keep fighting every day until I get to that goal. With the supermajority legislature that's operating on the Hastert rule, that you got to have a majority of your own caucus in order to be able to consider anything on the floor. Even though I wanted clean repeal with no compromise, and a lot of people wanted that, it was not going to be possible over the next at least 2 years. So I had a choice. Do I continue to make a statement and pound on the table and nothing happen? Or do I take a positive step, make progress, and continue to fight? I chose the latter for my state because we got rid of the birth certificate requirement. We opened up the ability of local governments to provide some protections now and some in the future. I'm going to issue an executive order pretty soon that is comprehensive, that helps with LGBT protections. And we're going to keep working every day. We've had a lot of businesses and sporting events and others to come back because, number one, they know we've taken a positive step. But number two, they know my commitment for this in North Carolina. And although it would have been politically and probably emotionally easier for me to keep pounding the table and not accept a compromise, I knew it wasn't right for my state. I knew it wasn't right for LGBT citizens in my state, although I have had hard conversations with a number of my friends about this who would have rather us go 2 years with House Bill 2 instead of taking the compromise. But as governor and as the leader of my state, knowing what it has done to the reputation of my state and the signal that it sends to LGBT citizens and everyone, I knew we had to make a step, and that's why I did it. I think it's the right thing to do. Diversity is our strength. North Carolina is a welcoming state. We just got to make sure that our laws catch up with our people, and we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Right. Well, thank you, Governor.
Yeah.
We could talk for 13 hours, not 13 minutes, but we really appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
And you're at the front lines there fighting the fight on our behalf.
Well, I want to
really
thank everyone out there for what you are doing, fighting the fight. I know it's hard to see what's happening in our country. Kristen and I were at the National Governors Association hearing the president, and in the state dining room, and I gazed up, and there's a portrait of Abraham Lincoln. And I thought, where are we? Where are we? But you know, that night when my wife and I were back at the hotel, she said, you know, then our country was more divided than it is now, and we made it. We're going to make it because of people like you in this room and all of us working to make sure that we have a North Carolina and a country that works for everybody. And I think that's important. But thank you all.
Thank you. Give yourself a round of applause for the governor.
Thanks a lot.
Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Susan Rice.
Thank you, Neera, for your strong leadership of CAP, which so ably promotes our progressive priorities. Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Rice, and you may have seen a parody of me on certain cable news channels. Since I left the White House, I've become deeply concerned that the United States is squandering one of our greatest strategic assets, America's leadership of the world. I'm here to argue for a better strategy, a progressive strategy that will renew our global leadership. It seems that the current administration looks at the world and sees only threats: immigrants, refugees, Muslims, Mexicans, even trade. It's America first and the rest of the world last. I fully recognize that we face serious threats. I spent 8 years actually reading the presidential daily briefing, and the last 3.5 years personally briefing President Obama. But the world I see is also filled with profound opportunities. Our relationships are not zero-sum. They should be mutually beneficial. Through enlightened self-interest, we can expand opportunity, not hoard it for the few. I believe that a responsible national security strategy must be balanced, confronting threats while seizing opportunities. It's a strategy based on 4 pillars: a strong defense, skillful diplomacy, smart development, and domestic strength. First, our national security begins with a strong defense. The United States must remain the world's preeminent military power. That requires sustaining a force that's smartly funded, wisely deployed, and ready to deal with a threat, any threat, at a moment's notice. Conflict is not inevitable, and bluster is for bullies. But our adversaries, from Russia to North Korea, must know that we will confront them with unity, resolve, and with every tool at our disposal. When we employ military force, we must use it judiciously, because we've learned from Vietnam to Iraq that even the finest fighting force on earth cannot defeat the underlying political, economic, and sectarian forces that fuel conflict. So instead of simply vowing to bomb the bleep out of ISIL, we must use our full arsenal, including cutting off its finances, discrediting extremism online, and helping stabilize fragile states. We must confront terrorists globally, from Syria and Afghanistan to northern Mali and the southern Philippines, where Al-Qaeda 3.0 may be germinating. We can't allow Twitter wars to become shooting wars. So instead of vacillating between reckless saber rattling and dubbing Kim Jong-un a smart cookie, we should steadily apply increased pressure on North Korea while protecting our allies and our homeland. And instead of excusing Russia's outrageous behavior and branding NATO obsolete, we must defend every NATO ally unconditionally and firmly counter Russia's Cold War tactics. Even as we address today's crises, we must get ahead of emerging threats that will endanger us tomorrow, from rising oceans to the dark web, from conflict in outer space to the manipulation of artificial intelligence. Second, an effective foreign policy requires skillful diplomacy. We should embrace the mantle of global leadership because the United States remains the world's best hope. But we need to be a steady, trusted partner so that, as Charles de Gaulle said, the word of the United States President is good enough for me. From North America to Europe, from Israel to Asia, our allies and friends must know we stand with them, not based on a business transaction, but because we are bound by shared values and shared interests. And let's stop pretending that our interests and our values conflict. Yes, sometimes we must work with unsavory regimes, but our values and our interests converge. Democracies that respect human rights are our most reliable partners. Visit Arlington Cemetery or Allied burial grounds around the world. Our soldiers didn't fight as part of some global protection racket. They died for the rights of all people to live in freedom, dignity, and equality. These are our values. These are universal values, and they are not expendable when inconvenient. To tackle challenges that transcend borders, we must cooperate across borders. As a former UN ambassador, I know well the frustrations of multilateral diplomacy. But international institutions and collective action make us more effective. We should reject the deconstruction of the administrative state and update the post-war international architecture that the United States built, because it remains the right framework for promoting peace and prosperity around the world. The fact is, we cannot bomb climate change or even violent extremism into submission. Pandemic flu and Zika won't stop at the Rio Grande. Cyber thieves and criminal cartels don't respect national boundaries. In today's interconnected world, we need collective action to achieve lasting security. We also need a well-functioning State Department. Diplomacy isn't optional, but it's comparatively cheap. As Secretary of Defense Mattis put it, if you don't fully fund the State Department, then I need to buy more ammunition. For America to remain the unrivaled global leader, we must value and fully fund the talented career professionals who do the delicate work of diplomacy. Third, our diplomacy needs to be backed by an equal dedication to smart development. Helping other peoples is neither charity nor wasteful spending. It's one of the wisest investments we can make in our security and prosperity. From Afghanistan to Nigeria, we've seen poverty, conflict, and corruption stifle opportunity and extremism take root. But when USAID helps a farmer increase her yields in Ethiopia, supports micro enterprise in Haiti, or electrifies a village in Kenya so that kids can study at night, that's good not just for them, it's good for America's security. When we combat malaria, AIDS, and Ebola, investing in global health infrastructure, that's good for our security. When we educate and empower women and girls, that's good for our security too. So yes, we still need to let girls learn. Finally, an effective foreign policy must be grounded in domestic strength. To lead the world and protect our people, we can't rely solely on military might. We must continue to prosper by growing our economy, creating jobs, raising wages, reducing inequality, and lifting Americans out of poverty. We must pursue trade that is fair and free, and not cede the Asia-Pacific, the world's fastest growing region, to China.
Okay, everybody, we'll take you back to this event a little bit later in the show, but we're switching out hosts now. My co-host Mike Page is coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show here. I'm going to pull up a live look of the White House. Mike is coming up next.
Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. The standoff between President Donald Trump and his former FBI director intensified today with the news of James Comey's memo saying that Trump asked him to shut down the agency's investigation into ousted National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. A person who had seen the memo told the Associated Press what Comey had written. The person was not authorized to discuss the memo by name. The existence of the memo was first reported by the New York Times. The White House denied this account. The development comes as the Trump administration faces questions over why and how the president fired Comey last week as the FBI was investigating whether Trump's presidential campaign was connected to Russian meddling in the election. Trump wrote to Comey that the dismissal was necessary to restore the public's trust and confidence. Often lauded for his independence, Comey had come under intense scrutiny in recent months for his role in the agency's investigation into the email practices of Trump opponent Democrat Hillary Clinton, including a pair of letters he sent to Congress on the matter in the final days of the campaign. That is your latest news regarding that story. It's going to be something, hopefully, here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, we'll maybe get some more information from the White House or maybe even a press conference. Stay right here for the very latest news. Now, before this news broke, senators were on the Hill talking to the press. We'll first hear from the Senate Republicans, followed by the Senate Democrats. And hold on one second while I work to get this audio problem fixed. Hold on, folks, while we work out this audio problem. All right, folks, sorry about that little delay there. Just having a little audio issues when we do a little video playback here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So what I'm going to do is just continue to provide you all with the very latest information that is coming through our wires right now. Democratic National Committee Chairman Tom Perez plans to meet with an anti-abortion Democratic group amid divisions within the party over whether to back candidates opposed to abortion, according to the group. DNC officials say there's no meeting confirmed yet. Democrats for Life executive director said today that the DNC and her group were in talks about scheduling a session with Perez, who proclaimed last month it is not negotiable that every Democrat, like every American, should support a woman's right to make her own choices about her body and her health. DNC officials said today that Democrats for Life want an assembly that would include Perez and Democratic lawmakers. Talks are ongoing, but nothing is scheduled, the party officials said, and they pointed again to Perez's April statement making clear the party's support for abortion rights. And some Republicans right now are voicing support for President Donald Trump following a report that the president asked James Comey to stop an FBI investigation. Representative Blake Farenthold, a Republican from Texas, says he wants to see more details, but he believes this is another example of whatever Trump does gets the worst possible spin. Farenthold says Comey would have been duty-bound to report to the Justice Department any command to stop the investigation. He says there's a difference between, hey, Flynn's a good guy, it would be nice if you could cut him a break, as opposed to, I'm the president, quit investigating. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're taking a live look right now of Sky Fox up in the air. They are headed to the area of 83rd Avenue and Indian School in Phoenix. This is coming from the police department. They say at around 4:15, Phoenix police responded to a call of a shooting. A passenger in a vehicle suffered a non-life-threatening gunshot wound, possibly as a result of a dispute with another vehicle. So this could be a road rage incident. The investigation is ongoing. You're continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. So we'll go back to our Sky Fox when it does become available. Also, we're hearing reports of tornado warnings out there in the Midwest. If we do get some of that video or of storm chasers video, of course, we will bring that to you. But let's see the action here as Sky Fox is looking for the scene. All right, folks, showing you the White House once again as we are just waiting for that Sky Fox shot to come back for us. All right, folks, so we are taking a live look here in the area of 83rd Avenue and Indian School here in Phoenix of a possible road rage incident that, as police are investigating whether this could be a shooting as well. A passenger in a vehicle suffered a non-life-threatening gunshot wound, possibly as a result of a dispute with another vehicle. Once again, folks, you are part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as we take a look at this road rage incident, 83rd Avenue and Indian School. We're still waiting to see any, there has been an arrest made as well. All right there, everybody. You can see there, Sky Fox is leaving the scene. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. Okay, folks, so you can see we are still having those audio problems. We're working to get that here fixed for you. President Donald Trump personally appealed to FBI Director James Comey to abandon the Bureau's investigation into National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, according to notes disclosed late today that Comey wrote after the meeting. The White House issued a furious denial near the end of a tumultuous day that Trump officials spent beating back potentially disastrous news reports from dawn to dusk. Earlier, officials staunchly defended Trump's disclosure of classified information to senior Russian officials. The White House played down the importance and secrecy of the information supplied by Israel under an intelligence sharing agreement, and Trump himself said he had an absolute right as president to share facts pertaining to terrorism and airline safety with Russia. Yet U.S. allies and some members of Congress expressed concern bordering on alarm. As for Comey, who Trump fired last week, the FBI director wrote in a memo after a February meeting at the White House that the new president had asked him to shut down the FBI's investigation of Flynn and his Russian contacts, said a person who had read the memo. The Flynn investigation was part of a broader probe into Russian interference in last year's presidential election. The person who described the memo was not authorized to discuss it by name. The existence of the memo was first reported today by the New York Times. The White House has denied this report, saying while the president has repeatedly expressed his view that General Flynn is a decent man who served and protected our country, the president has never asked Mr. Comey or anyone to end any investigation, including any investigation involving General Flynn. That was from a White House statement. Trump fired Flynn back on February 13th. The bombshell Comey news came as the beleaguered Trump administration was still struggling mighty to explain Monday's revelation that the president had revealed highly classified information to the Russian foreign minister and the country's ambassador to the United States. And the administration is still reeling from Trump's abrupt firing of Comey. The intensifying drama comes as Trump is set to embark Friday on his first foreign trip, which has been optimistically viewed by some aides as an opportunity to reset an administration floundering under an inexperienced president. When Trump fired Comey, he said he did so based on Comey's very public handling of the Hillary Clinton email probe and how it affected his leadership of the FBI. Comey's memo detailing his conversation with Trump would be the clearest evidence to date that the president has tried to influence that investigation. Representative Jason Chaffetz, Republican chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, said he was ready to subpoena the memo, which was an apparent effort to create a paper trail of Comey's contacts with the White House. Other lawmakers also demanded strong action. Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein of California said Comey needs to come to Capitol Hill and testify. Other lawmakers agreed and said it must be soon. Mark Warner of Virginia, a top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, said he would ask Comey for additional material as part of the panel's investigation. Memos, transcripts, tapes, the list keeps getting longer, he said. Republicans were more quiet, but also clearly upset. John McCain, chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, said the Trump-Russia reports were deeply disturbing and said they could impede allies' willingness to share intelligence with the U.S. Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader of the Senate, said he was not losing confidence in Trump as president, but added it would be helpful to have less drama coming from the White House. According to The Times, Comey wrote in a February memo that Trump told him Flynn had done nothing wrong, but Comey said he did not say anything to Trump about limiting the investigation, replying simply, "I agree, he is a good guy." The newspaper said Comey was in the Oval Office that day with other national security officials for a terrorism threat briefing. When it ended, Trump asked everyone to leave except Comey, and he eventually turned the conversation to Flynn. The administration spent the first half of today defending Trump's disclosure of classified information to senior Russian officials. National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said the president's comments were, quote, wholly appropriate. He used the phrase 9 times in his briefing to reporters. The highly classified information about Islamic State plot was collected by Israel, a crucial source of intelligence and close partner in the fight against some of America's fiercest threats in the Middle East. Trump's disclosure of the information threatened to fray that partnership and piled pressure on the White House to explain the apparently on-the-spot decision to reveal the information to Russian diplomats in the Oval Office. A U.S. official who confirmed the disclosure to the Associated Press said the revelation potentially put the source at risk. And the family of a Democratic National Committee staffer who was fatally shot has rejected news reports that he leaked work emails to WikiLeaks before his death. According to the Washington Post, Fox News reported Tuesday that an FBI forensics examination showed that Seth Rich transferred 44,000 DNC emails and 17,000 attachments to a WikiLeaks director who has since died. A spokesman for Joel and Marianne Rich said today that they don't believe their son, who was shot back in July of 2016 in Washington, gave any information to WikiLeaks. D.C. police have said they think Rich was killed in a random robbery attempt, but conspiracy theories have emerged about his death. No arrests have been made. Federal and local law enforcement officials say they have found no evidence that Rich sent any DNC information to WikiLeaks. And happening right now, Barron County Sheriff Chris Fitzgerald in Wisconsin says at least 20 people were injured when a tornado hit a mobile home park in western Wisconsin. The tornado damaged the Prairie Lakes Estates trailer park north of the area in Cheddick. The National Weather Service reported a touchdown in the area just after 5:30 local time. Sheriff's dispatchers say they're too busy to provide much details. And news coming out of Naperville, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. Authorities say an Amtrak train conductor was shot at a train station in the Chicago suburb. Naperville police say a Wisconsin man in his 70s fired from inside the train after the conductor stepped onto a platform from the Southwest Chief headed to Chicago from Los Angeles. The unidentified conductor was struck in the stomach. Naperville Deputy Fire Chief Andrew Dina says the victim was taken to a hospital. No other information was given on the man's condition, but police say he was conscious and alert. In a statement, Amtrak said the conductor sustained a non-life-threatening wound. The police commander says passengers held the alleged shooter until police arrived and took him into custody. The shooting occurred during the Tuesday evening rush hour, temporarily halting Metro commuter rail service into and out of Chicago. All right, folks, we will be right back here for you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream.
Joined by a large group of my colleagues, all of whom have been active in the issue of what's happening between our country and Russia. And I'll be brief, and so all of my colleagues can say some words as well. Now, in the wake of reports that the President disclosed classified information with the Russian Foreign Minister and the Russian Ambassador, we Democrats are united in believing that the President must make transcripts of those conversations available to the intelligence committees. The President should make full, unedited transcripts available immediately. No ifs, no ands, no buts. If the President may have put national security and our intelligence operations at risk, Congress has the right to know about it. As I believe Senator Tillis implied this morning, if the President felt comfortable sharing this information with the Russians, surely he feels comfortable sharing it with the Congress of the United States of America. I'm pleased that several of our Republican colleagues have also called on the White House to allow Congress to access transcripts of the meeting, but we need more of our Republican colleagues to speak out. This is not normal behavior. This is not how a White House should operate. Firing an FBI director who is investigating the President's campaign, disclosing classified information to a country that wishes us harm and just finished undermining the integrity of our elections. We need our Republican colleagues to join us in standing up, to put country over party, and work with Democrats to get the truth of Director Comey's firing, to protect the integrity of the investigation into Russian interference in our election, and to get to the bottom of yesterday's report. Searching for the truth is not a partisan thing to do. It is the patriotic thing to do. We need more than words from our Republican colleagues. We need action. Senator Durbin.
November 8th, 2016 is a day that will live in cyber infamy. The Russians did everything in their power to invade the government of the United States of America and to corrupt a presidential election. Those words are not mine alone. They're words that are backed up by every major intelligence agency of the United States of America. What have we done? We've initiated an investigation to find out what they did, how they did it, who was involved in it, and stop it from ever happening again. It's been one of the most serious counterintelligence investigations in this nation's history. And we have seen a litany of things occur since which are incredible. A national security advisor who was forced to resign because of contacts with the Russians that were not properly disclosed. A recusal by the Attorney General of the United States for misleading the Senate Judiciary Committee on his communications with the Russians. And just last week, the decision by the President of the United States to remove from office the man in charge of that investigation, the Director of the FBI, James Comey. And then the fumbling that occurred afterwards as they produced memos which were then disavowed and as they backtracked on the real reason for the removal of James Comey. Then to have, as a sequel to it, a meeting with the foreign minister of Russia, as well as the Russian ambassador, and for the leader of the United States of America to disclose classified top secret information to those two people in his office. To tell this story as it occurred is almost incredible for us to believe. But the question now is what we will do as the United States Senate. There have been moments in history where senators from both political parties have been called on to put country over party, to stand up together for the good of this nation, realizing the oath of office that we have taken binds us to the Constitution, to the law of the land, and to the integrity of this institution. This is one of those moments. We need to come together to have a special prosecutor, so there's no question that the person who is conducting this investigation on a criminal basis is one who is trusted. We need to make certain that we have that commitment and then bring together a person with strong bipartisan support to head up the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We need to have the transcript of what occurred in that Oval Office meeting that I've referred to. Most of all, we need to stand together, senators from different political parties, but committed to the same nation. We need for the good of this country, for the Senate to come together.
Senator Franklin. I have been extremely concerned with the administration's ties with Russia. The acknowledgement that President Trump shared with the foreign minister and the ambassador from our enemies, the Russians, secrets that were classified is just shocking. These were about fighting ISIS. We should understand, the president should know that Russia in Syria is not fighting ISIS. They are fighting for Assad. And this idea that we were going to join with Russia to fight ISIS, something that the president talked about during the campaign, that has never been in the cards, and only someone who's very naive would say that. We need to see the transcript of what the president and that meeting with the Russians, and by the way, there was no press in that meeting like there is here today, except for a Soviet-era style task, which was the only press in the room. So not only did he tell the ambassador and the foreign minister, he told the Russian media as well, and not all of you. I think it's clear that we need a special prosecutor. I'm with Dick on this, that asked my friends on the other side of the aisle to see this for what it is and to call for a special prosecutor. Thank you.
I'm going to be asking Rod Rosenstein, when he appears this Thursday, whether he will commit to a special prosecutor. I voted against him. I was the only Democrat in the Judiciary Committee, the only member of the Judiciary Committee to vote against him because he would not commit then. And if he fails to do so, I will move ahead with legislation modeled on the law that existed between 1978 and 1999 that would give the power to a three-judge panel to appoint a special prosecutor. The dangerous and reckless disclosure of classified information by the President of the United States to one of our major adversaries shows how we are approaching a constitutional precipice. It can be addressed only with a special prosecutor who has the independence and objectivity to assure that there is an aggressive and vigorous investigation that has the trust and confidence of the public. There is a common thread to all these incidents. Russian meddling in our election, possible collusion with the Russians by the Trump campaign, the firing of Comey because of the Russian thing, the warning from the Deputy Attorney General about the National Security Advisor potentially vulnerable to blackmail by the Russians, and then disclosure of highly classified information without any pre-clearance. Whatever you think about the appropriateness of the information going to the Russians, there was no effort, none, to make sure the intelligence community knew about it. The only way to be sure that we have the tapes and transcripts of the Russian meeting and the Comey conversations is to subpoena the tapes, transcripts, and other records. Prosecuting 101. If you think evidence exists, put a subpoena on it. If the party says it doesn't exist, and in fact it turns out later it does, there are criminal penalties. Without those subpoenas, there is no accountability. To be sure that we determine and verify whether those tapes and transcripts exist and that we are getting all of them, there need to be subpoenas. That's my personal view. And a special prosecutor is necessary to assure that this investigation is independent and that it has the confidence of the American people.
Senator Schatz. The very first bill passed in United States history was called the Oath Act. It mandated that members of Congress solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States. And today we are called to fulfill that oath. Regardless of what party we belong to, we have an obligation to that oath. We must protect the country. And there is no doubt of the danger. The Russian foreign minister and ambassador now have information that they should not have. It's time to do something about it. And so let today be the day for Republican courage, because it wasn't yesterday, and we can't wait until tomorrow. What we need is courage and patriotism from the Republicans, and what we cannot have is mumbling in the direction of being concerned or troubled or wanting more information. What we need is true patriotism from Republicans, and that comes in actions and not words. Senator Markey.
President Trump is tearing down our national security and intelligence protections 140 characters at a time. President Trump's decision to relay some of our most sensitive intelligence to representatives of the Russian government betrays an astounding lack of judgment. President Trump may say his foreign policy is America first, but his actions really say Russia first. By revealing code word information to Russia, President Trump may have compromised key intelligence sources, endangered the fight against ISIS, and undermined the trust of our international allies and partners, which would make them more hesitant to give us the intelligence which we need to protect our fighting men and women and our citizens here in the United States. This senseless act by the President comes just days after his firing of FBI Director Comey. Every time you think President Trump can't engage in a more blatant affront to our democracy, he tops it. These two actions alone bring us closer to a constitutional crisis. Whenever the ongoing investigations may lead us, Congress must act to restore the faith of the American people in our republic. It is incumbent upon Republicans to join Democrats in calling on Congress to immediately investigate this latest irresponsible action, as well as to support the appointment of a special prosecutor. We need the White House to make the transcript of the meeting with the Russian foreign minister and ambassador available to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees as soon as possible. We must ensure that President Trump does no additional damage to United States national security in his dealings with Russia. It is time for the Republican Party to put country over party and to remember that their country is the United States of America and not Russia.
Senator Duck.
We have young men and women in uniform all across the world today representing our nation. And even the most junior of those young officers and enlisted men and women know that you do not leak classified data to the Russians. Russia is not our friend. Our intelligence community has made it clear that Russia seeks to undermine our confidence in our democracy and to undermine our role as the leader of the free world and of Western-style democracy. And instead of having a commander-in-chief who would uphold the goals and the protections for this country, we have instead a Trump White House that is showing reckless instability. If verified, the president's decision to share highly classified information with a foreign adversary is deeply troubling. It is a serious threat to our national security, to the safety of our families, and to every one of our troops who are in harm's way right now. It also puts our nation's intelligence officials at a greater risk and undermines our credibility with our allies. It's even more stunning considering how often the president himself has complained about leaks. To be clear, we say it again, Russia is not America's friend. And the president should know that highly classified intel isn't something you use to impress people. The White House needs to immediately share the transcripts with appropriate members of the Intelligence Committee. And the American people deserve to know what's really going on here, because it's becoming clearer by the day that only an independent special prosecutor can get the answers the American people need and deserve. Thank you.
I am so proud to be a member of this caucus. They're great.
Are you comforted by General McMaster's insistence that no classified information was improperly shared with the Russians?
The answer is to get the transcripts. There are different nuances. Last night, when the General McMaster said that the president revealed no sources, well, the whole reason so many things are classified, when you know the specific fact, if you're a good intelligence agency and the Russians are, you can find those sources. So we need the transcript and a thorough analysis.
Have you directly requested the transcripts from the White House? What was the reaction? And can we get your reaction to revelations that Israel was a partner in gave this information?
On the first issue, we have directly communicated with the White House. We have not gotten any reaction. On the second, I won't comment.
Senator Schumer, you praised H.R. McMaster in the past.
Yes.
Have you lost any confidence in him after the last couple of days?
I want to read the transcripts before coming to any conclusion.
Senator Schumer, what are Democrats prepared to do at this point? Will you be blocking floor action in the Senate until you get the responses that you're looking for?
Look, the bottom line is we are hoping that our Republican colleagues rise to the occasion. We look forward. I was gratified when Senator McConnell met our request to bring Deputy Attorney Rosenstein before the full Senate. There'll be a lot of very, very sharp and tough questions there, and we are discussing in our caucus the best ways for further action. The one point I would make here is that there has been just one vote against all Attorney General nominees thus far. Rand Paul voted against, FBI, I'm sorry. Again, there's been just one vote against all FBI director nominees in the history of the United States of America. It has always been a nomination that gets virtually unanimous support, and we are hoping that the White House moves in that direction.
Mr. Leader, do you agree with your Republican colleagues who say that if the president is giving classified...
All right, folks, we are going to take you now to Oklahoma, where they had tornadoes come through that area, Elk City, Oklahoma. We'll get you guys the very latest information here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Although a lot of people were just coming through here beforehand anyway.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everyone joining us right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, taking a look at tornado damage there in Oklahoma. It is in Elk City, Oklahoma, where they have suffered major damages, and there is now injuries being reported on the south side of Elk City. That is in Beckham County there on this Tuesday evening. Several homes and businesses have suffered significant damage after a large tornado passed through the area. A total number of injuries and their severity is not known at this time, but the Elk City police chief tells local media there that some people are trapped inside of tornado-damaged homes. The clubhouse at the Elk City Golf Club and Country Club also has been destroyed, according to the police chief. Overturned trucks have prompted authorities to shut down on State Highway 6. At least 3 tornadoes have been confirmed to have touched down in the area so far, according to the National Weather Service. So what we are looking at here is, well, we are in the middle of May now, and it is getting into that tornado season that the Midwest always braces for. This is in Elk City, Oklahoma, everyone, and you are watching live breaking news here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Several injuries are being reported, as well as people still being trapped inside their damaged homes at this hour.
That way? Okay. Look live for... We're reporting in South Elk City, which is in far western Oklahoma, where there has been a lot of damage from a tornado-warned storm. These are some homes here that have been leveled, flattened, destroyed. This home right here with the blue paint on it, firefighters had to rescue a woman who took shelter in her bathroom from this storm, but then she got trapped as her home moved a full few feet away from where it was originally located. Firefighters were able to rescue her, and a friend of the family tells us she was able to move her arms and legs as they loaded her into an ambulance to take her to the hospital. We're seeing several homes here in this area and several businesses damaged here in Elk City, Oklahoma, as severe weather pushed through this area. There's also several downed power lines, holes in several roofs that are very many blocks away from this area, and lots of damage as emergency crews just arrive on the scene and check things out. Reporting in Elk City, Oklahoma, I'm Jordan Lucero.
All right, so you can see there a local media reporter there doing some stand-up live shots, a look live there. As you can see the devastation there, unfortunately, in the south side of that Elk City, Oklahoma there, with several businesses being destroyed as well as homes. You gotta think here that this is really, people go home every day to their home, and to see something like this for people, to see it in just total disarray now, total destruction, must be very hard for those people at this time. We're hoping that when we see these homes destroyed, we're hoping that the people are okay.
Pansy when she was calling me. Hey, it's Jordan. Is, I guess, a producer there? Tony producers. Are they? Okay. Well, all we have is, we haven't gone down into the actual neighborhood where there's some like firefighters because they're all like working. But the only thing that we have is that the woman who was trapped in her house was moving when they took her to the hospital.
If you're just joining us here, everyone, the clubhouse at the Elk City Golf and Country Club has also been destroyed. That's according to the police chief there. This was a very active storm that produced 3 tornadoes in the area. It was a southern storm rotating, moving northeast. And storm chasers were out there all day today and into the afternoon and early evening here, and now this is the end result of what meteorologists were looking at starting this morning and into the afternoon. And there was 3 touchdowns there in Oklahoma at least at this hour that we know of. And now people's homes and businesses are destroyed, and we are learning that several injuries have been reported as well. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
reporters talking about, look at this woman was rescued, or the video's just playing while they're talking? Okay. I mean, because, yeah, I guess in that case, if you want to just keep showing it just so that you can keep showing it, we can do that. Or I guess we can try to make our way closer to that house. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, yeah, then that's cool. Then we'll try to get closer to some of these damaged homes to just show what it looks like now, and then I'll call for, yeah, and look when we thought that woman being rescued, and yeah, yeah. All right, cool. Bye.
And Oklahoma really isn't out of the woods yet. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jackson County until 9 p.m. there, so they got about 40 more minutes to kill. But Elk City damage has been extensive here. As you can see, homes, this one including, have been destroyed. And right now, we just don't have a clear number on the number of people injured, and hopefully they are just injured and we don't have to report any fatalities for you this evening here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. And thanks to everyone joining us on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Let us know where you are watching from. We have fans and viewers all over the world watching live with you right now. You can take a look there. Those are families that are surveying their home and looking at everything that they lost. You figure when you think about your home and everything that you have in there, from valuables to cherished memories, there's so much in your home that you really take for granted, and you really don't know it's there until it's gone, like these poor folks here that are surveying the damage. But once again, they're probably just happy to be alive at this moment. It looks like that reporter's going to do one more hit here. So, folks, if you are just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're taking a look at a local reporter there getting ready to do a maybe live shot or a taped shot, but in the background you can see the destruction that is because of this tornado that ripped through the south side there of Elk City, Oklahoma. Now, Elk City is about just a town of only about 11,000 people. It is west of Oklahoma City's by 110 miles and 150 miles east of Amarillo, Texas. So it is in the far western county there in Oklahoma of Beckham County. 11,000 people live there right now, so it's a small town, but you can see the local media reporter there getting ready for information here. Let's turn it up now.
Some of the homes, there are several homes that are damaged. There's some over on this side that just have a little bit of damage to their roofs. Some have walls that have collapsed. Some have lumber that have collapsed. We did also show you some of the other homes in this area, including one where a woman was trapped inside. Fox 25 showed you live the rescue of the woman from this blue home. Now, we did talk with her daughter's boyfriend, and he says she was moving her arms and legs as they loaded her onto the ambulance and took her to the hospital. So they are following her to the hospital, hoping she's going to be okay, but she was pulled out of this alive. They say she took shelter in a bathroom inside that house, but then the house shifted several feet, and that's what trapped her underneath, where that chimney that you're seeing there, that's actually where the bathroom was, in the center of the house. That's how far over that wall pushed, so she was trapped there, but they're hoping she will be okay. Now, if we keep panning over for you, we can show you some businesses here in the area, also right next to these homes, heavily damaged. We've seen some water spewing from some of this area. We're seeing all sorts of things mangled up here. We cannot tell what kind of business this was. There is a lot of damage to it, a lot of mangled metal out here. This is some of the damage that we're seeing. We're also just now here in the past 5 minutes seeing more electric crews show up because there are several downed lines all over this area, some blocking the street. So Highway 6 is closed south of I-40 to drivers because of those downed lines. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, everyone, we are going to leave Oklahoma now, take you to Wisconsin, where there are aerials right now of tornado damage there in Cameron, Wisconsin. This is at a trailer park, and you're seeing these aerials live. Let me try to get you guys the very latest details in Cameron, Wisconsin. And folks, you can see maybe Sky Fox there is leaving the scene. We're going to take you now back out to Oklahoma. We were just over Wisconsin there. The tornado damaged the Prairie Lake Estates Trailer Park. The National Weather Service reported a touchdown in the area just after 5:30 local time. Taking you now back out to Oklahoma as the sun will soon be setting on a town that unfortunately just saw a large tornado sweep through a town of about 11,000 people in Elk City, Oklahoma. This is a rural area in western Oklahoma. The storm struck a subdivision about 7:15 local there. It is now 8:30. And you can see that there are drones in the area that is being picked up right now by that photographer. So there's drones taking aerial shots as well of the destruction there. Beckham County Emergency Management Director said a lot of tornado damage has been reported to the subdivision and surrounding rural area. He says some homes and outbuildings have been damaged severely and utility poles and lines are down. Cattle has also been killed, but he says there is no immediate reports of human fatalities. Other tornadoes in western Oklahoma and the eastern Texas Panhandle have downed power lines and utility poles. And thanks to so many of us watching right now on Fox10Phoenix.com as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Let us know where you are watching from there in the chat section of our Facebook Live transmission. Looks like we might be getting an interview here with maybe people that live in the area here. Let's see how this goes. We just have the audio down right now as we wait for this reporter to get ready to do the interview here.
There are several businesses, several homes here in this area, the south side of Elk City, and we were able to see one woman rescued from her home, pulled out by firefighters and taken to the hospital. Family members are hoping that she can be okay. While we've been out here, we've also been seeing drones kind of monitor this area. It turns out it's a new program that they're trying out with the State Department of Emergency Management. View live feeds of the damage here. We are joined now with Charlie Johnson, who is working. You're flying the drone, correctly?
That's correct. We're here in partnership with Arion Labs, who's the manufacturer, and we're the service provider, and we're out here supporting the state and the local communities who have been affected this evening.
So tell us about the work that you're doing with emergency managers, what it is that you're trying to do out here, trying to assess to help out the state.
So our goal was really to pre-position in advance of the storm and make sure that we could be prepared to assist those communities who would be most affected this evening. By that, we're able to provide live feed directly into the Emergency Management Center in Oklahoma City right now so that they can better make informed decisions.
So as we're out here in Elk City, emergency managers in Oklahoma City are able to see the kind of damage that has happened out here, all of these homes, all of these businesses that we have seen. This is really the first time this has happened, right?
Correct. This is the first time that we've assisted the state of Oklahoma, and we're, it's a very unfortunate event, but we're glad that we're able to be here to help the community as much as possible.
All right, and tell us just a little bit about your role out here.
My name is Dariush, and I'm with Arion Labs. We're the manufacturer here, so we're just supporting Textron with our vehicle, our aircraft, trying to get as much video and imagery to be able to, come up with assessments and help everyone fix the area here.
All right, thank you guys very much. So a new pilot program being tested out right here with emergency managers to see the damage, live feeds from Elk City just after all of the damage from this tornado-warned storm. Back to you, Mike and Wendy.
And that's what we were seeing a little bit earlier there with the drones up in the air. So that was a good way to get some information there from the people that are actually running the drones and operating them right now to get an aerial view of the destruction. And at that point, it's always great to see the aerial footage because you could see the track of the tornado and its path. I used to work out in Joplin, Missouri. I started my career there, and I covered several stories of tornado disasters back in 2008 and 2009. And it's something how, you see these people that just lose these homes here and lose their pretty much everything that they own, and they're just outside, and you go up to them and you're kind of embarrassed to even ask them if they would want to go on camera, but 9 out of 10 times they always did, and they wanted to just talk to someone at that point. So maybe we'll see somebody talk to a homeowner here, as we do see people survey what looks to be their properties. I left 6 months before the tragic Joplin tornado struck in 2009. Excuse me, that was in 2011. The destruction occurred there. 2011, they had the big tornado there in Joplin. And that was something to see when more than 150 people died there. I still had friends reporting in that area and in that city. And it's something they'll never forget there. But here, much smaller path of destruction, but still you can see homes are totally destroyed here. Elk City, Oklahoma, a town of about 12,000 people. Now, Charity Downs on the Facebook chat messages says, I get damages are done, but this happens every year in Oklahoma, Texas, and the Midwest. I'm sorry for the people that lost their homes and stuff, My prayers are with them. However, it's again happens every year. That's why the Midwest is called Tornado Alley. And while, yes, Charity, it does happen every year, but we still have to report on the feeds that are coming in here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So we do appreciate your comment there, but just because it's an annual occurrence there with tornadoes happening, and it is indeed tornado season there in the Midwest, you still have to report on the video that you are getting in and bring back to your viewers there all around the world. And thanks to all our viewers sharing this live Facebook video as we take a look at the destruction. Their homes are destroyed. We're learning of some injuries right now. We don't have a total count there, but this is a subdivision. It's a very rural area there. It's all in the western part of the state there in Oklahoma. It is in Beckham County there. About 12,000 people live there. People are asking here, why is it always trailer parks getting destroyed in tornadoes? Well, this is not a trailer park area. Earlier, it was in Wisconsin. We had very limited video there, but this is in Oklahoma. This is a subdivision there in Oklahoma. And it looks like our feed may have paused there or could be going out. We'll see here just in a little bit for you. Stay right with us. For those of you maybe just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are taking a live look at Elk City, Oklahoma, a town of about 12,000 people. And unfortunately, some people there in that small town have lost their homes this evening because of a destructive tornado that swept through the western part of the state. It is in Beckham County. That is where Elk City lies. And we are learning of injuries being reported. We don't have an exact number there for you. But anytime you look at this type of destruction and you realize it's someone's home. It's not just a home. It's someone's home that has lost everything. From the car to the valuable possessions and memories that they have inside that home. Now, you could replace everything in this world, but you cannot replace the people that you love the most. And fortunately, at this moment here, we are not talking about any fatalities. So many people will tell you in this part of the country, in the Midwest, where they deal with these tornadoes, they say, when something like this happens to them, they always seem to say, it's okay, we can rebuild. My family is safe, though. So we're going to be fine. And they could have the biggest destruction. You could see just all of their possessions laid out all over the field. And you would think, oh my gosh, this is going to sink them. This is going to be horrible. But if they don't lose any of their loved ones, it's okay. Because at the end of the day and tomorrow, you can start cleaning up and you could start to rebuild. And that's the mindset that so many people in Tornado Alley have when it comes to destruction of valuables and homes. I mean, think about it. This is someone's home. They go here every day. They leave here to go to work, and they come back hoping and praying that their home will be okay. And for this situation and for this family right here that we're looking at, their home is gone, but their loved ones are still here. So that's the kind of mindset that they have there, especially in the Midwest. When stuff like this happens, you could always rebuild, you could always get another home, but you can't replace those loved ones. And everyone, you could still see there people surveying the damage, surveying what has been lost. But as a community, they are coming together. And while you are watching this live, please hit that share button so you can alert your family and friends of what is going on. And maybe realize just how fortunate you are this evening. And folks, as we do have this video now being pulled away from us, we have an update for you in Wisconsin, where the sheriff tells several media that one person has died there in Wisconsin. We had limited video there for you in Wisconsin, but you guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and we appreciate everybody watching for us on Facebook Live. We did have just limited video there for you in Wisconsin a little bit ago, and the sheriff there is telling media that one person has died, unfortunately, there as it hit a mobile home. The majority of our coverage there was in Oklahoma, still several injuries being reported there. I'm Mike Page. Continue to watch fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, earlier we were showing you the Senate Democrats. Now let's show you the Senate Republicans speaking today. This was before the New York Times article, just to give you a little area there.
Continue to get those same stories. I had someone last week call Carla, who's a farmer in Orick, Missouri. She said her situation just continues to get worse and worse. In her case, if anybody in her family was sick, they'd have $28,000 out of pocket if two people in their family were sick before anything would be done by their insurance company to help them pay those bills. $6,000 deductible, $12,000 maximum, $16,000 in monthly premiums. This is families, even if they have coverage, don't have access. If you've already put $16,000 on the table and you have to put another $6,000 on the table before you can have your insurance company help you, nobody thinks that's insurance. The current system isn't working. We have to figure out how to make this market work better. Most Missouri counties now only have one insurance company willing to offer insurance on the individual market. We're just hopeful that those counties still have at least one company next year, even though it's been mentioned today. Iowa, our neighbor Iowa, has no companies willing to offer in the exchange or out of the exchange on the individual market because this bad plan that we're under now has stressed the marketplace so badly, nobody wants to be part of it. And Rob, a small business guy in St. Joseph, said his insurance at work, that he pays half of it for his employees, has gone up 50% at work. And when you ask the insurance companies, they say we've got to find some way in the group market to help offset what happens in the individual market. So we need to do the job that lets Americans have access to health care and insurance they can afford.
And just to put a finer point on what both Roy and John were talking about, in Iowa, it's not that the insurers are leaving the exchange in the individual marketplace. They are actually leaving Iowa. So either on the exchange or off the exchange, the concern in Iowa is that there will be no longer available individual plans to purchase in Iowa. And for people to stand around Congress and say the status quo is acceptable, shame on them. And I hope we can come to an agreement, both Democrats and Republicans, to realize we have to work and find a solution and put in place of the Affordable Care Act something that reduces the cost of care while increasing the quality of care. Something else that's probably not making the headlines that it should this week in Washington is National Police Week. The fact that we have law enforcement professionals from around the country in town today talking about those who they have lost on the end of watch this past year. And in Colorado, we had some tragedies as well that I want to share with you and celebrate and memorialize these individuals. Corporal Nate Kerrigan, Trooper Cody Donahue, Deputy Sheriff Derek Gear. So if you see them around Washington, D.C. today and around the country, please share our thanks with the men and women in law enforcement that keep our communities safe.
Where is the distinguished Republican whip? And what does that mean about who's going to be the new FBI director now that he has withdrawn his consideration?
Well, my recommendation to the president apparently said today he was not interested. I recommended he take a look at Judge Merrick Garland. But that illustrates the kind of person I hope and expect will come next. Somebody deeply credentialed in criminal justice and criminal justice enforcement, completely apolitical, in line with the tradition of prior FBI directors. And I'm optimistic the president's going to name someone like that. I'm discussing the matter with him.
Do you have concerns about the president's ability to properly handle classified information?
No. No.
Will the encourage the White House to release any documents, any notes or transcripts?
Yeah, the Intelligence Committee, I think, has already requested additional information. I have a lot of confidence in Chairman Burr and Senator Warner to handle that whole matter
perfectly.
Senator
McConnell, every day, Senator McConnell, every day there seems to be a new controversy with this administration, whether it's how he handled the Comey firing, these tweets about threatening releasing these tapes of James Comey, and then now this disclosure of classified information with the Russians. How much concern is there within your conference right now about these seemingly endless strings of controversies?
Yeah, let me just repeat what I said in an earlier interview this morning. I think it would be helpful to have less drama emanating from the White House.
Have you communicated that to the president? Have you communicated that to the president?
Leader McConnell?
I said it publicly earlier this morning.
Leader McConnell, the president has spent almost a third of his time at properties that he owns, not at the White House. Do you think that he should spend more time at
Yeah, I
at
think
the
all
White
of that
House?
is a question best addressed to the White House itself.
Leader McConnell, are you concerned he's turning relations with allies?
Put their personal money behind letting him go to the
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We're taking you to an event here out of Houston where the mayor held a press conference to address the ACLU lawsuit over Houston's panhandling and homeless. Let's take you there.
Lawsuit against the city of Houston. We have not gotten served with it as of yet. Probably about 45 minutes. We're responding to what we have the first, seen. There are two issues. One in response to the lawsuit ACLU against the city of Houston with regards to our my 6-point program to reduce homelessness, to address and the other issue I think pertains to we are working. The city of Houston is working with more than 100 community partners to respond to homelessness, and then take questions that you may have. Well.
Hold on, everybody. Looks like we are having a bit of an audio issue here. Let me make sure that there is no extra audio in the background playing. Give me one moment. Okay, everybody, looks like we did fix that audio issue. Let's take you back.
This impromptu news conference that you just got notice of probably about 45 minutes to an hour ago. The first, there are two issues. One is dealing with the lawsuit filed by the ACLU with regards to our 6-point program to reduce homelessness. And the other issue, I think, pertains to the firefighters declaring an impasse and walking away from the table. So let me try to deal with them both and then take questions that you may have. With regards to the first issue, the filing of the lawsuit by the ACLU, they filed a lawsuit against the city of Houston. We have not gotten served with it as of yet, so we're responding to what we have seen in response to the lawsuit against the city of Houston in response to my 6-point holistic plan to address homelessness in the city of Houston. We are working, the city of Houston is working with more than 100 community partners to respond to homelessness, and we've been working with them over the last, for quite some time. Let me put it that way. Over the last 5 years, the city of Houston we have reduced homelessness in the city of Houston by 8,000 individuals. And in fact, the number on the street we suspect right about now is about, the number that's homeless is about 3,600, and the number that's on our streets is about 1,100 when you consider those who are chronically homeless. And Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The city's initiatives are not intended to adversely affect anyone's constitutional rights, but rather to balance the legitimate public health, safety, and welfare of all citizens in the public space. We should all agree, and I hope we can all agree, that one person living on the streets is one too many. And the critical question is, how do we help people to transition from being on the street to a better place in their lives? While there are some who might have us do nothing, and based on my reading of the lawsuit filed by the ACLU, they would ask us to do nothing. And others who might never accept any plan that we propose, we have chosen to work with those living on the streets on a 1-to-1 basis to address and to assess and address their individual needs and provide compassionate and meaningful solutions. Make no mistake, this is a public safety issue, and we cannot bury our heads in the sands and pretend that it does not exist, because it does. The question is, what is the best way or ways to transition people from living on the street who may have ended on the streets for multiple factors, and then transition them to a better place. And we always recognize, and I've repeatedly said, that the number one strategy to reducing homelessness is to provide people with permanent supportive housing. That is the number one strategy, and that is a part of the 6-point plan, and has always been item number one. It does take time, patience, and compassion to encourage some of our most vulnerable citizens to receive the help that they need. And as we outlined, the goal has been and really continues to be to provide permanent supportive housing to about 500. We initially said over 6 months. We may be get a little bit delayed on that because of the funding that's been cut off from the feds in D.C., but we are working to help to fill in the gap in that funding, and I'm going to be talking to the members of City Council very, very soon, because we think we have found a way to come up with that additional funding that we need, which is about $2.1 million, to provide permanent supportive housing to that 500 number over the next, it may be able to the next 6 to 8 month time period. But I think we are we found a way, at least I'm optimistic, of providing that funding. But the critical component is this, and the instructions have been very clear. No one has received any citations. We have been out there over the last couple of months, along with our coalition partners, talking to people on a case-by-case basis, one by one, explaining to them that we're here to assist them, to help, to transition them to a better place, explaining to them, for example, that we want to provide accommodations for them, either in shelters or permanent supportive housing. Everyone, and I think some of you may have talked to some of the HOT team members on Friday of last week, made it very clear that our initial goal is to try to, number one, we're not asking anyone to move without providing them with an option. That's critically clear. And anyone who chooses to stay, no one is forcing anyone to move. But we are simply saying that when it comes to tents, and there are tents out there, when it comes to sofas and mattresses and all of these big items out there that create a public health concern, not only for those who are out there who are homeless, that's what the ordinance is focused on. And then at the same time, we're not necessarily asking anyone to give up their items without us also trying to provide either storage for those items, and we're looking for that space so that their people don't have to, let's say, relinquish themselves of the items that are out there. And up to this point in time, many of the people out there who are homeless have voluntarily given up those items, things that they don't need themselves, and really were out there assisting us over the last few weeks in that regard. So that is the essence. You know, my read of what the lawsuit says is that the city cannot do anything. Can't do anything. But recognize that this is public space. We're talking about what is occurring in the public space, and the city is put forth a 6-point strategy that creates a very delicate balance between everyone who has the right to utilize the city's public space. Okay? Everyone who has the right to utilize that public space, and to do it in such a way that everyone can utilize that space and do it and without, let's say, vetoing the rights of anyone else. Now that's on that issue as it relates to the lawsuit, as it relates to ACLU, and I respect the organization, but I do strongly disagree with the position that they are taking. On the issue as it relates to the firefighters, I think Local 341, and the word I got was that they had made a comment that the city has walked away from the table. I don't know where that came from. So let me be as poignant as I can. The city has been at the table. The city continues to be at the table. And based on a letter that was issued to the local on May the 12th, which is Friday of this past week. And let me read it to you. Dear Mr. Teleps, attached, please find the city's request to extend the 2017 collective bargaining by the incremental period of 15 days as permitted by state statute. The city's invitation to return to the bargaining table during the week of the city's invitation to return to the bargaining table during the week of May 22nd remains an option to conclude negotiations of a successful agreement. The city has not walked away from the bargaining table. The firefighters have chosen to walk away from the bargaining table. The city continues to be where we've always been. And I think what needs to be made very clear is this. We're doing in the collective bargaining process, okay? That's taking place. We're also in Austin dealing with the pension issue. Both of these things are taking place at the same time. Under the current situation, in the absence of pension reform, okay, the firefighters' pension cost consumes about 33.2% of the city's payroll. 32.3% right now. In the absence of pension reform, the pension cost for firefighters alone will exceed 50% of payroll. Okay? 50% of payroll in the absence of pension reform. Okay? That's on the pension side. And let me add now, let me be very clear. Firefighters are fighting us in Austin on pension reform. But right now, the cost of payroll is 33.2% of payroll for firefighters. In the absence of pension reform, it shoots up to 50+% of payroll. At the same time, we're engaged in collective bargaining. And the major issue is on pay raise. And the firefighters are asking for 6% this year, 6% the second year, and 8% the third year. I think I got that right, or did I mess up the numbers?
I think that's right.
I think it's 6, 6, 8. You're right, 6% the first year, 6% the second year, 8% the third year. There is but one city, okay? We do not have different cities. The same city of Houston, pays the pension costs. The same city pays the payroll for firefighters, as we do for all other employees. Firefighters are fighting us in Austin on pension costs. Okay? They're fighting us. But they're demanding at the same time more pay. The two do not add up. The two don't add up. Okay? We are not in a position to talk about pay raises when we are trying to reduce the pension costs in Austin, Texas, that the very same people at the table are fighting us in Austin. I think the general public understands that. Okay? We are not printing money. We don't have a printing machine. And at the same time, the budget that I've submitted to City Council for their review is trying to balance a budgetary shortfall of $123 million, all at the same time. Okay? Now, I fully recognize firefighters have not received a pay raise since 2014. We understand that. Yeah? Now, that doesn't mean that there have not been payment progressions, okay, because there have been. Doesn't mean that there hasn't been overtime, because there has been, okay? There has been. But the bottom line is that the city remains at the bargaining table. We remain at the bargaining table. And we want to be fair to firefighters. We want to be fair to every city employee. But I do think it's disingenuous to put the city in a squeeze play. And what I mean by that, and some of you here, reporters, you all know, some of the same people have gone and talked to you about the equipment that's failing. Okay? They want better equipment. So do I. They want the pay raise. I want to make sure that they are paid respectfully and for the work that they are doing. But they're opposed to reducing their pension costs. Pension costs, equipment, pay raise, they are demanding all three at the same time. from the same city that's having to balance its books with a shortfall right now of $123 million. I would like to think that the average Houstonian understands that. So I wanted to speak to that. We will remain at the table. My goal, my hope is that we can work all of these things out, and we certainly intend to do that. But I do think we just have to put things in perspective, and that's why, I wanted to speak to it today, okay, so that we don't kind of get things, out of sequence, out of whack. That's, having said that, I'll stop and take any questions you all may have. Sure.
I think, so at the beginning, you sort of said that the lawsuit is targeting the holistic approach, but it seems to really only be targeting the ordinances. And I think everybody's agreed that the success of these efforts over the past several years very much due to the trust that volunteers had built with these homeless people. I've heard it from the homeless people. I've heard it from the volunteers. Those relationships took a lot of time to build.
Certainly.
So how do you think that's going to affect that trustful relationship now when you're hurting their dignity in this way?
We're doing what now? I'm sorry, I can barely.
They feel that their dignity is...
Please hold the door for a second, because I can barely hear. I'm sorry.
So when you're going through telling them you can't have this tent, you can't have this mattress, you can't have too many belongings, you can't have...
All right.
How do you expect them to want to take the help from you guys?
Well, I've been out there on the street and I've talked to many of them, okay? And they do want the help. And there are many out there who do want to transition to a better place, okay? And we're offering help. And many of them out there have taken off. I think over the last few months, how many people have we been able to transition over the last couple of
142.
142.
Chronically homeless.
Chronically homeless. So when you look at where Houston used to be, a total of, let's say, about 8,800, okay? That number has come down by 3,300. The number of people that I think that are actively on the street is about 1,100 that represent the chronic population. That's the hardest population, okay, to address. But you also see in the city of Houston a proliferation of people with tents, and those tents are expanding. The encampments are expanding, okay? That's more than what used to be, okay? So you've seen the expansion. The key, we all recognize, the key to reducing homelessness is providing permanent supportive housing. That's item number one. I don't want people to lose sight of that. That's item number one. That's what we've stressed from day one, permanent supportive housing. We also recognize that there are many people who are on the streets that are suffering from mental or behavioral health issues. And we certainly are looking for and fighting for every additional dollar to provide, to meet people's needs, especially those who are suffering from mental behavioral health issues, or those who, where there's substance abuse. Okay, we need more treatment facilities, and we're working desperately on that. The key is, how do we then strike this delicate balance? Okay, for those, for example, who may just say, this is where we want to be. And we are saying, number one, is that we have a shelter for you, or we have permanent supportive housing, and we want to assist. We're not telling anybody to just leave this space. We're not telling anybody to leave this space, okay? What we are saying is that we do have options for you, especially when you're talking about the tents and the sofas and the beds and things of that nature. And we're certainly interested in reducing the tents, the sofas, the beds out there. We're interested in doing that. We're also saying is that we are providing space. We're providing space for people's belongings. Okay? So we're not out there just picking up people's belongings and throwing them away. We're not doing that. No one can say one single time, give one single example, where the city has gone out there and forcibly removed anyone.
It was very clear that
Right.
the police were not confiscating.
We're not doing that.
Do they still feel you're asking them to do away with these things in order to get help, or else they will be charged with crime? Are you concerned that putting a crime on their record?
Well, but you want to go to the crime example. What I am simply saying to you is that I hope you will agree with us that remaining on the street, just for the sake of remaining on the street, is not a good option even for people on the street. I hope you will agree that if there's one person on the street, that's one person too many. And so the question then becomes, how do we, in a very compassionate and a humane way, transition them from the street to a better place in their lives? And for some people, you will have to nudge. But where we are right now, we're providing information, okay? We're letting people know what options do exist, okay? We're out there cleaning up in the spaces around them. And just like on Friday, many of them were assisting our workers out there putting things in dumpsters that they did not want. They were helping out, okay? So we are working with them on a case-by-case basis. And in some cases, it's a step-by-step process. But if the position is, if you're saying to the city, as ACLU is saying, Mayor, you can't do anything. But that's what the ACLU is saying. They're saying they're saying you cannot remove tents, you cannot remove sofas and beds, you cannot remove any of the items that are associated with people out there. That's what the ACLU, read the petition. They are saying to the city, you literally cannot do anything. You can't do anything. And if that is their position, then essentially you are tying our hands from doing anything other than simply saying we're going to provide housing. But it's a step-by-step process. It's a step-by-step process. Okay? And at the same time, we're talking about the public space. Okay? And everyone is entitled to utilize the public space. It's not owned by any one person. It's not. And so there is a balancing. As it relates to the city, it's a balancing. For example, let me just put it this way. Does a person that's disabled have the right to utilize the sidewalks? I think the answer is yes. So if a person is in the sidewalk with a tent, blocking the sidewalk, does that person have a greater right than a person who's disabled in their wheelchair? Who has the greater right? And I think the city's obligation is to balance the rights of people to the public space. That person who's in the wheelchair has a right to access that sidewalk. Okay? It's a balancing of interests. It's a balancing of interests. That is our responsibility when it comes to property of the public space. And if we can, through a 6-point strategy, move people or transition them to a better place in their lives, then I think that's I think that is a good thing for all parties concerned. Yes, sir.
What do you say to those people like living on the north side, for example? You remember little Josue Flores that got murdered back in May 2016, and all that neighborhood. You go over there and you ask them, they are fed up with the homeless crossing their neighborhoods and committing crimes to some of them. And what do you say to those people? Because a lot of them are fed up with the whole situation. They say that actually the city is acting too slow.
Well, that's what's plan. On this end, you're saying you're doing too much. On this end, you're saying you're not doing enough. The city, and we are but one city, okay? It's balancing competing interests. And that's why we have invited faith-based communities, the clergy from all denominations to join with us, and they have been joining with us. That's why a part of this campaign, even as it relates to panhandling, is meaningful change, not spare change. And you had nearly 100 members of the clergy that were standing with us last week, okay? Also partnering and being a part of this program. Over 100 Homeless Coalition partners partnering with the city. And that is balancing. There are some people who wanted us to do even more. Some people would argue the city didn't go far enough. There are some who argue that we went too far. Well, it's a delicate balance. It's a delicate balance.
Mayor,
Yes.
in the last 2 years, since I gather a Supreme Court decision called Reed, courts have more often struck down some of these types of regulations. Do you have any confidence that the cities will survive this challenge?
I have a great deal of confidence, and I think even in those cases, Mike, it's when the cities, for example, didn't provide options. When the city simply just went out there and said, you got to go. We're not forcing anybody to leave a certain location. We're simply saying there are certain things you cannot have at that location. It doesn't go to the person. If a homeless person, for example, wanted to continue to remain under the underpass in Midtown, that person can still remain there. We're simply saying that when it comes to tents and cooking equipment or things that cannot fit in within a 3x3, you can't have those items. But if a person wants to remain where that person has been, though we would prefer that you be in housing, shelter, permanent supportive housing, we're not forcing you to move. And so I think that's the difference between the city of Houston's strategy and some other cities where those ordinances have been challenged and been challenged successfully. We've tried to strike a balance.
One of the claims in the lawsuit, as I gather, is that the city is regulating the content of speech by saying that Phil Food and Girl Scout cookie campaigns are allowed, whereas panhandling is not allowed under those regulations. What's your response?
Well, one, it goes to it's the public safety issue itself. We're not trying to outlaw anybody's speech, okay? It is a public safety issue, and it's about egress and the passage, the right of people to utilize that space. There's an ordinance right now, I believe it's on the books, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you cannot block the sidewalk. Let's say if you're in your driveway and your car is blocking that sidewalk, you can be ticketed. Right now, ACLU, you hadn't sued the city because people have a right to utilize that sidewalk. You cannot block the sidewalk. Prior to these two ordinances, you can't do it. It is in that same spirit that we've adopted the panhandling ordinance. You cannot block the sidewalk. You cannot block traffic going from one point to another. Okay? We're not regulating speech. And we still allow, in some cases, I think, permitting. Don't we still allow permitting? Yeah, if you go and get permitted, we're not stopping you. And what we are saying to people in the city of Houston is, look, we're not telling you not to give. We're simply saying redirect your giving in such a way that your giving can be more impactful and that you can have a meaningful impact on people's lives. And that's why we're saying meaningful change and not spare change. And we talked for quite some time with the faith-based community, the clergy, nonprofits, over the last several weeks. Last week, we met with about 100 of them who signed off on the campaign. So again, this is not about telling Houstonians, don't be compassionate. But it is about saying to Houstonians, if there is a better way to assist people who are in need, and we can be more impactful, then and we can be safer, then why not take this route, okay? And so we are saying to people, meaningful change, not spare change. It's just redirecting one's giving. But if anyone makes the argument that we are not compassionate or that we don't care, okay, I beg to differ with you. I do care, okay? We are compassionate, but we are more interested in providing a holistic change that's positive for the people that are on our streets, and we are more determined to put them in a better place in their lives. And for those who are simply saying to us, Mayor, just maintain the status quo and don't do anything. Just don't do anything. Maintain the status quo. I would say to them, that is unacceptable. That is not an acceptable option. It is not. But we are trying to put forth steps that are positive, that are impactful, and that can get people back on their feet so that they can take care of themselves and their families. That's the whole purpose of these ordinances and the whole purposes of the 6-point strategy. Not just 2 ordinances, but every single point.
Mayor, there was also just one last thing. My colleagues have talked to some of the folks under the underpasses and whatnot. When you're saying about providing them options, not necessarily forcing them to move from one spot to another, when their belongings are relocated, obviously that would raise the odds that they would seek shelter rather than remain where they are. And they say that many of the shelters only have overflow spaces rather than actual spaces, so they're on the floor or they're in the hallway, that sort of thing. Could you respond to that?
Well, the shelters are working with us. Star of Hope and many of the others are working with us. But this is what I think the piece that is missing. Unless we're providing you with an option, okay, we're not trying to force you away. When we are going out, Mark and his team, and Mark, you can certainly speak to this, because this is one guy that's been out there on the ground with the teams quite a bit. We are assisting people and providing them with options. This is not, you got to go. And we don't care where you go, or you can't have this stuff here. No one is going out there with that approach.
But I guess, is an overflow spot on the floor in a shelter right now, while we ramp up the rest of the program, is that sufficient enough with an option?
No, we are Mark, why don't you come and address what we are saying to individuals. Let me also say to you, even as we speak, the Way Home and Star of Hope, for example, they are building an encampment right off of 288 and Reed Road. Shelter. I'm sorry, shelter. I said encampment. Okay. Shelter. But it's more than a shelter. It's housing. It's dormitory space. It's a cafeteria. It's a chapel. There's a multi-service center. And a cafeteria that will feed about 500-600 people. As we speak. That's taking place right now as we speak. And a part of what we intend to do is to take you all around so we can show you the spaces that are available and what's being done as we speak. Okay? And there's housing for those who are housing appropriate. For individuals, for example, that may be have some mental behavioral health challenges, there's dormitory space that's appropriate for their status. Okay? There are employment opportunities there. We're putting a transportation, a bus stop, a transit stop right there on the premises for them. And it will house about 1,100 homeless women and children and even men with children. That's taking place. That's being constructed right now. So we are building even added capacity. And while we are doing that, we are simply out there talking to people, explaining, because this is not you go out one day and you're done. For many of the people that we are talking about, because they are people, you have to talk with them over and over and over again. It's a case-by-case-by-case situation. And I don't want that to get lost. It's so easy just to focus on ordinances, as the ACLU did, without focusing on the 6-point strategy and what is actually taking place. And quite frankly, we are assisting in putting people in a better place in their lives. And it's not heavy-handed. And I think many of you have talked to members of the HOT team, and they can tell you. They have been instructed. We're not trying to be heavy-handed. We're not giving out any citations. But there does come a point where you have to gently nudge people from where they are. And I don't know about you, but even in my own family, there comes a point in time where you have to gently nudge people from where they are to better transition in their lives. You have to. And if you take that away, then what ends up happening, people, they simply stay where they have been. And the number grows. Mark.
So on some days, some of our shelters, their bed space is completely used. But as a compassionate city, they make their ends meet, and we see how we can help out. We put mats on the floor. We do whatever we have to do so that every individual has an option. And let me tell you, whether given the choice of sleeping outside in the elements or sleeping indoors with running water, electricity, flushing toilets, AC, and with being a mat, I choose the mat any day over that, personally speaking. So we've worked with these shelters to make sure that even if a bed is not available, that there's still room for them to get them out from the elements inside where there's additional services so that we can help these individuals move off the streets for good.
And let me just, and I'm going to close with this. Because when I was out there, you had a couple out there living under a tent. The one was pregnant with twins under this tent. And the facilities were not the best. You mean to tell me it's okay that the city shouldn't be doing everything we can to put this mom and dad, when the mom's pregnant, in a better place, to transition them better in their lives? You mean to tell me that's okay? Let me just be very clear. This is hard, okay? This is hard. It is hard. And in trying to address it, we have to reach a delicate balance. But one thing I do know, to do nothing is not the answer. Now that I do know. And I'm not talking from a perspective of some rich guy. I'm talking about from a perspective of someone who has been poor, lived the poor experience, okay? So if you want to help me, don't just say, just leave me where I am. No. No. It's hard. But to maintain the status quo is not the answer, and it's not the Houston way. And with all due respect to the ACLU, I respectfully disagree. Thank you so very much.
All right, everybody, that was the Houston mayor discussing the ACLU lawsuit. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. This one coming out of Tampa, Florida. Pretty great video we are about to take you guys to. Cheeto goes home. The luckiest little seahorse is being released off the coast of Clearwater after being rehabbed by the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. Let's watch.
By the way, thank you for tuning in. A special day for us, right? Could you ever imagine that a story like this would drop out of the sky?
Literally.
In front of a little girl who'd find it, who would pick it up, put it in a bucket, and had visited the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. So what does she do? She just visited, so they call away. Thank you for tuning in. A special day for us, right? Could you ever imagine that a story like this was going to go out of the sky? She was able to come back when she started eating, could find it under our care, who would pick it up, put it in a bucket, and had visited the Clearwater.
Sorry guys, looks like we are having a little bit of an audio issue here. Give me 1 second. All right, taking you back.
Yeah, sure. This, by the way, thank you for tuning in. A special day for us, right? Could you ever imagine that a story like this would drop out of the sky?
Literally.
In front of a little girl who'd find it, who would pick it up, put it in a bucket, and had visited the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. So what does she do? She just visited, so they called us. So our rescue team went out and got this little girl on April 26th. We weren't sure how it was going to go, but thankfully she was able to come back. When she started eating under our care, we cheered. It was so exciting for us to see Cheeto start getting better. She's really captivated hearts everywhere around the world with her story of survival. The odds of this happening really are zero, but it happened to Cheeto. So not only is she lucky enough to be found by a little girl, she's lucky enough to be found by a little girl who had visited the aquarium and knew to call us, and lucky enough to have a staff that knew what to do. You know, we are about rescue, rehab, and release, but this is a special one for us because of the release of a seahorse. If we care this much about a seahorse, you can imagine how we care about our other animals. We love them all, and we are thrilled and honored today to be taking part in this release. We're going to take her to some seagrass. This has all been scouted out. It's a lot more complicated than it looks to take care of a seahorse. You know, they're indicator species, which means they kind of give an indication of what is happening, you know, to the environment. And we're just thankful to have her. So to be able to care for her and then release her today is unique. So what we're doing is we're going to find some seagrass. That's where these animals live. You can see she's orange now, but pretty soon when we release her, she's going to change to the color of the seagrass. They're like chameleons. So she'll be brown. So she'll settle in just like you saw her on the webcam. She's going to find a piece of seagrass and wrap her little tail around it, and she's going to camouflage herself, and then she's going to start her new life back in the wild. So we appreciate you guys coming here and covering this release of the seahorse. Cheeto, nicknamed the Lucky Seahorse, because she really is.
Could you tell us a little bit about the rehabilitation process?
For sure. First thing, like with any patient, is to do some stabilization. And so we got her stabilized, got her in an environment that's nice and safe, and then a lot of observations. We really wanted to make sure that she could eat first. So she eats no shrimp, no
Yeah, I think we could change it if we had to.
We're looking for the right spot.
Don? Is this where you want us?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, you coach us. We don't want to get in your way.
We'll probably just meander out here about anchor now. I'm gonna hold you with the anchor in the center.
Don, we're going to anchor.
Okay. We can walk out towards.
Okay. Are you guys live right now?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah, we've probably been live.
So obviously we're getting set for the release right now. So what we've been doing is trying to find some seagrass that's right for Cheeto.